Chapter 1273. 278 people was no small number, and the pile of documents on the table was like a small mountain. Any secret, no matter how perfectly concealed, would leave behind some clues. To Wang Chong, as long as there was anything suspicious, he would find the footprints left behind. In a little more than 4 hours, the pile of documents on the table had been reduced by at least half. Wang Chong had gone through them once and eliminated more than 100 people as suspects, leaving behind only around 120 people. Wang Chong quickly handed these documents over to his uncle, Li Lin. Have the city guard move out and interrogate these 120 people again. In addition, these 30-some people are the most suspicious ones that I've identified. Uncle-in-law, I'll have to trouble you to send the experts of the city guard and Imperial Army to talk to them in the name of arresting suspects and protecting the capital. See if they're telling the truth. Wang Chong paused for a moment before continuing. When talking to them, pay attention to their wrists and see if there's any ink mark on them. As Wang Chong spoke, he took out a brush from the brush rack beside him. With just a few strokes, he immediately drew a strange ink-colored mark on a piece of white paper. This was the same mark that Wang Chong had seen on the wrists of those 3 Confucian experts who had replaced him in Karasan. The two were identical. Remember, don't let them notice. Wang Chong added. Relax. Leave this matter to me. I'll personally handle it. Li Lin took the paper and the list of names that Wang Chong had recorded and quickly left. Time passed slowly. The entire city guard division moved again upon hearing the news and quickly got into action. In the southwest of the capital, a wooden door towered over a quiet and secluded area. Nearby, a clear river gurgled by. Confucius said, "To govern by virtue, one should be like the northern star, occupying its place while all the stars move together." Confucius said, "The gentleman is considerate but does not compare. The villain compares but does not consider." Ji Kongzi asked, "To make the people respect, to be loyal and to persuade them, how?" Confucius said, "To be dignified and dignified is to be respectful, to be merciful and compassionate is to be loyal, to be virtuous and unable to teach then to persuade." Early in the morning, the sound of someone reading came from behind the wooden door. A white-robed scholar, holding a feather fan and a silk scarf, was reading the contents of Confucius's Analects of Confucius. The scholar's sleeves fluttered in the wind, and he emanated a fresh, elegant, and otherworldly aura. Rumble! Suddenly, the sound of a carriage broke the silence of the morning. The young white-clothed scholar frowned slightly. Raising his head, he saw more than 10 soldiers of the city guard riding their horses over and stopping in front of the wooden door. "Li Junshan?" a soldier of the city guard asked. "Yes, I am. May I know what business you have barged in at this time?" The white-robed scholar said. He seemed to be very cultured. "The city defense needs it. I hope you can cooperate with us to do some investigations." As the leading officer spoke, he took out a book and began to ask questions while recording them down. The white-robed scholar had maintained an extremely cultured demeanor. Although he was a little displeased, he still did his utmost to cooperate with the investigation. Age, place of birth, purpose in coming to the capital. As long as he could answer, he would answer everything he knew. The investigation lasted for an entire hour. The white-robed scholar stood there, not showing the slightest hint of impatience. With the investigation concluded, the group quickly left. "M'lord, I've seen him. There's no black mark on his wrist. He shouldn't be the person we're looking for." Once the carriage was several hundred meters away from the wooden door, the leading officer of the city guard quickly stepped forward and rode alongside the carriage. "I understand. You can go." A voice came from within the carriage. As soon as the voice faded, the city guard division officer bowed in acknowledgement and quickly left. Once the city guard officer had left, Li Lin turned to Wang Chong. "Chonger, this is the last one. None of them have the mark you spoke of. What do we do now?" Li Lin looked at Wang Chong, deep concern in his eyes. Wang Chong had been standing next to the city guard the entire time, but of the 30 people Wang Chong had chosen as the most suspicious, including Li Junshan, none of them fulfilled the conditions that Wang Chong had spoken of. Wang Chong sat motionless on the side, his eyes closed as if in thought. None of the investigations had yielded the desired result. From this, it could be said that Wang Chong's deductions had been a complete failure. However, his expression didn't seem to be affected too much. If my guess is right, the other party should have made preparations. After a long while, Wang Chong opened his eyes and suddenly said, "Ah!" Li Lin's body trembled, and he was instantly rendered speechless. If that's the case, won't we never be able to find him? In this period of time, Li Lin had learned a few things from Wang Chong. Given the abilities that the other party had displayed, if they had already noticed Wang Chong's movements and were wary, it would be very difficult to truly uncover them. Uncle-in-law, be at ease. This operation was not completely fruitless. Very soon, I will make him reveal his true whereabouts," Wang Chong indifferently said. As he opened his eyes, they began to exude a dazzling light. While Wang Chong was investigating the true identity of the mastermind, an incident that shook the Tang dynasty's imperial court took place the next day. "Your Majesty, Subject Yi Haiqing has a memorial. Anong Protector General Zhang Shogui has deceived the sovereign and concealed military intelligence. He suffered a major defeat at the hands of the Shi and the Khitans along the Huang River, suffering heavy losses and countless casualties, but he concealed this fact. Not only that, Zhang Shogui even colluded with the Celestial Ambassador and secretly bribed the Celestial Ambassador, hoping that the Celestial Ambassador would deceive the heavens and help him turn a major defeat into a major victory. Zhang Shogui's greed for grandeur and recklessness has committed a crime of deceiving the sovereign. This crime of deceiving the sovereign cannot be lightly forgiven. This lowly subject has a letter from his subordinate. There is no doubt about this matter. Your Majesty, please investigate and punish him severely." Imperial Censor Yi Haiqing gripped his ceremonial tablet as he walked out of the ranks, his entire face ashen. Bang! Yi Haiqing's words stirred up 1,000 ripples. Hearing Yi Haiqing's words, the entire imperial court was shaken. All the officials, be they civil officials or military officials, revealed expressions of extreme shock. Even the motionless the King of Song, who had been watching from the sidelines this entire time, suddenly narrowed his eyes in shock. The Tang dynasty's holy emperor had reigned for 37 years. His political and martial accomplishments were peerless, and he was hailed as the emperor of all ages. It was extremely rare for an emperor to be publicly acknowledged as the emperor of all ages while he was still on the throne. But the Tang dynasty's prosperity and military prowess were something that everyone had witnessed with their own eyes. Even the barbarians were awed by it. Several decades ago, the Holy Emperor had unified the Tang army and fought north and south, defeating all his opponents and forcing all the surrounding countries to submit to him. The Tang dynasty was publicly acknowledged as the strongest empire of the East, and in the hands of the Holy Emperor, the territory of the Central Plains had expanded to unprecedented proportions. Not even the publicly acknowledged first emperor of the Great Qin or Great Emperor Wu of Han had been able to accomplish this. Moreover, the Holy Emperor's martial arts were extremely formidable. He was the only existence in the last 1,000 years who had infinitely approached the god martial realm. And the god martial realm was a true god. In the Central Plains, before the Holy Emperor truly assailed the god martial realm, even the supreme experts were nothing more than legends, illusory and unverifiable existences. In the Tang dynasty, everyone was filled with reverence for the Holy Emperor. No one had expected that someone would dare to deceive the sovereign, and it was Anong Protector General Zhang Shogui. "It's starting so soon?" Wang Chong stood at the very end of the line, his eyes narrowing as he listened to the uproar in the court. Almost instinctively, Wang Chong sensed the scent of a scheme. Starting from Khorasan, the Confucian school had been doing its utmost to have the Tang dynasty cease military warfare and focus on culture, but the greatest opposition and resistance came from the great generals and protector generals of the various borders of the Tang dynasty. The proposal to disband the prefectural armies had already been thwarted by Wang Chong, but the Confucian school was clearly not about to let the matter rest. Zhang Shogui was the second most authoritative figure in the militarist school. He had managed Yuzhou into an impregnable fortress, treating it like his own territory. If not for this, Zhang Shogui would not have been so bold as to call a defeat a victory and lie to the imperial court. If they could topple Zhang Shogui, they could make an example of him. This was clearly the best warning the Confucian school could give to all the great generals and protector generals on the border. As Wang Chong was thinking this, he heard a loud roar. Absurd! Your Confucian school is willing to do anything to suppress the Bureau of Military Personnel. Zhang Shogui was the empire's great general and protector general, one of the empire's most experienced commanders. He had led the army in battle for decades and had never lost a battle. Even the Uzan Empire had suffered defeat after defeat at his hands, losing countless soldiers. He had guarded Yuzhou for so many years that the northeast was peaceful, and the Goguryeo Empire didn't even dare to take a step forward. How could he lose to the puny Shi and Khitans? This is slander. Your Majesty, please investigate. An old official from the Bureau of Military Personnel could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward. Zhang Shogui was the second most famous individual in the Bureau of Military Personnel, his status almost equal to that of the Tang dynasty's war god Wang Zhongxi. There was practically no one in the older generation of generals who did not know of such a person. How could matters of state and military be faked? The Anong Protectorate Army is strewn with corpses on the banks of the Huang River, their blood flowing like rivers, and countless soldiers still lying on the ground. How could this be faked? How could a Confucian scholar impersonate this? Moreover, Zhang Shogui has always been arrogant and conceited. The imperial court sending a Confucian scholar to supervise the army was the decision of the entire imperial court, and Zhang Shogui actually dared to oppose it. He even placed them under house arrest. This is simply impudence. Has the entire underworld continent become his personal territory? Does he still have any regard for the laws of the country, for the holy emperor? He has always been arrogant and conceited, so isn't it normal for this sort of thing to happen to him? Chapter 1274. In the Tang dynasty, whether civil or military, as long as one was of the older generation and had served in the court for 10-some years, there was no one who did not know of Zhang Shogui and understand him. Duke Jiu's name was renowned throughout the world, and he was publicly acknowledged as a virtuous minister. Yet Zhang Shogui had still rebutted and insulted him. And if the Tang dynasty's war god Wang Zhongxi had not resigned his military authority and retreated bravely to protect himself, returning to the palace and becoming the crown prince's junior guardian, Zhang Shogui would have long ago become irreconcilable enemies with him. And Li Linfu was a member of the imperial household and the prime minister of the Tang dynasty, a position that Zhang Shogui coveted. In the entire Tang dynasty, other than the holy emperor, Zhang Shogui had no qualms about anything. There was almost no top-class individual that Zhang Shogui had not come into conflict with. This sort of impression was deeply ingrained in the minds of the civil officials. Moreover, the evidence of Zhang Shogui deceiving the sovereign is irrefutable. Haiqing, take out the evidence. As the old official spoke, he took 2 steps forward and spoke to supervisory censor Yi Haiqing. Whoosh! Yi Haiqing spoke righteously. He didn't say anything else. With a flick of his wrist, 2 pieces of paper fluttered in the air and appeared in front of everyone. This letter was personally written by Zhang Shogui's subordinate, a high-ranking officer who has followed him for 10-some years. He is also one of Zhang Shogui's former subordinates, and has always been loyal to him. He had originally intended to conceal this matter. After all, Zhang Shogui was his superior, but after several nights of suffering, for the sake of those who were about to die, he decided to speak of this matter. Ruler, subject, father, son. Zhang Shogui has truly failed to be a subject. Your Majesty, please investigate this matter. Buzz. The letter in Yi Haiqing's hand caused the hall to fall deathly still. All the generals paled, and even the king of Song slightly paled. The Confucians were not people of the martial path, so they would never joke about such a matter. It was clear that they had concrete evidence. Zhang Shogui was the second most authoritative figure in the military. From a certain perspective, his influence in the military was even greater than that of Wang Chong, and his seniority was not something that Wang Chong could compare to. The militarists were already being forced back again and again by the Confucians, and the situation was extremely bad. If even someone like Zhang Shogui was captured, no one dared to imagine the consequences. Your Majesty! Not only that, Zhang Shogui had even dared to bribe an emissary. Niu Xiantong was just a eunuch, but he actually had nearly 10 million taels of gold yuan certificates on him. Just where had he gotten all this money from? Moreover, not too long ago, Niu Xiantong had sent a memorial to the first prince. The contents of this memorial were in verting black and white, bragging on Zhang Shogui's behalf, making the defeat at the Huang River a great victory, and even begging the imperial court to reward him. Because of the severity of the matter, the first prince consulted us old officials. The first prince can personally testify for this matter. Your Majesty, please punish them severely no matter what. Another civil official walked out from the ranks, but what he said was one disaster after another. The situation was getting worse and worse for Zhang Shogui. The imperial court was deathly still. Even those generals who wanted to argue on Zhang Shogui's behalf were trembling, unable to speak. The Confucians had come prepared. The 2 letters of denunciation from Zhang Shogui's subordinates were already extremely unfavorable. Moreover, they had the support of gold yuan certificates and the first prince's personal testimony. The eldest prince was His Majesty's eldest legitimate son. Anything that involved the eldest prince was a sure thing. No matter how difficult it was to accept, this was a fact that they had no choice but to acknowledge. The Anong Protector General Zhang Shogui and his Yuzhou army, skilled in war, had actually suffered a crushing defeat at the Huang River, losing to the Shi and the Khitans, and they had even falsely claimed a deer as a horse to deceive His Majesty. How could this be? Cannot even Zhang Shogui be saved? If this is the case, who will dare to contend against the Confucians in the future? Won't our martial path and the military path forever be suppressed by the Confucians? The Tang dynasty will have crippled its own martial arts? Once the barbarians invade, who will be able to contend against them? Below the first prince, an old military official with grizzled temples, had a heavy heart. He had been in the imperial court for several decades, but he had never encountered such a perilous situation. Upon entering the hall, this old official almost subconsciously turned his head and expectantly looked to the end of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, to that tall and slender figure near the gate. The entire military was in grave danger. Although he knew that this was an impractical idea, if there was anyone who could reverse the tides and change everything, it was probably the king of foreign lands. Buzz. Just at this moment, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. The old military official turned his head, and was stunned to find that almost all the generals in the court were looking at the young figure at the end of the hall, just like him. Wang Chong mentally gave a long sigh. He could clearly sense the mood. Zhang Shogui's matter had caught everyone off guard. An invincible military official with elite soldiers under his command had actually suffered such a crushing defeat. To many people, this was something they would never have imagined. Lord Zhang. You truly are a hero for a lifetime, but a fool for a moment. Wang Chong mentally shook his head. In terms of pure ability to command, there was no need to doubt Zhang Shogui's ability. Back then, when Yuzhou in the northeast was in turmoil, Zhang Shogui had been stationed in Longxi and sent to Yuzhou to put out the fire. And Zhang Shogui did not disappoint. He successfully established the Anong Protectorate Army and firmly suppressed the Shi, the Khitans, the Western Turkic Khaganate, and the Goguryeo Empire, which had been wreaking havoc on the border. Even someone as arrogant as Yun Gaesaman, the king of Goguryeo, had turned from a tiger into a cat in front of him. All he could do was defend, not counterattack. For 10-some years, he had been unable to sleep, fearing that Zhang Shogui would lead the Yuzhou army into his base. This was a true hero of the Tang dynasty. Even Wang Chong would heartily sigh in praise when he heard some of his deeds. Zhang Shogui himself was probably in the dark about the Battle of the Huang River, but Wang Chong knew what was going on. The strength of the Yuzhou army was renowned throughout the world. If they had not worked together from the inside and schemed against the Khitans, they would have never lost to the Shi and the Khitans. On Mount Kangzamu, a figure suddenly appeared in Wang Chong's mind. As expected, this greatest threat to the Tang dynasty had begun to push aside Zhang Shogui. But Zhang Shogui had never noticed this. Wang Chong had warned him, but alas, he had been too conceited to the point that he would not listen to any advice, conceited to the point that he believed he could control both the Hu and the Han, control everything. He had never once believed that the bird he had raised would have the courage to turn around and attack him. This is the last time I can help you. Take it as me returning your favor. As these thoughts flitted through Wang Chong's mind, he quickly turned his head in another direction. There, a general was fidgeting, apparently waiting for something. When he saw Wang Chong's gaze, he immediately calmed down. Begin. Wang Chong shot him a glance. Your Majesty, this subject has a memorial to present. Just when the atmosphere was extremely oppressive, a loud voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Under the gazes of countless people, the general strode out with his ceremonial tablet in hand. This subject has a letter from Yuzhou, from Anong Protector General Zhang Shogui. This subject hopes to present it to your Majesty. Hua! These words came out of the blue, and the entire hall was in an uproar. All the civil officials, including Yi Haiqing, looked at each other. Suddenly, their expressions became incomparably serious. What's going on here? How could there be a private letter from Zhang Shogui to the Holy Emperor? Yi Haiqing's mind was in turmoil. This matter had originally been in the bag, but now things had taken a completely different direction. For a moment, he didn't even know what to do. Bring it up. At this moment, the Holy Emperor's dignified and resounding voice came from the hall. His voice was suffused with an awe-inspiring strength that instantly silenced the entire imperial court. The general held a letter with both hands, lowered his head, and respectfully walked up to the letter. When he reached the steps, Gao Lisher quickly stepped forward, took the letter, and placed it in the Holy Emperor's hands. For a moment, the mood in the imperial court was extremely strange. Everyone's eyes were focused on the letter in the Holy Emperor's hands, all of them speculating about the contents of Zhang Shogui's letter. Time slowly passed. In the hall, the sage emperor had a dignified expression, his face devoid of emotion. But to those old officials who were familiar with the sage emperor's taut brow had clearly relaxed after reading Zhang Shogui's letter. Your Majesty, in the Battle of the Huang River, Zhang Shogui was blinded by greed. He feared that the Holy Emperor's rebuke would affect his chances of entering the capital and becoming prime minister, so he thought of bribing an angel. Just as supervisory censor Yi Haiqing said, there is no doubt about it. Zhang Shogui is duty-bound. Your Majesty, please punish him severely. But Zhang Shogui also had his reasons for doing this. Everyone knows of Zhang Shogui's obsession with the position of prime minister. Some years ago, if not for an accident, Zhang Shogui would have already become the prime minister of the Tang dynasty. Everyone in the world knows of this. Victory and defeat are commonplace for a soldier. As the Anong Protector General, Zhang Shogui made great contributions to the Tang dynasty. Moreover, although Zhang Shogui was muddle-headed in the end, he still remembered your Majesty's favor. He reined in his horse at the brink of the precipice, realized his error, and confessed to your Majesty. A flaw cannot obscure a jade. I hope that your Majesty will see clearly. The general bowed his head and respectfully said. In the hall, the civil officials, led by Yi Haiqing, had extremely nasty complexions. The general's words had reduced Zhang Shogui's crimes to the minimum. If the Holy Emperor had listened to his words, then this operation to deal with Zhang Shogui would have completely failed. Chapter 1275. Your Majesty, Lord Zhang truly was foolish, but fortunately, it was not too late. In the end, he repented. This letter is proof. I hope that your Majesty will look at this and deal with him again. Raising his robe, Wang Chong stepped forward. Your Majesty, absolutely not. A single letter cannot prove anything. Moreover, it is an indisputable fact that Zhang Shogui had bribed an angel, bribed an army supervisor, and lied about military intelligence. If he could remain unscathed after committing the crime of deceiving the sovereign, wouldn't there be countless imitators in the future? Nothing can be accomplished without rules. A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. I hope that your Majesty will deal with this matter according to the laws of the Tang dynasty. Correct. I hope that your Majesty will uphold the laws of the Tang dynasty and deal with this matter severely. I hope that your Majesty will heavily punish Zhang Shogui. The Confucian civil officials in the court would not let Zhang Shogui's weakness slip by so easily. Yi Haiqing immediately stepped forward to make his case, and the other civil officials began to echo his sentiments, asking the Holy Emperor to heavily punish him. On the side, Wang Chong inwardly sneered at this sight. These Confucian civil officials were only struggling on the verge of death. The calamity of the Tang dynasty was upon them, and Zhang Shogui was one of the best great generals of the Tang dynasty. No matter what, Wang Chong had to protect him. This was both to return a favor to Zhang Shogui and for the sake of the Tang dynasty. How could he let them succeed so easily? As expected, the civil officials had barely spoken when a voice resounded through the hall. But this time, it was not Wang Chong, the King of Song, or anyone else, but the unmoving Holy Emperor. We already know of this matter. Although Zhang Shogui's false report is unforgivable, it has not reached the level of deceiving the sovereign. The Holy Emperor's expression was dignified, but his first words sent a chill through everyone's hearts. We did not receive a memorial from Niu Xiantong to conceal the military situation. Instead, we told the whole story of the Battle of the Huang River. We did not even conceal the fact that he accepted bribes. The gold yuan certificates I received from Zhang Shogui have already been offered up, and we have given them to the Bureau of Revenue to be used as grain for the Bureau of Military Personnel. As for Zhang Shogui, although he promptly repented and did not make a grave mistake, he still had such thoughts and cannot be forgiven. The words of the Holy Emperor made the hearts of Yi Haiqing and the others turn cold. At a time like this, the heavier the Holy Emperor's words were, the lighter they would be in the end. However, the Holy Emperor had already spoken. No matter how unwilling they were, they could not say anything else. However, Zhang Shogui is still a meritorious minister of the Tang dynasty, having made great contributions. Thus, we have decided to use Zhang Shogui's old contributions to atone for his crimes, stripping Zhang Shogui of his post as Anong Protector General and making him temporary Anong Protector General. In addition, he will be fined 5 years of salary and will not be able to be promoted for the next 5 years. Long live the Emperor! Upon hearing the Holy Emperor's decision, everyone bowed and paid their respects. The Holy Emperor had never lightly expressed his opinions, But when it came to the Holy Emperor's decision, everyone had to abide by it, no matter what the final result was. Because this was the final decision. Wang Chong, I just knew that you would never disappoint us. The crisis over Zhang Shogui had finally been averted. The king of Song turned his head in Wang Chong's direction, a strange look in his eyes. Ever since his return from Khorasan, Wang Chong had resolved at least 2 crises. In this aspect, Wang Chong had become the stabilizing force of the military in the court. As long as he was present, no storm would be able to break through to the various corners of the Tang dynasty. Moreover, even the king of Song had praised Wang Chong's strategy. In every dynasty, the crime of deceiving the sovereign was no minor matter. Whether or not Zhang Shogui had done it, the mere thought of doing so was already a heresy, and he had truly bribed Niu Xiantong. For this alone, the Holy Emperor would not forgive him. But Wang Chong's cleverness lay in the fact that he had grasped Zhang Shogui's obsession with the position of prime minister. In truth, 10 some years ago, if Wang Chong's grandfather Duke Jiu had not stopped him, Zhang Shogui would have become prime minister. Moreover, if the Holy Emperor had been a little more resolute, Zhang Shogui would have become prime minister, and none of this would have happened. From this point, the Holy Emperor felt guilty. This was also the crux to Zhang Shogui's survival in this crisis. From the War of the Southwest to the Battle of Talas, in the short span of a year, Wang Chong had become extremely mature. He was completely capable of holding his own, not just on the battlefield, but also in the imperial court. The army could not be crippled, and Wang Chong had become the greatest hope and pillar of the army. The court session quickly concluded, and with a wave of his sleeve, Wang Chong walked out of the hall with a smile on his lips. Lord Zhang, a wise man submits to circumstances. After this incident, you should be more vigilant. Wang Chong raised his head and glanced northeast as he said to himself. Zhang Shogui's arrogance and conceit were renowned throughout the world. When he had Niu Xiantong write a letter to him and advise him to admit his wrongs, Wang Chong had almost immediately received the letter and received a harsh rebuke. One could easily imagine Zhang Shogui's foul temper. But even so, Wang Chong had been confident from the start that this matter would be perfectly resolved. The reason was very simple. Although Zhang Shogui was conceited, he was no fool. Deceiving the sovereign was no minor matter, and Zhang Shogui could not possibly endure such a major incident. I hope that you can learn from your mistakes. Wang Chong chuckled and quickly left. But behind him, not even Wang Chong noticed that someone was staring hatefully at him, an extremely nasty expression on their face. In truth, this matter was not caused by the Confucians, but by the prime minister of the Tang dynasty, Li Linfu. What Zhang Shogui had been constantly thinking about was precisely his position. By helping Zhang Shogui avert danger, Wang Chong had unquestionably made himself an enemy of him. One could easily imagine what Li Linfu was feeling. Lord Prime Minister, let's go. A voice suddenly came from the side. An official had walked over without anyone noticing. Haha, Lord Zhang, please. Li Linfu smiled faintly, like a spring breeze, and the hatred in his eyes quickly dissipated. The imperial city of the Tang dynasty towered with majesty and grandeur. When Wang Chong walked out of the imperial palace, dressed in a crimson imperial robe, the atmosphere was completely different from that of the imperial court. Milord! Outside the imperial city, a luxurious carriage of gold and silver stood. Next to the carriage, a figure stood up and went to greet Wang Chong. But it was not Zhang Ke, who Wang Chong usually brought with him, but the eagle. He was wrapped in a black robe. Ever since Wang Chong had left him in the capital and put him in charge of building an intelligence force, the eagle had become much sharper and more capable. He was like a long saber that had been washed away, revealing its original sharpness. How is it? Upon seeing the eagle, Wang Chong's pupils constricted as he immediately asked. Although they were separated by a single wall, the atmosphere inside and outside the palace was completely different. and for Wang Chong, the moment he walked out of the palace gate, the matter in the imperial court had concluded, but the war outside the imperial court had only just begun. "Is everything ready?" Wang Chong glanced at the eagle and sternly said. His expression was solemn, completely different from when he had been in the imperial court. From Khorasan to the capital, he had always wanted to uncover the mastermind behind the curtains, and now, the truth was finally on the verge of coming to light. That person was finally about to reveal himself. "Milord, according to Milord's orders, everything has been taken care of. In a few more days we will be able to see him," the eagle sternly said. In his heart, he was no less anxious than Wang Chong. In the hearts of the eagle, Zhang Ke, and everyone else, Wang Chong's status was far above all else, even their own. Anyone who dared to treat Wang Chong like this, dared to treat the Tang dynasty like this, would never be forgiven. "Very good." With a wave of his sleeve, Wang Chong swiftly walked forward. "Then let us wait a few more days." With these words, Wang Chong swiftly boarded the carriage and vanished. "Hiya!" The eagle also took the driver's seat, and with a crack of his whip, the carriage began to move toward the eastern part of the city. Flap flap! As Wang Chong's carriage left the imperial city and began to head toward the eastern part of the city, a small but extremely fast eagle shot out like a bolt of lightning toward the northeast. "Milord, look!" Several days later, in Yuzhou to the northwest, an officer of the Anong Protectorate Army rushed into the Protectorate headquarters and solemnly handed over a letter. Zhang Shogui took it, and with a single glance, his face immediately paled. He even broke out in a cold sweat. In his decades in the army, Zhang Shogui had participated in hundreds of battles and faced countless life-threatening dangers, but none of them had been as dangerous as the matter recorded on this thin piece of paper. For a moment, even though nothing had happened around him, Zhang Shogui felt like he had escaped death, that he had just escaped from the gates of hell. If he had not listened to Wang Chong's suggestion, the civil officials in the imperial court would have impeached him, and his decades of hard work would have been for naught. How could it be like this? Zhang Shogui muttered to himself as he recalled that youth in the capital. This time, Wang Chong had truly saved his life. "Investigate. Investigate for me. I want to know just who leaked the matter between me and Niu Xiantong." Zhang Shogui crushed the letter into a ball, unable to restrain his rage. The incident in the capital had truly shocked him, but what shocked him the most was that someone in Yuzhou had actually dared to betray him, and it had even been one of his close subordinates. "Yes, milord." The general quickly left, and with Zhang Shogui's order, the lands of Yuzhou began to tremble in an unprecedented manner. Bastard! Chapter 1276. King of Foreign Lands. I, Unyaluoshan, cannot exist under the same sky as you. One day, I will tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces as an offering to Ashina's soul in heaven. The Hu leader's eyes exploded with rage and hatred. This was none other than Unyaluoshan, who had met with Wang Chong once in the capital, had been pursued by Wang Chong, and had even killed his sworn brother, Ashina Sugan, at the hands of Wang Chong. Gathered around him were the generals of the Anong Protectorate Army. In terms of appearance, each of these generals had the strong characteristics of the Hu. And each of these people had incredibly powerful cultivations, and none of them were lower than Tier 8 of the Imperial Martial Realm. Moreover, these people exuded a thick killing intent, the stench of blood that came from those who had risked their lives in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. From this, one could see that these people had extremely high statuses in the Anong Protectorate Army. And all of these people had gathered around Unyaluoshan, following his orders. Unyaluoshan, now is not the time to be angry. The king of foreign lands is like the noon sun, and not even the Confucians can deal with him. We originally planned to use the Confucians to deal with that person, but he ruined all of our plans. If this continues, as long as the king of foreign lands remains in the imperial court, we won't be able to deal with him. A voice suddenly resounded from the mountain, and with this voice, there was a thump as a silver-white war boot stepped out. In the blink of an eye, a man with a blazing aura appeared in front of Enyaluoshan. From the energy he exuded, this person was at least at the Saint Martial realm, and he had reached an extremely high level. That's right. The appearance of the king of foreign lands among the Tang people is definitely not a good thing. I have a feeling that he will definitely be a powerful foe in the future. At this moment, a second general stepped forward, his aura even more powerful than that of the first Hu. You're right. Another voice rang out as another general stepped forward. The winds howled, and everyone stared at Enyaluoshan in the center of the mountain in a deathly stillness. The Gochin star in the heavens, the king of foreign lands on the earth. There was a saying in the central divine prefecture that the North Star was the lord of all stars. It resided at the side of the Emperor's star, Violet Star, and assisted the Emperor's star. It was the master of war and slaughter. And in the central plains, Wang Chong's reputation was like the noon sun, far surpassing Geshu Han, and Sishan, Duwusili, Abu Muslim, and all the other top-class great generals. Now that the Arab governor of war, Qutayba, had been killed by Wang Chong was being hailed as the #1 war god of the West and East. His status was even higher than that of all the generals. Although there were many people who were privately unconvinced, in terms of military record, Wang Chong had won 3 battles in a short period of time: the Southwest, Talas, and Khorasan. He had vanquished more than 1 million enemies, a feat that few people in the world could compare to. Even for them, they were also quite fearful. This is not the time to talk about this. And Enyaluoshan's eyes were bloodshot as he firmly declared. His gaze quickly turned to the 2 figures to his right. Zhao Can, Baijian Tuoluo, you can no longer remain in Yuzhou. Our plan has failed, and that person will soon send someone over. I've already taken care of the Shi and Khitans. You should immediately escape. In an instant, the surroundings quietened down. Everyone turned to look at the 2 figures. One of them was dressed in a white robe, and his eyebrows and beard were all white, an extremely rare sight even among the Hu. The other person had a name that sounded like a Han and seemed like it, but if one looked carefully, one would notice that his forehead had the strong characteristics of a Hu. He was clearly a mix of Hu and Han. These 2 were both high-ranking generals under Zhang Shogui's command. But no one could have imagined that in the Battle of the Huang River not long ago, these 2 had used Zhang Shogui's orders to force Zhang Shogui's old subordinate, Pinglu commander Wu Zi, to attack the Shi and Khitans. At the same time, they had leaked the information and the route of the army to the Shi, Khitans, and Eastern Turks, ultimately leading to this defeat. Understood. The 2 nodded and replied in unison. Whether it was the defeat at the Huang River or the failure of the plot against Zhang Shogui in the imperial court, someone had to take responsibility and draw out Zhang Shogui's anger. And this was something that ordinary soldiers could not do at all. Gallop, gallop, gallop. Zhao Can and Baijian Tuoluo quickly mounted their war horses and left. Not long after they left, rumbling sounds could be heard as the earth trembled. Countless Yuzhou iron cavalry were charging towards them. The 8th day of the 4th month, Buddha's birthday, was a fine and sunny day. At the end of the Sui and the beginning of the Tang, when Emperor Taizong was still a prince and his reputation was not that great, he had 18 senior Buddhist monks at his side, helping him repeatedly avert calamities in his early days and finally succeed in his empire. After Emperor Taizong succeeded to the throne, he remembered this kindness and returned the favor by allowing Buddhism to spread throughout the Tang dynasty. Thus, even though Arloja and Arayo, 2 Sindhi Buddhist monks who could not speak the same language, could still beg for alms in the capital of the Tang dynasty without worrying about filling their stomach. Even now, Buddha's birthday had a great influence on the common people. On this day, there would be many commoners who would go to the nearby monasteries to bathe and offer flowers. There would be a parade of Buddha statues on the street. At night, there would be a lively lantern show. Men and women in love would make a wish on the upper reaches of the river. Then, they would release hundreds and thousands of lotus lanterns to float along the river. Scholars, talents, and literary men would also be in high spirits at this moment. They would go to various restaurants and tea parties to compose poems and lyrics together. The eagle, Zhang Ke, today is Buddha's birthday. Let's go out for a stroll. In the morning, the door to the study opened, and Wang Chong walked out after taking a bath and changing his clothes. Today, Wang Chong was not wearing the crimson imperial robe that represented his status, nor was he dressed in military attire. Instead, he was wearing an azure robe. His long hair, black and translucent, was tied up with a single hairband. He looked casual and natural, exuding a scholarly aura that was rarely seen on him. The Wang clan was a clan of ministers and generals. When on horseback, they could pacify the four seas, and when off horseback, they could govern the world. As a descendant of the Wang clan, Wang Chong had inherited his grandfather Duke Jiu's temperament. After changing into a new set of robes, Wang Chong appeared calm and elegant, like a bamboo tree or a pine tree. Looking at him, the maids couldn't help but blush and fall into a daze. "My lord, the carriage is ready." Seeing Wang Chong, Suki quickly stepped forward and bowed his head. Wang Chong nodded, his expression calm as he leisurely walked to the door. A carriage was quietly waiting there. Wang Chong parted the curtain and saw a beautiful woman dressed in a white dress, a smile on her lips as she sat in the carriage. It seemed like she had been waiting for him for a long time. The sight of Wang Chong dressed in casual clothes, his scholarly and tranquil appearance, even the beauty couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. "Qi-Qin, are you going as well?" The first to speak was Wang Chong. As he gazed at the fairy-like Su Yi-Qin in the carriage, a hint of surprise flitted through Wang Chong's eyes. After returning to the capital, perhaps because she had put down her worries and had been carefully nursed back to health, Su Yi-Qin's complexion was much better. Su Yi-Qin warmly smiled and nodded. "After waiting for so long, I also want to go and see." "What, I'm not welcome?" "You know that I'll never be able to refuse you." Wang Chong smiled as he sat down next to Su Yi-Qin. The carriage set off from the gate of the Wang clan toward the eastern part of the city. After passing through many streets, the capital was completely different from the past. The streets were bustling with people, adults with children, singing and dancing in the crowd. The sound of firecrackers and fireworks could be heard throughout the capital. Moreover, on the streets, one could frequently see groups of 3 to 5 scholars who flaunted their elegance and recited poems. If the two masters were here, they would definitely be very happy. On this day, they could eat all of Chang'an. Su Yi-Qin looked away from the window and smiled at Wang Chong, her expression suffused with the innocence of a young girl. Although she was called the Queen of Logistics and had helped Wang Chong manage the rear in an orderly manner during the Battle of Talas, even acting as a pillar of stability for the rear, when one cast aside the state she had been in during the war, deep within her heart, Su Yi-Qin was just like any other girl, possessing a naive and unrestrained side. "You also know?" The smile on Su Yi-Qin's face made Wang Chong's mood lighten, and even his tone carried a hint of a smile. To travel east and west, they have to pass through Qixi. When I was in Qixi, I met them twice and heard them talk about their days in the capital. Su Yi-Qin couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Chong silently smiled. Su Yi-Qin was speaking of when Arloja and Arloja had first arrived at the Tang dynasty. Because of the language barrier, the two of them had starved for 2 days in the capital. Later on, someone had reminded them, and the two of them had learned to bring 2 alms bowls with them when they begged for alms. Only now did the people of the capital understand that they had not come to recite scriptures or spread teachings, but to ask for food. Flap, flap. In this joyous mood, the flapping of wings came from outside the carriage. The eagle extended his right hand and caught the bird, and then all was quiet. After some time, Suki's voice rang out in Wang Chong's ear. "Milord, the eagle has sent a message. We've found it." It was just a simple sentence, but it seemed to have infinite magic power. The carriage immediately fell silent. Su Yiqin froze, and then, as if realizing something, she immediately turned to Wang Chong. But Wang Chong restrained his expression, his eyes half closed, his face devoid of emotion. The 8th day of the 4th month was Buddha's birthday, but Wang Chong had not really come to celebrate it. After a long period of probing, Wang Chong had finally gotten close to the core of the truth. Everything was about to come to light, and that person who had been hiding behind the curtains and controlling all the officials of the court, even the Grand Preceptor, King Qi, Li Linfu, and the First Prince, was finally about to reveal himself. Let's go. Chapter 1277. Hiya! Outside the carriage, Suki solemnly shook the reins and quickly changed the direction the carriage was heading in. Drunken Moon Pavilion. In the capital, this restaurant wasn't very famous. At the very least, it couldn't compare to Wang Chong's Grand White Pavilion or the Yao clan's vast Crane Pavilion. It could only be considered average. However, Drunken Moon Pavilion, with its simple elegance and elegance, had attracted the attention of many literati in the capital. Even some ministers of the imperial court would occasionally visit this place to drink a few cups of wine, compose poems, and even leave behind their original work. Rumble! With a deafening rumble, a luxurious carriage of gold and silver stopped in front of Drunken Moon Pavilion. With a creak, the carriage door opened and Wang Chong walked out with a flick of his sleeve. In front of Drunken Moon Pavilion, a bowed figure was waiting for him. "Are you sure?" Wang Chong held his hands behind his back as he looked up at the black and golden signboard of Drunken Moon Pavilion. "Milord, there's no doubt about it. I'm the one who's going to deal with this personally. There won't be the slightest mistake," Eagle respectfully said. Ever since the men he had sent to follow that mysterious minor official at the city gate had been killed, Eagle had learned his lesson and become much more cautious. The men he sent were all top-notch, and there were even times when he would personally take action. The target this time was extremely important, so Eagle didn't dare to be careless. Wang Chong nodded and quickly looked away. There was an endless stream of carriages in front of Drunken Moon Pavilion. All kinds of carriages were parked here, the favorite vehicles of scholars and scholars. From the looks of it, this was a typical Confucian gathering and banquet. With a wave of his sleeve, Wang Chong immediately began to make his way inside. Milord, I'm truly sorry, but this store is already full. Young master, please return." Before Wang Chong could walk in, a servant hurriedly came to greet Wang Chong. He bowed and nodded, wanting to stop Wang Chong from entering. However, with a whoosh, Wang Chong had already brushed past his shoulder, crossed the door, and entered the Drunken Moon Inn. The servant was stunned. However, just as he tried to stop him again and chase after him, "Pa!" Behind him, 2 bags of silver were tossed out. One bag landed on the counter and the other on the waiter's hand. At the same time, there was a flash of light. The eagle's burly body was already in front of the waiter. "My lord is handling some matters. He won't take up your place, nor will he disturb your business. Get out of the way," the eagle said as he flashed the dragon token in his hand. King of foreign lands." Although the eagle had retracted it quickly, the manservant had sharp eyes and recognized it at a glance. A trace of awe flashed across his face, and he quickly retreated to the side. Wang Chong paid no attention to what was going on behind him. Leaving everything to the eagle, Wang Chong began to ascend the wooden spiral staircase to the 2nd floor. Bang! As Wang Chong's foot reached the 2nd floor, he felt a strange sensation. Wang Chong looked up and saw that the 2nd floor was packed with distinguished guests. Countless grand Confucians had gathered here. These great scholars, grand scholars, and young scholars, all of them were virtuous and knowledgeable. They didn't do anything, they just knelt there, not moving at all, but they gave off a strong scholarly aura of the Tao of literature. They were clearly famous figures of the Confucian school. But strangely, on the 8th day of the 4th month, Buddha's birthday, the entire capital was abuzz with activity. Countless scholars would gather in this sort of restaurant, creating a lively atmosphere. But when Wang Chong ascended to the second floor of Drunken Moon Pavilion, he heard no noise. Not only that, in contrast to the joyous and auspicious atmosphere of the outside world, the atmosphere in Drunken Moon Pavilion was solemn and solemn. All these Confucians were sitting upright and still, their gazes fixed in the same direction. Even when Wang Chong appeared, they did not move at all, as if they hadn't seen Wang Chong at all. Wang Chong's brow rose, an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was like he had intruded on some sacred ceremony. Ding! At this moment, a metallic clatter resounded in his mind. Wang Chong turned his head in the direction of this metallic clatter, as well as the gazes of all the other Confucians. In the center of the second floor, Wang Chong saw a square that had been intentionally left empty. In this empty space was a young man dressed in a black robe, his sleeves flapping in the wind as he danced in the air. His sword dance varied in speed, relaxed but not lacking in strength, free and dignified. His sword intent was imbued with some sort of divine and dignified aura, seemingly imbued with hope and entrustment. Wang Chong had been in the capital for 10-some years now, so he had seen and heard of all sorts of things, but he had never seen this sort of sword dance before. What a high cultivation! This person had his back to Wang Chong as he danced with his sword, but Wang Chong could clearly see that 90% of the time, this person was floating in the air, the tips of his toes only a hair's breadth above the ground. Although it was only a hair's breadth, achieving this was no easy task. Not even an imperial martial expert or an ordinary saint martial expert would be able to do it. One could say that the slightest difference was the difference of 1,000 li. Swish! As Wang Chong looked over, the man finally turned around. At this moment, Wang Chong could clearly see that this person was wearing a white mask. This mask had no eyebrows or beard, not even a mouth. All that was left were 2 holes where the eyes should have been, and beneath these holes was a pair of sharp eyes. When Wang Chong appeared on the stairs of the second floor, a hint of surprise flitted through that man's eyes, but it only took a moment for the man to return to normal and continue his dance. Interesting. Wang Chong could clearly see the ripple in that man's eyes, but it only lasted for a moment before Wang Chong turned his head in another direction. As his eyes scanned the hall on the second floor, Wang Chong's gaze quickly fell on a white-clothed young man of 26 or 27 years of age, who exuded a scholarly aura. His aura was completely different from the others. This handsome young man sat there motionlessly, but he naturally exuded the aura of a leader. Among the group of great Confucians, he stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. When Wang Chong saw him, the white-clothed Confucian also noticed Wang Chong. Wang Chong grinned, walked through the hall, and sat down across from the white-clothed Confucian. "We finally meet," Wang Chong suddenly said as he carefully examined the handsome white-robed Confucian across from him. If he didn't know, no one would have guessed that this white-clothed Confucian, who didn't seem to know any martial arts, was the mastermind who had been hiding in the shadows and controlling everything. He had been able to use the Grand Preceptor, King Qi, Li Linfu, and the First Prince, and had even transferred Wang Chong back from Khorasan and stripped him of his military authority. As expected of the king of foreign lands. "You were able to recognize me so quickly." The white-clothed Confucian faintly smiled as he looked at Wang Chong, his expression calm and unperturbed. So should I call you Li Junshan or Li Junxian?" His gaze moved away from the white-robed Confucian and fell on the other scholar with a feather fan and silk scarf, and then he withdrew his gaze. The scholar sitting next to him was none other than the Li Junshan that Wang Chong had met behind the wooden door of the city guard. "Ha! The king of foreign lands truly has a keen eye. I knew that you would come looking for me." May I ask, just where did I reveal my weakness? The white-clothed Confucian indifferently said. As he spoke, he took a cup of wine from the table and took a sip. You're too impatient and too greedy. You shouldn't have interfered in Zhang Shogui's affairs. Wang Chong indifferently said. Although none of the 30 Confucians that Wang Chong had been looking for when he had borrowed the strength of the city guard, Wang Chong had not come away empty-handed. At the very least, he could confirm that the person he was looking for was definitely among those Confucian scholars. Unfortunately, such a large-scale operation by the City Defense Division inevitably alarmed the other party. As a result, the other party had used certain methods, such as substituting a leopard cat for a crown prince, to conceal his identity. In normal circumstances, if the other party had not made any new moves, Wang Chong would have needed a very long time to find them. But just as Wang Chong had said, the other party had been too impatient and too greedy. Wang Chong was 80% confident that the Confucians would use this opportunity to deal with Zhang Shogui. Thus, Wang Chong had arranged for the Eagle to plant spies among King Qi, the Grand Preceptor Li Linfu, and even the First Prince. Wang Chong had borrowed the strength of Li Heng and Li Jingzhong to place spies in the palace. In Wang Chong's plan, there was an extremely high chance that the other party would act, and once they did, Wang Chong was completely confident that he could capture them, as Zhang Shogui's status was simply too high. And in order to deal with the second authoritative figure of the Tang dynasty, the other party could not just send a few small fries. They would have to personally appear. Leaders of the Tang dynasty like the Grand Preceptor and King Qi, especially the proud and conceited King Qi, would never receive an audience with an ordinary person of lower status. In order to deal with the Confucians and find the mastermind, this was the best opportunity. But Wang Chong was not completely confident. As long as the other party did not take the bait, Wang Chong's plans would be meaningless. Alas, the other party was still unable to keep his cool. As expected. So from the moment I impeached Zhang Shogui, I was already exposed, right? The white-robed Confucian had a calm and emotionless expression, as if he had already expected this. Here. At this moment, a voice came from next to his ear. Wang Chong turned his head and saw a young scholar walking over with a tray. Bending down, the young scholar first placed a cup and chopsticks on the table for Wang Chong, then picked up the wine pot and poured a full cup for Wang Chong. After that, he took a black hairband from the wooden tray and placed it at the side. Wang Chong slightly frowned at the sight of this hairband. This is? But the young scholar did not explain. After placing everything down, he quickly turned and left. Chapter 1278. Come, Your Highness, please. A voice came from the opposite side. At some point, the white-robed Confucian had raised his wine cup in front of him and made a gesture of invitation. Haha, Brother Li is too courteous. Please. A strange light flashed through Wang Chong's eyes, and he returned to his senses. He raised his wine cup and clinked it against the white-robed Confucians. Bzzz. As their wine cups drew closer, the atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly changed. The Confucian scholars in the restaurant had originally been sitting upright and still, watching the young swordsman in the empty space. But at this moment, as if attracted by something, they all looked over. Clang! With a crisp sound, the next moment, the two wine cups collided in midair. The crisp sound was like thunder in the quiet atmosphere. But at this moment, something strange happened. Wang Chong's eyes flashed, and a majestic power immediately flowed through his arm, into the wine cup, and vibrated against the other side. Bang! In the next moment, a strange feeling came from the other side. As the wine cups collided, Wang Chong clearly felt as if he had collided against an invisible mountain. The white-robed Confucian raised his wine cup high, a smile on his lips, and did not move at all. Not even the wine in the cup trembled. Interesting. Wang Chong smiled slightly and immediately increased his strength. An even more majestic power surged out like a river, boundless, and rushed toward the white-robed Confucian scholar. At almost the same time, an enormous power also burst forth from the white-robed Confucian. The two of them looked at each other, and the two powerful forces passed through their wine cups and collided in midair. But whether it was Wang Chong or the white-robed Confucian, the wine cups in their hands did not move at all. All of the shock and impact was completely isolated by the two of them. Even the wine in the cup did not shake at all, and it was as calm as the surface of a lake. The power continued to increase, and in a short period of time, the surrounding ground immediately began to tremble. This trembling was indiscernible at first, but in the blink of an eye, it immediately became violent. Very quickly, the surrounding tables, chairs, and dishes began to shake as well. The tremors continued to intensify, and in the end, even the entire restaurant was shaking as if there was an earthquake. All the Confucian scholars in the restaurant were shocked by the power that erupted from Wang Chong and the white-robed scholar, causing them to lose their balance and stand up one after another. Crash! A large number of cups and saucers couldn't withstand the force and slid off the table, shattering into pieces. Buzz! Almost at the same time, Wang Chong and the white-robed Confucian scholar withdrew their strength and put away their wine cup. The two enormous forces that could shatter mountains and split the earth disappeared at the same time. The two of them were simply too powerful. If they were to continue probing, the entire restaurant would probably be torn into two. Your Royal Highness has great skills. The white-robed Confucian was the first to take back his cup, raise his head, and drink it in one gulp. Putting down the wine cup, the white-robed Confucian scholar had a calm expression on his face. Even his breathing had not become chaotic in the slightest. It was clear that he had not used his full strength in the previous exchange. Good cultivation, Brother Li. At almost the same time, Wang Chong also drained his cup and placed it back on the table. In this exchange of probing attacks, neither of them had managed to gain the upper hand. I didn't think that the Confucians would have such a formidable expert. Wang Chong appeared calm, but his mind was in turmoil. Although Wang Chong appeared to be only 18, his strength was extremely rare in the world. Just based on his great general level, very few people could compare to him. Even someone as powerful as the governor of War Kataba had died at his hands, let alone others. Wang Chong had never imagined that there would be someone on the same level as him. In that exchange just now, although it had only been a small-scale probing attack, Wang Chong had sensed that the white-robed Confucian scholar's cultivation was on par with his, and his psychic energy was also extremely mysterious. Wang Chong was a grandmaster in the field of psychic energy, and even Mazel had died at his hands. But this white-robed Confucian scholar was not one bit weaker than him, and he could even change the energy of his psychic energy. This was simply unheard of. The restaurant was deathly still and tense. Everyone stared at Wang Chong and the white-robed Confucian, fearful that the two would start fighting again. Right at this moment, a clear and melodious sword hum suddenly rang out. In the center of the second floor, the man wearing a white mask and a black robe suddenly withdrew his sword and retreated from the empty space. All of you are dismissed. Right at this moment, the white-robed scholar suddenly spoke and flicked his sleeves. Yes. With this order, more than half of the Confucians in the restaurant withdrew, leaving only a small number scattered throughout the restaurant and behind the white-robed Confucian. With this simple order, the atmosphere in the restaurant immediately eased up a lot. Crackle! At this moment, the sound of fireworks and firecrackers came from the restaurant. Accompanied by the laughter of adults and children, the sound was particularly loud in the quiet restaurant. Ha ha! The white-robed Confucian across from Wang Chong spoke once more. He raised the silver wine pot and poured a cup for Wang Chong before filling it for himself. Your Highness is erudite and talented, and your grandfather is the world-renowned Duke Jiao. Does your Highness know what day today is? Wang Chong did not reply, only stared at the scholar. He knew that since the scholar had asked this question, he had something to say. The teachings of the West have spread to the East. Everyone knows that the 8th day of the 4th month is the birthday of Buddha, but how many people know that today is the day when the 100 sages of the spring and autumn period die? These words took Wang Chong by surprise, and he immediately raised his brow as he waited for the white-robed Confucian to continue. In the spring and autumn period, the kingdoms warred against each other, and the common people lived every day in dire strait. It was a time of true survival of the fittest, an age of azure where the world was plunged into misery and suffering. Later, the 100 sages propagated their ideas and paid an enormous price to change the hearts of the people. The concept of benevolence and righteousness was deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people, turning that era of beasts into an era of man and achieving the great harmony of the world. The white-robed Confucian solemnly said. Wang Chong did not speak and listened carefully, but when he heard the words great harmony of the world, he frowned imperceptibly. In the spring and autumn period, although the kingdoms warred against each other, the 100 sages shone upon that era. Each sage was like a flame in the darkness, illuminating that era and guiding the common people in the right direction. But now, the 100 sages have died, and the people of the divine continent, including the surrounding worlds, have fallen into darkness. They have lost their way and become beasts once more. Losing the 100 sages is a loss for all of us. Thus, every year on this day, when the sages die, we gather together to pay our respects to the sages. The white-robed Confucian said in a resounding voice. Wang Chong's mind trembled as he suddenly understood why he had felt so strange upon entering the restaurant. He also understood why there was that strange sword dance and why everyone was wearing black headband. They were paying respects to the sages. King of foreign lands, you are the most talented person we have ever seen. In such a short time, you were able to pacify Mengshi Zhao and Arabia. There are even people in the court who call you the new war god of the generation. A person can live for 100 lifetimes, but they will eventually die. There are some things that have a value and meaning that far surpass the life of a single person. I hope that you can join us and lend me a hand. Together, we can fulfill the wish of the sages and make the world truly great harmony of the world. Not just the Tang people, not just the Central Plains, but all the civilizations and worlds, including the Turks, the Gogurians, the Shi, the Uzan, the Khitans, and all the other foreigners, as well as the Arabs of the Western world. There were conflicts, killings, and endless wars precisely because of differences in language and ideology. But if the world was united, if the ideals of benevolence and righteousness were deeply embedded in the surrounding barbarians, including the Abbasid Caliphate, and if they could unify their language, then all conflicts and killings would cease to exist, forever vanishing from the face of this land. This is the true method of ending war forever. This is the true great harmony of the world. The white-robed Confucian's voice was solemn as he spoke. It did not seem like the product of a moment of passion, but the result of thousands of careful deliberations. Wang Chong had been earnestly listening this entire time, not even interrupting him. Wang Chong knew far too little about these people, these mysterious factions that ruled over the Tang dynasty and controlled the Grand Preceptor, King Qi, Li Linfu, and the First Prince. No, it was because the entire world knew nothing about them. Wang Chong was well aware that this was his best chance to understand them. Great harmony of the world? The white-robed Confucian's final words caused Wang Chong's expression to darken and his brow to crease. If the white-robed Confucian had not said these words, Wang Chong might have felt some admiration for him, but the great harmony of the world? How many people with lofty ideals had there been since ancient times? How many had actually realized this? Even in another world, the accumulation of thousands of years would be nothing more than a pipe dream. Lofty aspirations could not overcome selfish desires, and ideals would always lose to the hearts of men. Since ancient times, whenever someone mentioned these words, it would always be accompanied by enormous amounts of blood and sacrifice. Most of the time, the words great harmony of the world became a tool for lunatics, delusional, and ambitious people to realize their own selfish desires. For their own stubbornness, they would drag everyone in the world into it and make them die with them. Wang Chong was not opposed to the great harmony of the world, but the great harmony of the world required eternal perseverance, the constant change of thousands of generations. It was not a goal that could be achieved in a few decades, 100 years, or even a single generation based on one's own hope. They could never succeed. Such people would only bring disaster and destruction to the world. Chapter 1279. For a moment, Wang Chong's eyes turned grave. He had speculated countless times about his opponent. If his opponents were just a bunch of ambitious schemers, then no matter how dangerous they were, Wang Chong was confident that he could limit their influence to a certain extent. But if this was the harmonious world, then this matter would be far more serious than he had imagined. Impossible. You can't make it happen, Wang Chong calmly said, his entire being calm and collected. This was not a rebuttal, nor was it a personal grudge, but a statement of fact. These people had no idea what they were doing. Tigers and wolves were tigers and wolves. The surrounding countries of the Tang dynasty were just feigning civility and using them. To think that they could use a few schools to change the surrounding barbarians was a childish fantasy. More importantly, they had no idea that a great calamity was approaching. They had to face far more than just the surrounding barbarians. The Tang dynasty no longer had time. But he couldn't tell them this. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together, and how could they possibly believe him? Haha, times have changed. It was naturally impossible in the past, but it's different now. The white-robed Confucian faintly smiled at Wang Chong's words. He seemed to have expected this and wasn't angry. The current Tang dynasty no longer has to worry about its borders, and it has even signed peace treaties with all the surrounding countries. The Confucian schools have spread far and wide. The Eastern and Western Turks, the Uzun, Goguryeo, Mengshizhao, the Shi, the Khitans, and even the Abbasid Caliphate have all established many Confucian schools. Many who have entered these schools to study benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith. The Confucian ideology has penetrated deep into lands that have never been touched before, and it has even received the vigorous support of the emperors and khans. This is something that no one has ever done before. The barbarians are barbarians because they do not understand propriety. The beasts are beasts because they do not understand benevolence. What we are doing now is teaching them propriety, righteousness, changing their minds. As long as the barbarians understood benevolence, righteousness, etiquette, and wisdom, they would share the same thoughts as us. Then, there would not be so many wars and killings. Under normal circumstances, all lands belong to the king. Those who lead the land belong to the king. As long as they had the same thoughts, they would belong to the same country and the same people. This was the trend of the times, and no one could change it. This was the greatest change in the history of the world, the greatest unforeseen event. It was an achievement that none of the 100 saints had ever achieved. As long as this can be achieved, I'm willing to die 100 times. The white-robed Confucian, Li Juanxian's eyes were bright and his voice resounded. His expression was brimming with endless fascination, as if he could see through time and space to the boundless depths. Beside him, the other Confucian scholars were just as excited. What the white-robed Confucian scholar said was also what they were thinking. For thousands of years, countless people with lofty ideals had tried to achieve this goal but failed, but now they had a chance to do so. Uzun, Goguryeo, the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates, Mengshizhao, Arabia, all the barbarians, all the countries on the border, had opened their tightly shut gates to the Tang dynasty, to the Confucians. This was the best era for the Confucians, the greatest era of all time. To all the saints. Li Junxian suddenly raised his wine cup to the air. To all the saints. At almost the same time, a resounding voice resounded through the restaurant. All the Confucian scholars that remained in the restaurant raised their wine cups to the air. This was a ceremony, and even in front of Wang Chong, none of them had any intention of concealing it. For a moment the entire restaurant was deathly still. As Wang Chong gazed at the solemn and respectful expressions on the faces of these Confucians, his heart sank. But deep in his heart, Wang Chong slowly steeled his resolve. King of foreign lands, I know what you're thinking, but if you experienced what I experienced, you would assuredly agree with our current goals and ideals. Across from him, Li Junxian faintly smiled, exuding a scholarly aura. Although this was the anniversary of the death of 100 saints, Li Junxian's eyes and ears were sharp, and he had long ago taken note of Wang Chong's reaction. I was adopted by the Confucians as a child. At the age of 3, I studied etiquette and righteousness. At the age of 5, and by the age of 6, I was well-read. From ancient times to modern times, there was nothing that I did not know about. The classics of the state, the private collections, the classics and histories, the unofficial histories. By the time I was 7, there were no books that I could read, no teachers that could teach me. It was at that time that I first came into contact with the concept of the harmonious world. At the time, I didn't have much understanding of the harmonious world. Only when I went out did I encounter 2 antelopes fighting each other. Back then, my teacher told me that antelopes were like that because they were beasts. They didn't know benevolence and modesty. If they understood benevolence and modesty and knew that they were the same kind, they wouldn't fight like that. In the end, the 2 antelopes suffered vital injuries and bled to death. That was the first time I saw life die, so it left an extremely deep impression on me. It was also the first time I understood why the world needed benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom, the harmonious world. But the one who truly made me understand the weight and meaning of the harmonious world was you, King of foreign lands. Li Junxian suddenly looked at Wang Chong and said. Wang Chong's body trembled at these words, and he raised his head to look at Li Junxian. These words caught him by surprise. Wang Chong had never imagined that this mysterious manipulator of the Confucian school would have a connection to him. King of foreign lands, perhaps you don't know, but the first time I saw death on a large scale, experienced the cruelty of war, truly acknowledged the principle of the harmonious world, and made it my lifelong wish to carry it out was when the War of the Southwest erupted. You led more than 1,000 clan experts and became a legend on that battlefield. That was the first time I saw what the Azura Hell was like. The entire mountain was littered with corpses. Hundreds of thousands of corpses were strewn all over the place like weed. The earth turned from green to red, and blood flowed like rivers. 10 some days after the end of the war, the stench was still pungent. Intestines and brains were exposed. That was the first time I was touched, the first time I truly understood that the difference in thinking between people, between countries, and that the selfish desires of people could cause so much harm. Wang Chong said nothing, but his eyes were filled with shock. He had never known that this mysterious manipulator of the Confucian school had this kind of connection to him, much less that such a person had arrived at the end of that war. The War of the Southwest was only the beginning. I went to other places, Baiting, Anong, and Talas and Karasan, where you forged your current reputation as the war god. Li Junxian slowly spoke, a look of reminiscence in his eyes. In the Southwest, I believed that I had seen the pinnacle of war, but only in Talas and Karasan did I realize that my thinking was too simple. For the first time, I learned that the number of deaths in war can be counted in the millions, and that this number can still be increased. Haha, King of foreign lands, perhaps you believe that this is our first meeting, but this is not the case for me. In the Southwest, the war had already ended, and I had never met you before, but in Karasan, I truly saw you for the first time. When you rode back from Sindhu, all the generals lined the streets to welcome you. You might not have noticed me, but I was watching you from within the crowd. Li Junxian slowly said, a look of reminiscence in his eyes. Wang Chong was quiet, but his mind was extremely solemn. Wang Chong had always believed that these people had only recently begun to appear, but he had never imagined that all this had begun during the War of the Southwest, perhaps even before that. He had far too little understanding of this opponent, so Wang Chong did not speak, nor did he interrupt him. Instead, he carefully listened. It is precisely because I have experienced the cruelty of war that I have come to understand the importance of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom, and come to accept the words harmonious world. Some deaths are heavier than Mount Tai, some are lighter than a goose feather. If I can fulfill my long-cherished wish of ending all the calamities and wars in the world, have all the common people, whether they are from the Tang dynasty or the barbarians, accept and approve of it, fulfill the ideals and spirit that the 100 sages were unable to fulfill, is this not more important than all the fame and wealth? Only this way can I not let down this life. King of foreign lands, realizing the harmonious world is the ultimate goal of everything. This goal requires the participation of countless capable people, all of them working together. Thus, the Grand Preceptor and King Chi participated. King of foreign lands, even though you refused me last time, I still hope that you will carefully think about it. If you and I work together, we will have a much greater chance of realizing this goal. Li Junxian looked at Wang Chong and solemnly said. The restaurant was quiet, everyone following Li Junxian to Wang Chong, their eyes brimming with anticipation as they awaited his reply. Are you finished? After some time, Wang Chong suddenly said, I'm not sure. People of different paths cannot make plans together. Relax, I will never work together with you. Wang Chong's first words caused the faces of all the Confucians in the tavern to pale. King of foreign lands, you refuse to come to your senses. With a furious roar, a figure to Li Junxian's right suddenly stood up. A black-clothed man with no eyebrows, no beard, and no mouth mask stood up and angrily glared at Wang Chong. Sword Ghost, sit down. Li Junxian's snow-white sleeves flapped in the wind as he suddenly waved his hand and stopped the people behind him. King of foreign lands, can you tell me why? Chapter 1280. Heh! Wang Chong faintly chuckled. Young Master Li, the universe, the sun, moon, and stars all have their own Tao, all things have their own principles. Rivers flow from high places to low places, the sun, moon, and stars rise from the east and set in the west. These are all simple truths that everyone knows. But your actions and your methods are destined to fail. An antelope can coexist with a goat, but a tiger and a lion cannot share a cage. Forcing the antelope to eat meat while the tiger and wolf eat grass will only result in a sudden death. I can understand your original intentions, but the Abbasid Caliphate and Yusang are tigers and wolves, not goat. The concept of the strong preying on the weak has already been deeply ingrained in their hearts. Just a few schools and wishful thinking won't succeed. Wang Chong sternly said. These people were too one-sided. This was no longer a question of success, but the price the Central Plains would have to pay for their one-sided, wishful thinking. King of foreign lands, rivers flow from high places to low places, but people can carry water from low places to high places. The sun, moon, and stars rise from the east and set in the west, but when they are not present, people can light torches to illuminate the night sky. There are some things that, if one doesn't even have the courage to try, how can one know if they will succeed? Li Junxian sternly said, his expression determined. But what if they fail? Do you know how great of a price you will have to pay? For the sake of your ideals and ambitions, do you know how many people will have to be sacrificed? In the War of the Southwest, more than 400,000 people died, but only 100,000, some of them were soldiers of the Tang dynasty. In the battles of Talas and Khorasan, more than 1 million people died, but only 200,000, some of the Tang dynasty soldiers died. This is already unbearable for you. But if your plan fails, do you know how many people of the Central Plains will die? Several 100,000? Several million? You will never be able to imagine that number. Have you ever thought about this? Wang Chong sternly demanded. This time, Li Junxian said nothing. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes as if in thought. After a long while, his voice resounded through the restaurant. Everything has a price. In the war between Qin and Zhao, both sides lost more than 400,000 people, and countless commoners were implicated. In the Battle of Fei River, more than 800,000 soldiers were wiped out, and when the former Sui attacked the Goguryeo Empire, the number of casualties reached 1 million, and more than 5 million commoners were implicated. In the end, it led to the destruction of the Great Sui. Throughout the dynasties there are countless examples like this. As long as the war doesn't end, the deaths and injuries will never end. Since ancient times, the number of people who died and were injured because of ideological differences is more than 10 million. If we can achieve the great harmony of the world and put an end to war, then all the sacrifices will be worth it, Li Junxian sternly said. His voice was extremely calm, without the slightest ripple of emotion. It was like he was speaking of an ordinary and trivial matter. Ridiculous! You're treating the fate of the country like a game. Wang Chong paled at these words and couldn't help but harshly rebuke him. These people were all true madmen. Under the banner of ideals and righteousness, the people of the world were just pawns on their chessboard. They said it was for the world, but they didn't care about the lives of the people. With the calamity upon them, the Tang dynasty would not be able to endure their torment. No matter what, Wang Chong could not allow them to succeed. All of you should give up on this idea. The people of the Great Tang are not tools for you to achieve your goals. I don't care if you're doing this for the harmonious world or whatever, and I don't care how noble your goals seem, and I certainly don't care what banner you're flying. As long as I live, your goals will never succeed. Wang Chong's words were firm and brimming with determination. Wang Chong had gone to great lengths to pacify the southwest and stabilize Talas precisely so that he could reverse the fate of the Tang dynasty and save the people of the world. These people seemed to have the same goal as him, but in reality, they were doing the exact opposite. The Central Plains and the millions of people of the world had become the chips and tools for their gamble. Whether in his previous life or this life, Wang Chong would never allow these people to succeed. Buzz. All the Confucians in the restaurant instantly paled at Wang Chong's words. Wang Chong was the new war god of the Tang dynasty, the first imperial prince of a different sex in the last several hundred years. Whether in the imperial court, the people, or the military, Wang Chong wielded enormous influence. If Wang Chong was determined to make an enemy of them, their plans would be thwarted at every turn. Moreover, the Wang clan was a clan of ministers and generals, with 3 generations of them serving as ministers and ministers. Once this faction was gathered, it would be no small force. King of foreign lands, you're saying that you're determined to make an enemy of us. Across the table, Li Juanxian's expression chilled as he finally paled. From start to finish, he had been trying to win over Wang Chong. With the help of Wang Chong, the king of foreign lands, they would face much less pressure. But things did not go as he wished. Wang Chong appeared to have steeled his heart to oppose them, and this was the last thing Li Junxian wanted to see. It's not that I'm making an enemy of you, but that you are making an enemy of me. The world is not your chessboard, and the people are not your toys. I will give you one last chance. Pull back before it's too late. Otherwise, I will uproot all of you. Zhang Chaoshu's matter is only the beginning. If I can pull out one Zhang Chaoshu, I can pull out countless Zhang Chaoshu and eliminate all the chess pieces you've placed in the imperial court, Wang Chong coldly said. Wang Chong had not come to Drunken Moon Pavilion purely to meet with Li Junxian. The naivety and childishness of these people had already done harm to the Tang dynasty. Wang Chong would not permit them to continue and inflict even greater harm. Bang! Everyone in the restaurant paled at Wang Chong's threat. Impudent! Arrogant! The Confucians in the restaurant angrily rebuked, and in the blink of an eye, a vast aura erupted from their bodies and locked onto Wang Chong. But a moment later, Li Junxian made a small movement that immediately stopped them. Wang Chong. Li Junxian's snow-white sleeves flapped in the wind as he stood up from his seat. The smile on his face was gone, replaced by solemnity. He no longer addressed Wang Chong as king of foreign lands, but by his name. The harmonious world is the trend of the times, and it cannot be changed by anyone's will. Whether you are a general, minister, or a marquis, all of you are insignificant in the face of this trend. A mantis trying to stop a chariot overestimates its own strength. In the end, not only will you not be able to stop the wheel of history, you will only invite the fire and be crushed into ashes. Whether it is the southwest or the northwest, I believe that you and I are the same kind of person. This is also why I have tolerated you time and time again. Thus, even though you rejected me last time, even though I knew that you might not agree, I was still willing to wait in this restaurant for you to come and try to persuade you one last time. Alas, your stupidity is even more formidable than I imagined. This is not a threat, but your own destruction. In the end, you and the Wang clan behind you will pay the price. Any stumbling block before the wheel of history will ultimately be crushed into powder, reduced to the dust of history. As Li Junxian spoke, he slowly straightened his body, his snow-white robe flapping in the wind. At the same time, a boundless and disdainful aura erupted from his body, one that was not one bit inferior to Wang Chong's. Wang Chong's pupils constricted at these words, his expression turning frigid. It seems that our paths are different and we cannot work together. Since that's the case, farewell. With these words, Wang Chong drained the wine on the table and left with a flick of his sleeve. In this meeting, neither Wang Chong nor Li Junxian had been able to convince the other. The two had different experiences and different ideals, foreordained that they would never be able to walk together. As Wang Chong stood up and walked out of the restaurant, all was deathly still, no one speaking. Wait a moment. As Wang Chong reached the stairs, a voice came from behind him. Li Junxian was standing in front of the table, staring at Wang Chong's back, his expression cold and aloof. Once we leave this place, we will forever be enemies. We already are. Wang Chong paused at the top of the stairs and continued forward. King of foreign lands, I will give you one last sentence. You did not kill Boren, but Boren died because of you. Ever since Karasin, your subordinates in the northwest have not been separated from each other. Li Junxian's voice came from behind him, tinged with a threatening tone. Buzz. The footsteps came to an abrupt stop, and Wang Chong's body trembled as he came to a stop. For the first time, Wang Chong paled. Many thanks. A moment later, Wang Chong came back to his senses and continued down the stairs. I appreciate the Confucian sect's good intentions. In the future, I will definitely pay a visit. The words Confucian sect caused all the Confucians in the hall on the second floor, including the young swordsman, to grimace. Even the white-robed and elegant Li Junxian, brimming with the aura of a leader, instantly lost his composure and composure. But before he could speak, the sound of footsteps gradually faded away, and Wang Chong had already disappeared from Drunken Moon Pavilion. Your Highness, how was it? The moment Wang Chong walked out of Drunken Moon Pavilion, a group of people hurriedly went to greet him. Get on the carriage first. We'll talk after we get back, Wang Chong sternly said. The carriage began to move, leaving Drunken Moon Pavilion and heading toward the Wang family residence. Wang Chong sat within the carriage, his brow suffused with an intense gloom. Chapter 1281. Yes, Your Highness. The eagle's voice came from outside the carriage. Although he didn't know what was going on, the eagle still instinctively obeyed Wang Chong's orders. At any time, Wang Chong's orders could never be wrong. This had already been proven countless times. Wang Chong, has something happened in the northwest? A gentle voice came from the side. Su Yiqin was sitting next to him, looking at Wang Chong's profile. She had known Wang Chong for so long, but she had never seen him so solemn. Wang Chong said nothing, only gave a slight nod as he recalled the words Li Junxian had said at the top of the stairs. Su Han's Han. Li Sai. In the blink of an eye, a thought flashed through his mind. Wang Chong recalled the two people in the northwest. In this period of time, Wang Chong had been so busy dealing with matters in the capital that he had neglected the situation on the border. The seizure of military authority and suppression of the entire military had not been Wang Chong himself, but the retreating Qixi Protectorate and the subordinates Wang Chong had left behind. A Confucian army supervisor and even a commander-in-chief was something that had never happened before. Wang Chong didn't need to investigate to know that many people in the army were unconvinced. Once they clashed with the Confucians in the army, they would definitely be used by the Confucians. From the resolve Li Junxian had displayed, he would not show the slightest mercy. The carriage rumbled off to the east. Flap flap. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In just a few moments, an eagle soared into the sky, carrying a letter with it as it hurriedly flew toward the northwest. Wang Chong looked through the carriage window at the departing eagle and inwardly sighed in relief. No matter what, with this letter, there wouldn't be too many conflicts in the army. As long as Su Han's Han and Li Sai weren't too impulsive, they wouldn't give the other side any leverage. Your Highness, after an unknown amount of time, a voice came from outside the carriage. The eagle hesitated, wanting to say something but hesitating. Ki. Wang Chong said with his eyes closed. Since you've already discovered him, why didn't your Highness attack him? At least capture him. This way, they can minimize their losses to the Tang dynasty. The eagle said. When Wang Chong entered the Drunken Moon Tower, the eagle had been waiting outside. All the intelligence personnel were hidden in the surroundings, surrounding the place so tightly that even a fly could be seen clearly. The eagle had thought that Wang Chong would definitely take action and capture the culprit after he had finally found the culprit after so much effort. The crisis this time would be resolved once and for all. But after waiting outside for so long, apart from the slight tremor at the beginning, there was only silence. Nothing else happened after that. The eagle, I know what you're thinking, but now is not the time. Wang Chong closed his eyes and calmly said, and killing him won't solve the problem. Moreover, killing him won't solve the problem at all. The eagle and the others did not understand that they were not fighting a single person or an unprecedented faction. It was impossible for a young man of 26 or 27 to rely on his own strength to control the Grand Preceptor, King Qi, the Prime Minister, and the First Prince. Behind him, there was an even more powerful force. Li Junxian was only the leader they had chosen. Killing him wouldn't solve the problem. That faction could eliminate a new leader. Moreover, the people in the restaurant did not represent a martial arts sect, but a spirit and ideology that had been passed down for thousands of years. They had suppressed the military, summoned him from Khorasan, and suppressed the military not through martial arts, but through ideology, spirit, and strategy. In a battle of this level, martial arts were not very useful. The body could be destroyed, but the spirit and ideology could not be so easily destroyed. And even if he killed Li Junxian, he could still interfere in the imperial court and continue suppressing the Bureau of Military Personnel and the military. This was why Wang Chong had not attacked. But now that he had finally found the leader of this faction and tracked him down, once he killed him, those people could quickly choose another leader. At that time, it would be even more difficult for Wang Chong to find and understand them. When a faction moved from the light to the shadows, it was almost impossible to capture. Moreover, Old Eagle and the others had neglected one most important factor, Li Junxian's martial arts. Wang Chong once more recalled the scene in the restaurant where he had touched wine cups with Li Junxian and tested each other's strength. At present, Wang Chong's cultivation was unrivaled in the world, infinitesimally close to the subtle realm. But if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have never believed that there was someone in the same generation as him who possessed a similar level of cultivation. That white-robed youth in the restaurant, Li Junxian, possessed unfathomable strength, definitely surpassing the great general level, and in terms of psychic energy, he was probably even stronger than Mazel. The reason why Wang Chong was able to reach such a level of cultivation at the tender age of 18 was due to the experience of his 2 lives and his constant hard work. In addition, he possessed a wondrous technique like the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art, which allowed him to constantly absorb energy from all kinds of powerful opponents. However, the other party was only 26 or 27, yet he possessed such a powerful cultivation, able to stand on equal footing with him. This wasn't something that could be explained by hard work. Behind him, there was a powerful and unimaginable force. The Confucian sect. A thought instantly emerged in Wang Chong's mind. Wang Chong had carefully observed the Confucians in Drunken Moon Pavilion and noticed that a considerable number of them had a black insignia on their wrists, identical to the one on the 3 Confucian experts who had taken over his military authority in Khorasan. At the start, Wang Chong had only vaguely sensed that he had seen it before, but he couldn't remember where. But in this period of time, Wang Chong finally remembered. He had never seen this unique insignia in this life, but it came from his memories. When the last of the human experts had gathered together at the end of the world, a group of Confucian experts had this unique insignia on their wrists. They had been running around, loudly proclaiming their theories, and they were extremely unique in the apocalyptic world. Later on, the otherworldly invaders had once more invaded the camp, and these people and some other apocalyptic experts had vanished in that battle. Wang Chong had not paid any special attention to them. He only knew that they called themselves the Confucian sect, and that they had a black insignia on their wrists that ordinary Confucians did not have. The 2 were identical. In the cycle of history, when he was reborn and changed the Southwest and Talas, pushing the power of the Tang dynasty and the influence of the militarists to its peak, history began to change. The Confucian sect, which had not appeared in his last life, stepped onto the stage of history and began to suppress the militarists. Let's go back first. Wang Chong quickly came back to his senses. The enemy's tracks had been revealed, and the culprit behind the curtain had been revealed. He needed to think of a countermeasure. Young master, this is impossible. How could he know about our Confucian sect? As Wang Chong was leaving Drunken Moon Pavilion, a middle-aged scholar of around 34 walked up behind Li Junxian and stared in shock in the direction Wang Chong had left. The matters of our Confucian sect have always been secretive. Other than a few core members, not even the Grand Preceptor knows much about it. How could a teenager like him know about the existence of our Confucian sect? The middle-aged scholar's words were exactly what everyone else was thinking. None of the words that Wang Chong had said could compare to the words Confucian sect that Wang Chong had uttered. This was an indescribable feeling. It was like a person had hidden a secret for a very long time, believing that no one would notice, only to discover that a single sentence from their opponent had revealed it. The restaurant was quiet. Li Junxian, dressed in snow-white robes, also had a pensive look in his eyes. For some reason, his straight and imposing brows had creased. The middle-aged scholar's doubts were also his own doubts. The threat that Wang Chong posed to them was far greater than they had imagined. The Confucian sect had never thought about hiding behind the scenes. If they wanted to change the world, they would eventually have to step out from behind the scenes and onto the stage, but Li Junxian had imagined that this would take a very long time. Ever since the incident at Khorasan, countless factions had been investigating him, but none of them had been able to find anything. But Wang Chong had only been in the capital for 3 or 4 days, yet he had already been forced out, and in less than 10 days, he had found his true body. His true identity would probably be discovered much earlier than he had expected. This made Li Junxian feel like he was facing an extremely sharp sword, and the tip of this sword was aimed at his vitals. Young master, this king of foreign lands poses far too great a threat to us, and he's not willing to work with us. He'll eventually become a stumbling block that will severely affect our plans. If we had attacked just now, we would have had an extremely high chance of killing him. Why didn't young master let us attack? At the same time, an old voice came from the left, and another Confucian old man in his 50s walked up from behind. His expression was old-fashioned, and his eyes shone with a dangerous light. This Confucian elder had given off the impression of being extremely weak and insignificant. But now, with Wang Chong gone, the elder finally revealed a portion of his cultivation. In a flash, a majestic energy erupted from his body, not one bit inferior to Wang Chong's or Li Juanxian's. Elder Song, you're right. This youngest son of the Wang clan is likely to become our greatest obstacle in the imperial court. But now is not the time to touch him. Talas, Khorasan, and the southwest, 3 major battles in total, have pushed his reputation to its limits. You saw it when he returned to the capital. Not only in the court but even among the common people, he has an extremely high reputation. If we kill him at this time and kill him, it will only cause the common people to resent him. In the end, our plan will fall short of success. Li Junxian calmly said. Chapter 1282. Clang. At this moment, the sound of a bell came from outside Drunken Moon Pavilion, accompanied by cheers from the crowd on the street. It was finally time to commemorate the Buddha's birthday. Young master, it is time to offer sacrifices to the saints. A figure stepped forward and whispered. It was none other than the white-robed scholar Li Junshan, who had taken Li Juanxian's place in the wooden door. Li Junxian blinked, took in a deep breath, and quickly turned around. Someone at his side had already offered him a prayer written in cinnabar. The strength of the world, the hearts of all things, the 100 saints of the 100 saints, we of the younger generation of the Confucian sect, Li Junxian, Li Zhoushan/Zhang Songjin, are bound to carry on the great wish of the 100 saints, to work together as one to realize the long-cherished wish of the 100 saints of the great harmony of the world, to unite the 4 seas into one, to eliminate the scourge of war and bring peace to the world. The great Tao is difficult, and sacrifices are bound to be made. As long as the common people are fortunate and no longer treated like grass or fish, even if our bodies are crushed, we will not hesitate. This oath is borne by the heavens and earth, witnessed by ghosts and gods. With the white-robed Li Junxian at their head, the group raised their wine cups, their expressions solemn and their eyes brimming with determination. The loud and clear voice resounded throughout the entire restaurant, but under the effect of an invisible force, the voice was confined within the restaurant. Even the waiters and the shopkeeper behind the counter on the first floor, who were close by, had lazy expressions on their faces as if they couldn't hear anything. It was as if they were in another world that was separated from the rest of the world. To the saints! To the saints! Once the prayer was finished, Li Junxian raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Soon after, everyone else in the restaurant, their expressions suffused with determination, also drained their cups. Young master, do you need me? Once the ceremony was over, a voice came from behind Li Junxian. The black-robed man wearing the white mask slowly walked up to Li Junxian, his hands gripping a simple and unadorned sword. At the same time, everyone in the room focused on Li Junxian. The mood was solemn. The 100 saints of the 100 saints were the final ceremony. There's no need. After a few moments of silence, Li Junxian shook his head and extended his right hand to take the sword from the black-robed man. Swish! Without the slightest hesitation, the black hairband on Li Juanxian's head was cut in two. The moment the black hairband fell to the ground, it seemed to weigh a great deal. Cutting off his hair was like cutting off his head. Once it started, there was no turning back. Let's go. With a grave expression, Li Junxian walked out of Drunken Moon Pavilion with his snow-white feet, followed by the rest of the group. The Wang family estate was heavily guarded. At this moment, in the study, Wang Chong sat motionlessly with his eyes closed, meditating. In front of him was an old map of the continent. This was the map that Daluan Ruozan had brought out of Uzan, the most precious map of the world. At this moment, the territories of Uzan, the Eastern Turks, the Western Turks, the Goguryeo Empire, the Shi, the Khitans, and Arabia to the west had all been marked out by Wang Chong with black pieces. Moreover, 3 small red triangular flags had been planted in the territories of Arabia, Uzan, and Yuzhou to the northwest. Troubles from within and without. After a long while, Wang Chong opened his eyes and gave a deep sigh. In this massive upheaval in the imperial court, Wang Chong would not just have to face Li Junxian and the mysterious Confucian sect he led, but also the many enemies of the Tang dynasty on the border. Although the Tang dynasty had won major victories at Talas and Khorasan, it had also paid a heavy price. The Tang dynasty had gone to great lengths to obtain its current situation, but an internal strife had ruined everything. Wang Chong could even imagine that Uzan's Dalan Trinling, the Western Turks' Ishbara Kagan, the escaped Dawusali, the Goguryeo Empire's Yun Gaisaman, and Arabia's Mutasim III would all be beaming with joy, perhaps even adding fuel to the fire. They were using the conflict between militarists and Confucians to further tear the Tang dynasty apart. But this was not the only thing that worried Wang Chong. As he looked past the biting protectorate to the Turkic steppe in the north, no one knew better than Wang Chong that a little ice age, rarely seen in centuries, would soon sweep down from the north. Last year's blizzard of Khorasan, which had frozen hundreds of thousands to death, paled in comparison. In the face of this unprecedented winter, all the nomadic tribes of the north of the Central Plains would be forced to band together and march south to attack the Tang dynasty. And after that enormous army of otherworldly invaders that would not die even if their vitals were wounded would descend from the heavens and bring true death to this world. There was far too little time left for him. Swish! Wang Chong picked up a brush from the brush rack, grabbed a few sheets of paper, and pressed them down with a paperweight. After a few moments of silence, he began to write. 1 incense stick's worth of time, 2 incense sticks worth of time, an hour, 2 hours, for more than 4 hours, Wang Chong remained in his study, his brush furiously writing. Countless thoughts surged through Wang Chong's mind. He was using everything he had learned to devise strategies and do his utmost to change the fate and development of this world. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. "Your Highness, this subordinate has a matter to report." The eagle's voice could be heard clearly. "Come in." Wang Chong quickly raised his head and said. The door creaked open, and the black-clothed and dusty eagle walked in. "Your Highness, something has happened. Ever since we left Drunken Moon Pavilion, our people have been keeping an eye on that place, but this subordinate just received news that the young man called Li Junxian and those Confucians have all disappeared." The eagle bowed in front of Wang Chong, a look of deep guilt in his eyes. Losing his target the first time was forgivable, but he had still failed this time. "There's no need to worry." The eagle had originally believed that Wang Chong would at least give him a few words of rebuke, but to his surprise, Wang Chong remained completely unperturbed, as if he had long ago predicted this situation. "That Li Junxian is much stronger than you, so it's understandable that you couldn't find him," Wang Chong indifferently said. No one could follow an imperial great general, and the Li Junxian that had appeared in Drunken Moon Pavilion just so happened to be an expert of the imperial great general level, one that was on par with him. If such a person wanted to, not even the eagle's entire force would be able to find him. What truly interested Wang Chong was something else. "You just said that those Confucians had also disappeared. What's going on? Li Junxian isn't easy to follow, but those Confucians should be much easier to follow. Our people were able to follow them at the start, but we quickly realized that after they left Drunken Moon Pavilion, they had all left the capital. Moreover, while we were following them, it was clear that another faction was interfering. If it wasn't a large number of identical carriages appearing along the way, it was a large group of people. Some of our scouts were even knocked unconscious," the eagle sincerely said. If the other party had remained in the capital, the eagle was confident that he could have followed them, but if they had left the capital, not even the eagle would have been able to keep up with the vastness of the 9 provinces, let alone if the other party had been prepared. Wang Chong frowned at these words, but he quickly relaxed. Let them go. Since they've already revealed themselves, they can no longer hide. No matter how long they disappear, they'll eventually reveal themselves. Your subordinate understands. The eagle immediately lowered his head. That's right. Wang Chong picked up a few envelopes from the table and passed them over. These 6 letters have all been sealed. Send them to the addresses on them. This matter must be kept extremely secret. Not even Suki and the others can know of it. Understood? The eagle was startled. He had been at Wang Chong's side for some time now, but he had rarely seen Wang Chong speak in such a solemn tone. Not even Suki and the others could know of this. Yes, Your Highness. The eagle asked no more questions. Taking the letters, he quickly left the study. A few moments after Old Eagle left, a servant of the Wang clan hurriedly rushed into the room. Young Master, Chamberlain of Palace Revenues, Lord Yang Zhao, requests an audience. Oh! Wang Chong had been meditating with his eyes closed, but when he heard these words, he opened his eyes. A strange look flashed through his eyes. Tell him to wait a moment. I'll be right there. Ever since they parted, Wang Chong hadn't seen his sworn brother for a long time. Although the first time he showed up was in a gambling den, and he was in rags, even Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh in admiration. His sworn brother truly had a knack for his career. In terms of speed of promotion, the Chamberlain of Palace Revenues was the Holy Emperor's official in charge of finances. Even the Ministry of Revenue was under his control. It could be said that the economic lifeline of the entire empire rested in his hands. He was an important official who reported directly to the Holy Emperor in financial matters. The last time Wang Chong went to court, he had heard that Yang Zhao had become the Chamberlain of Palace Revenues. But at that time, Yang Zhao wasn't in the court. Wang Chong only vaguely knew that he had been sent to do something. Wang Chong didn't expect Yang Zhao to pay him a visit at this time. In the living room of the Wang clan, Wang Chong met with Yang Zhao, who had come to pay him a visit. It had been almost a year since they last met, but the Yang Zhao before him was completely different from before. He wore a bright red official robe, a black hat, and a golden fish talisman on his waist. Not only did he not have the slightest bandit aura, he even had the aura of a high-ranking official. But even though he had become the Chamberlain of Palace Revenues and was favored by the Holy Emperor because of Consort Taijin, the current Yang Zhao clearly didn't have that carefree attitude. Instead, he seemed to be preoccupied and restless. Wang Chong, I finally see you. Chapter 1283. Haha, big brother, long time no see. Wang Chong smiled, not minding at all. He pointed at a nearby table, indicating that Yang Zhao should sit down with him. At the side, a servant girl had already changed the tea and served new pastries. Big brother, you seem to be in such a rush. Just what matter could make you so anxious? Could it be that the Confucians will impeach you? Wang Chong took up the teacup on the table, took a sip and faintly smiled. Worthy brother, I don't have any military authority in my hands, and I'm not their enemy. How could they possibly look favorably upon me? But if I don't handle this matter well, the Confucians might really impeach me. Yang Zhao sighed, a worried frown on his face. Oh! Wang Chong's brow rose, and a serious expression appeared on his face. You make it sound so serious. Just what is it? This is also related to you. Do you remember the gold yuan certificates you suggested to His Majesty? Yang Zhao's brow furrowed, but he began to talk about a matter that Wang Chong had suggested to the Ministry of Revenue long ago. Whether it's gold or silver, it doesn't matter if it's a small family, and it doesn't matter if they carry a few pieces of silver. If they want to travel far, they can just wrap it in a cloth and tie it to their waist, and it'll be enough for traveling. But now that the Tang dynasty is powerful and prosperous, and the economy is booming, there are countless wealthy merchants coming and going, and the money flowing in and out every day is like flowing water. This is truly spending money like flowing water, and this is no small sum. This is especially true for some of the great clans. With centuries of inheritance, they run several caravans and influence the prices of goods in the various commanderies of the 9 provinces. Tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of taels of gold and silver are extremely inconvenient to carry around. Thus, the imperial court adopted your plan and vigorously promoted gold yuan certificate. Later on, after many twists and turns, His Majesty entrusted this matter to me. At the start, it truly did resolve many problems, but later problems arose. For some reason, many factions have begun to reject the use of gold yuan certificate. For the same item, they would pay the full amount if it was in real gold or silver, but if it was in gold yuan certificates, they would ask for 20%, 30%, or even more. Gold yuan certificates were becoming less and less valuable, and many factions were unwilling to use them. If they could avoid using them, they would do their best to avoid them. They would rather carry heavy chests of gold and silver and risk being robbed by bandits than accept the imperial court's gold yuan certificate. You also know that the imperial court's gold yuan certificates are soft. If they don't accept them, there's nothing we can do. Not only that, it was only the great clans of the border who initially rejected the gold yuan certificates, but later on, even the great clans of the capital began to resist. There were even people privately buying and selling gold yuan certificate. Although the imperial court had issued repeated orders, it was useless. If this continues, there will be a major problem. Once the bow is shot, there is no turning back. The imperial court has invested a great deal of time and energy into promoting gold yuan certificate. Once the gold yuan certificates are completely boycotted, the imperial court will immediately suffer grievous losses, and it might even affect the national economy and the people's livelihood. After all, the problem of gold yuan certificates is a problem of money, and pulling one hair can affect the entire body. The effects are not something that the imperial court can resolve just by taking back the gold yuan certificate. It might even cause a massive economic problem. The more Yang Zhao spoke, the more worried he became. Worthy brother, you also know that there are many people who refuse to accept my position as Chamberlain of Palace Revenues. Countless people in and out of the court, including those officials in the Bureau of Revenue, have their eyes on me. If I make a single mistake, they will pull me down from my horse and take advantage of the situation to doom me beyond redemption. I'm currently sitting on pins and needles. You were the one who invented the gold yuan certificates, so no matter what, you have to help me. As he spoke, Yang Zhao suddenly grabbed Wang Chong's arm like a drowning man clutching at a straw, his face brimming with fear. Wang Chong said nothing, but carefully examined Yang Zhao. He had heard a little about Yang Zhao's current situation. Although no one in the palace dared to criticize him to his face because he was Consort Taizhen's cousin, there were quite a few people who were dissatisfied with him in private. The majority of their attacks focused on his birth and his addiction to gambling. But Wang Chong knew that the reason Yang Zhao had been favored and placed in an important position by the Holy Emperor was not just because of Consort Taizhen. Although his birth was not very good and he had this and that problem, he had an astonishing talent for numbers and finance. To be able to acutely realize that the gold yuan certificates were not just a single thing, as well as their potential effects on the economy, was already proof of his talent in this area. And Wang Chong also knew that Yang Zhao had relied on his talent for economics to become minister. Let me ask you, from the first gold yuan certificate to now, just how many gold yuan certificates have you printed? Wang Chong straightforwardly asked. This, not much, Yang Zhao immediately began to stammer. Not much? Not many would end up like this? If you want me to help you, tell me the truth. Wang Chong's gaze was sharp, as if he could see into the depths of Yang Zhao's heart. No matter what he was hiding, it could not escape Wang Chong's eyes. I printed a little too much. I only printed 800 million taels of gold. Yang Zhao trembled. You said 800 million, so there's at least 1 billion. In less than 2 years, you've printed more than 1 billion gold yuan certificate. Do you really think this is a money tree? You can print as much as you want, Wang Chong coldly said, immediately seeing through the essence of the problem with the gold yuan certificates that Yang Zhao spoke of. The Tang dynasty pursued a strategy of enriching the people. Even though the country was wealthy, the imperial court's annual tax revenue was far from that, perhaps not even 100 million taels of gold. Yang Zhao had printed 1 billion yuan in one go, equivalent to 10 years' worth of revenue. The final result could be easily imagined. Yang Zhao was still too greedy. Although he was very talented in the field of wealth and economics, his gambler's nature had immediately erupted from the treasury of gold yuan certificates. He had completely used this policy of benefiting the people and future generations as a tool to make money. Although the majority of the money he had plundered had gone into the imperial court's treasury for the benefit of the people, his actions had completely destroyed the original intention that Wang Chong had had when he had suggested the imperial court establish gold yuan certificates. This kind of paper money and gold yuan certificates was becoming less and less valuable, and they were even being sold on the black market. In another world, there was a word to describe this situation: inflation, or more commonly, overissuance of money. When the imperial court had first introduced the gold yuan certificates, Wang Chong had suggested that the printing and distribution of gold yuan certificates had to be done with great care. They could not be indiscriminately issued or overissued, but all this had still happened. "You're too greedy," Wang Chong sternly said, his expression much colder. "It would have been better if the gold yuan certificates hadn't been issued, but now they're all over the world. Even if you want to take them back, it's already too late. What's done can't be undone. There are some things that, once done, cannot be undone. If the matter of the gold yuan certificates is not handled properly, do you know what will happen?" Yang Zhao said nothing, but his face paled. "You don't know the specifics, so I'll tell you. The first step is to use gold yuan certificates to buy them. They cost 20 to 30% more than gold. Let me tell you, this is only the beginning. Soon, the gold yuan certificates will be constantly depreciated, and a gold yuan certificate worth 100 taels of gold will be worth only 50 taels of gold. And this is a conservative estimate. Once something like this happens, there will definitely be noble clans buying gold yuan certificates and then exchanging them with the imperial court. The common people have no channels, but the noble clans do. The gold yuan certificates are issued by the imperial court. In order to maintain the imperial court's prestige, no matter how much those noble clans exchange, the imperial court will have to redeem them, and the gold yuan certificates will become less and less valuable. And in the end, the gold yuan certificates will really be no different from paper. If you issue 1 billion taels of gold, it will throw the entire currency market of the Tang dynasty into chaos. The common people will have things they can't sell, the merchants will have money they can't buy. The achievements of the Tang dynasty over decades, the efforts of several generations, the blood and sweat of millions of people will all be for naught. At that time, it will be a massive disaster. The wealth of the Tang dynasty will vanish into thin air in the blink of an eye. Wang Chong closed his eyes as he slowly described the future trajectory of this disaster. Buzz. Before Wang Chong could finish his words, Yang Zhao's face had already turned ashen, and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He was the chamberlain of palace treasury, in charge of the empire's finances. If something like this really did happen, not even Consort Taizhen would be able to protect him. If the people became angry, he really would not be far from death. The Son of Heaven commits the same crime as the common people. Consort Taizhen was completely capable of protecting him in a small matter, but if something major happened and the officials attacked him, No one would be able to protect him. Worthy brother, save me! No matter what, you have to save me! Yang Zhao was drenched in cold sweat as he stubbornly clung to Wang Chang's hand. The veins on the back of his hand were bulging from the force. No one understood his current situation better than he did. In front of Wang Chong, he had still held back a little, but the true situation was far more serious than he had described. The situation had worsened far more than he had imagined. 3 months ago, when Yang Zhao had received the news, he hadn't cared at all. But now, 3 months later, Yang Zhao had no choice but to run over to Wang Chong for help. Did they print too much? I'll tell them right now to stop printing the gold yuan certificate. If I need to take back a portion, I'll have them take it back immediately. Yang Zhao stammered. He was already in a desperate situation. Taking back the gold yuan certificates was the last thing Yang Zhao wanted to do. After all, this was money. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Zhao would never do such a thing. But there wasn't much he could do now. This is just treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Even if this problem can be solved in the short term, it will still erupt in the future. Chapter 1284. Ah! Yang Zhao was struck dumb, his face as white as paper, and the cold sweat on his forehead flowed even faster. Only now did he feel some regret. He had been too greedy and taken the position of Chamberlain of Palace Revenues. Wang Chong said nothing, his fingers lightly rapping on the table. No matter the era, parallel world, or space-time, inflation was a major problem. At best, it could drag a country from prosperity into decline, and at worst, it could cause the country to collapse. In the end, it would be the common people who would suffer. All wealth would be plundered, and all that was left was a pile of worthless paper money. Wang Chong's fingers echoed through the study, crisp and clear. After some time, Wang Chong's voice finally resounded through the room. Relax, the situation isn't that bad yet. Fortunately, you were able to discover these potential problems ahead of time, so we still have enough time. You also don't need to think about taking back the gold yuan certificate. Rather than blocking them, it's better to channel them out. The last method is to channel them out. How? Before Wang Chong could finish speaking, Yang Zhao immediately spoke, his eyes brimming with hope and expectation. It's very simple. The great clans and common people don't accept gold yuan certificates because you printed too many, and there are too many circulating on the market for the Tang dynasty to digest. So all we need to do is spend this money, digest it, and resolve this problem. Wang Chong confidently said, a wise light in his eyes. Yang Zhao was instantly confused. Wang Chong himself had said that there were too many gold yuan certificates to digest. In this situation, how could they resolve the problem? Haha, the Tang dynasty naturally can't digest it. But you forgot that the Tang dynasty is bordered by so many countries. Uzan, Arabia, Goguryeo, the Eastern and Western Turks, the Shi, the Khitans, Mengshi-Zhao, and the kingdoms of the Western regions. Aren't these all potential markets? Wang Chong's eyes were as sharp as candlelight. He had long ago understood what Yang Zhao was thinking. In the past, we might not have been able to do anything. But now, hadn't the Tang dynasty reached an agreement with the neighboring countries? Since they had come to an agreement, they shouldn't refuse the gold yuan certificates, right? These countries shouldn't do something so insincere, right? Since that's the case, then push the gold yuan certificates to all the countries bordering the Tang dynasty. When the Tang dynasty's militarists and Confucians fought, the other countries sat on the sidelines and watched the fire from the other side, even adding fuel to the fire in the dark. Now it was time for them to pay the price. Buzz. Wang Chong's words were casual, but when they entered Yang Zhao's ears, it was like he was struck by lightning, and even his eyes widened. All the neighboring countries of the Tang dynasty, Wang Chong's words had opened another door for Yang Zhao. Even when he was at his most greedy and insane, he had not dared to have such thoughts. He had always heard that Wang Chong's art of war was extraordinary, his thoughts bold and imaginative, causing all other generals to pale in comparison. Yang Zhao had no interest in war, but at this moment, he was suddenly able to sense Wang Chong's imaginative thoughts for the first time. Indeed, the Tang dynasty's daily expenses, traveling north and south, could not digest 1 billion taels of gold yuan certificate. Even the Arabian Empire had only stored it in the hands of Mutasim III, not circulated to the outside world. But if these gold yuan certificates were circulated to Uzan, Arabia, the Eastern and Western Turks, the Goguryeo Empire, Mengshi-Zhao, and all the other empires bordering the Tang dynasty, they would truly be nothing. If they could be accepted by those wealthy merchants, then even 1 billion taels of gold in gold yuan certificates would be a drop of water, completely insignificant. And in this way, not only would they not need to buy back the gold yuan certificates, they could print even more, perhaps 2 billion, 3 billion, 5 billion, they could print even more. At this moment, Yang Zhao had to admit that he was tempted. Wang Chong had been watching Yang Zhao this entire time, taking in all the changes in his expression. Seeing this sight, Wang Chong chuckled. He lifted the teacup on the table and took a sip. He knew that Yang Zhao had already understood the situation. Perhaps only someone like Yang Zhao would be able to implement the gold yuan certificates and bring out their true power, and he would also have the motivation to do so. Notice: due to users' full efforts, the special mission World Currency has been opened. User is rewarded with 2,000 points of destiny energy. In addition, starting from now, for every 10 million taels of gold yuan certificates printed by the Tang dynasty, user will receive 100 points of destiny energy. And when the number of gold yuan certificates reaches 5 billion or 10 billion, user will receive an additional special reward. The wheels of history have rolled forward. From the past until now, no one has ever been able to truly implement a world currency that can be circulated throughout the world and accepted by all countries. Whoever controls the world currency will control an endless stream of wealth and the lifelines of other empires. Upon completion of the mission, user will receive an enormous reward. At this moment, the voice of the Stone of Destiny resounded in his mind. Wang Chong was also surprised by this voice, but his lips quickly curled into a smile. The world currency had been his original intention when he had first started implementing the gold yuan certificate. Worthy brother, many thanks. Wonderful. I just knew that you would definitely be able to help me. A familiar voice rang out in his ear. Yang Zhao had no idea what had happened to Wang Chong. His eyes were shining, his face red, and his expression excited. But Uzan, Arabia, and the other countries aren't fools. They're used to trading in gold and silver, so they probably won't accept it. Moreover, if even our own people won't accept it, they probably won't accept it either. Yang Zhao quickly thought of something, and the enthusiasm in his heart cooled. Uzan, Arabia, and Goguryeo were shrewder than anyone else. They would never accept anything that was disadvantageous to them. Moreover, Arabia had fought with these empires before, so they had even less reason to accept the gold yuan certificates. Haha, sometimes it's not that they want to accept the gold yuan certificates, but that it's useless for them to object. Starting from now, you can order that at least half of the goods being circulated into foreign countries must be settled in gold yuan certificate. In addition, all transactions must be notarized by the authorities, and a certificate must be issued. In addition, as long as the goods are settled in gold yuan certificates, they will receive a tariff reduction. Wang Chong faintly smiled as he took a piece of candied fruit from the plate on the table and placed it in his mouth. In addition, the tea leaves, silk, porcelain, and salt that are the most common commodities traded between the East and the West can only be settled in gold yuan certificate. No one is allowed to privately use gold and silver to trade. Violators will be heavily punished and their right to trade will be revoked. In addition, All Hu merchants doing business in the Tang dynasty must go to the authorities and exchange for a certain amount of gold yuan certificate. Only then can they obtain the right to trade in the Tang dynasty, as well as a tariff reduction. 80% of the Hu merchants doing business in the Central Plains come for things like tea leaves, silk, and porcelain. If all these things can be bought with gold yuan certificates, they won't refuse. Moreover, human nature seeks profit and avoids harm. As long as they realize that there is profit to be gained from exchanging for gold yuan certificates, they will definitely accept them. And once these wealthy Hu merchants set an example, the Hu of the other countries and the common people will quickly follow. As long as the use of gold yuan certificates becomes a habit, they will quickly spread to all the other empires. And the ease with which gold yuan certificates circulate will definitely allow them to be widely accepted by the other countries. This also means that besides those large denominations of gold yuan certificates, the empire will also need to print many smaller ones. 1 tael of gold, 2 taels of gold, 5 taels of gold, 10 taels of gold, 100 taels of gold. Thus, these smaller gold yuan certificates must all be produced. Only in this way can they be used on a large scale. As Wang Chong continued to speak, the entire strategy for the gold yuan certificates was being perfected. This was a strategy for a powerful country in a curve. In the current situation, the military was being suppressed, and the strength of the protectorates had been greatly reduced. They were in an extremely passive and disadvantageous position. The gold yuan certificates were the only tool that could restrain the other countries and give the Tang dynasty an advantageous position. Yang Zhao had been listening on the side the entire time. When he had first arrived, his face had been ashen and fraught with worry, but as he listened, the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter, and the worry on his brow had been swept away. In the end, he was even more stunned by Wang Chong. "Ha ha, worthy brother! I, Yang Zhao, rarely admire anyone, but this time, your foolish brother truly prostrates himself in admiration. As expected, there is nothing in this world that you can't resolve. Sometimes I really want to know how your head is constructed. If the gold yuan certificates really are as you say, your foolish brother won't be far from being promoted." Yang Zhao couldn't help but laugh once more, his unease and apprehension completely gone. "That's right. Speaking of this, I just happened to try it not too long ago." Suddenly, Yang Zhao said something that caught everyone by surprise. Wang Chong stared at Yang Zhao in shock. "Haha, although you're known as the war god and can do almost anything, you probably don't know about this matter." Yang Zhao chuckled, a mysterious look on his face. But before Wang Chong could ask, he couldn't help but speak first. "Do you still remember that not long ago, the Tang dynasty signed an agreement with Arabia to return 700 million taels of gold to Arabia?" Even someone as composed as Wang Chong couldn't help but be shocked by these words. "Big brother, you couldn't have." At that moment, Wang Chong seemed to realize something and stared in disbelief at Yang Zhao. The Tang dynasty and Arabia had negotiated a peace treaty and even signed an agreement. For Yang Zhao to dare to tamper with such an important matter was something that Wang Chong had never imagined. "Just how much did you tamper with the 700 million taels of gold?" Wang Chong got straight to the point. "Not much, just 300 million taels of gold. I sent someone to secretly change the 300 million taels of gold into 300 million gold yuan certificates." Yang Zhao was somewhat embarrassed by Wang Chong's stare. After all, this matter wasn't anything too glorious, and Yang Zhao's voice had unwittingly become much quieter. Wang Chong stared at Yang Zhao, speechless. 300 million taels of gold. Chapter 1285. Given Yang Zhao's personality, and the fact that he had been appointed Chamberlain of Palace Revenues by the Holy Emperor and was in charge of the entire Tang dynasty's wealth, he was completely capable of handling this transaction. How could he not be tempted to watch such a huge sum of 700 million gold fly away just like that? How could he endure it? After all, He had only printed 1 billion taels of gold yuan certificates in total. Worthy brother, don't look at me like that. I know that my actions were dishonorable, but 700 million taels of gold was already in my mouth. If I return it to the other party, the Confucians are being far too dishonest. Under Wang Chong's stare, Yang Zhao's voice grew fainter and fainter. Haha, big brother, you're thinking too much. Not only have you done nothing wrong in this matter, you've even done the right thing. This isn't a mistake at all, but a great merit. Wang Chong heartily laughed. Greed was greed, but there were times when Yang Zhao could actually do the right thing. If Yang Zhao had exchanged 300 million taels of gold for gold yuan certificates, then the losses the Confucians and Arabs had inflicted on the Tang dynasty were no longer so unacceptable. At the very least, Yang Zhao had used a special method to stop the losses for the Tang dynasty. Yes, is that so? At this moment, even Yang Zhao was stunned. He had never imagined that what he had thought to be a massive mistake would actually be a great merit to Wang Chong. Haha, as long as you don't take the gold you exchanged for with gold yuan certificates, there's no problem with this matter. Wang Chong indifferently said. What are you saying? How could I possibly do such a thing? Yang Zhao immediately shouted, a little unnatural. Wang Chong silently smiled. Given Yang Zhao's personality, how could he not try to fish for some benefits? But as long as the benefits weren't too great or inconsequential, Wang Chong would not expose him. That's right, worthy brother, besides the matter of the gold yuan certificates, I actually have a private matter that I would like to trouble you with. I would like to see if you can help me. Yang Zhao took a sip of tea and put it down. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Haha, if there's anything you need, just say it all at once. As long as I can help, I will definitely help you to the end. Wang Chong smiled and said nonchalantly. Actually, I'm not trying to help you. Brother, you're smarter than me. This time, my younger sister asked me to pass on a few words. She hopes that you can help her analyze it. Yang Zhao said with a straight face. This time, Wang Chong was surprised. He suddenly felt that what Yang Zhao wanted to say was completely different from what he had imagined. He immediately showed an expression of listening attentively. It's actually a long story. You also know that my sister is infatuated with the Holy Emperor, but for some reason, His Majesty has become strange recently. He's completely different from before. Yang Zhao's brow creased, a look of recollection appearing in his eyes. The Holy Emperor? Wang Chong's entire body shook in surprise. He had never imagined that the second matter Yang Zhao wanted him to discuss would have something to do with the Holy Emperor. Everyone in the world knows how much the Holy Emperor dotes on my younger sister. In order to bring her into the palace, he almost didn't hesitate to fall out with all the civil and military officials of the court. But recently, not only has His Majesty been going to Yuzhen Palace less and less, each time he does, he only stays for a few moments, not even warming his seat. Sometimes, His Majesty and the Empress are talking and laughing, and the next moment, he suddenly leaves without any warning or reason. And now, even when my younger sister goes to see His Majesty, she is refused by the Holy Emperor for all sorts of reasons. This sort of thing has never happened before. When Yang Zhao said these words, his expression seemed to be extremely uneasy. His glory, splendor, wealth, and his current position as Chamberlain of Palace Revenues had all been obtained through his younger sister's consort Taizhen. If his younger sister lost her favor, everything he possessed would also vanish. This was what Yang Zhao deeply feared, even more than the matter of the gold yuan certificates. Buzz. Yang Zhao himself still did not understand, but Wang Chong was startled and immediately became alert. At this moment, Wang Chong suddenly had a very bad feeling. I'm a little worried that my younger sister might have fallen out of favor with the Holy Emperor. Worthy brother, of all the people at this foolish brother's side, you are the one with the most ideas. Last time, it was you who wrote 2 poems for little sister that made her smile. Help me think about it. Just what is going on? My younger sister and I have thought about it for a long time, but we still can't understand. Did we do something wrong recently? Did we do something else to make His Majesty unhappy? As he spoke, Yang Zhao grew more and more uneasy. The gold yuan certificates were only a temporary threat, but Consort Taizhen's falling out of favor was the most fundamental. Wang Chong said nothing, but his mind was in turmoil. Yang Zhao and Consort Taizhen were still in the dark, believing this to be a problem of falling out of favor. But Wang Chong knew that the situation was completely different from what they imagined. Big brother! Other than the fact that the Holy Emperor has come less often and that he refuses to see Consort Taizhen, what else did the Empress say to you? Wang Chong suppressed his unease and sternly asked. This, the Empress didn't say anything. She only said that she could clearly sense that His Majesty's favor for her was not as great as before. In addition, whenever His Majesty leaves court, he locks himself in his chambers, and for a longer and longer period of time, no one is allowed to approach. That's right, one time when the Empress went to pay her respects, she heard the Holy Emperor muttering to himself inside. The Empress had intended to listen carefully, but Gao Lisher quickly came out and advised the Empress to leave. Now, besides eunuch Gao, no one is allowed to approach the Holy Emperor's side. What's wrong, worthy brother, have you sensed something? Yang Zhao raised his head in confusion. Wang Chong said nothing. Countless thoughts surged through his mind. From his first meeting with the Holy Emperor to his subsequent morning court sessions, besides searching for the culprit behind the curtains, Wang Chong had actually been observing the Holy Emperor's condition. After all, the Holy Emperor was the true pillar of the empire's stability. But from his previous observations, although the Holy Emperor's aura seemed slightly chaotic, it was normal most of the time. At the very least, the Holy Emperor had lasted until the end of the morning court sessions, and there had been no abnormalities. As for what happened after the morning court session, Wang Chong could not see it, nor did he speculate. Wang Chong had always thought that the Holy Emperor's condition was not good, but at least it was much better than in his previous life. But now, after hearing Yang Zhao's words, Wang Chong's heart sank, and he felt that something was wrong. If this was the case every time the Holy Emperor left court, it meant that the real situation was much more serious than he had expected. Worthy brother, at this moment, Wang Chong was roused from his stupor by a call. Wang Chong blinked and came back to his senses. He saw Yang Zhao looking at him with a frown and a puzzled expression. Worthy brother, are you all right? Haha, I'm fine. Wang Chong smiled and shook his head. Brother, you're smarter than me. Do you think that His Majesty has grown tired of my sister because he likes the new and hates the old? Yang Zhao asked, not minding it. Don't worry, that won't happen. Wang Chong smiled and comforted him. His Majesty's feelings for Her Highness surpass everything. In His Majesty's heart, no one will surpass Her Highness. Oh! Yang Zhao was skeptical. He should not have asked Wang Chong about such matters of the harem, but Wang Chong gave people the impression that he was extremely intelligent. Yang Zhao had unknowingly formed trust in him. Moreover, Wang Chong was like the sun at noon. If even you say so, then it should be true. Could it be something else? Yang Zhao quickly left. Behind him, Wang Chong looked at his departing figure with a hint of unease in his eyes. The next morning court. Everything was as usual. Wang Chong stood at the end of the line and carefully looked up. The Holy Emperor sat high above, upright and dignified. He looked no different from usual, but Wang Chong felt a strong sense of unease. Whoosh! While Wang Chong was still thinking, something happened. Above the hall, just as the court officials were still debating, the Holy Emperor's expression changed slightly. He suddenly stood up and left without a word. In just a moment, he disappeared above the hall. Today's morning court will end here. The Prime Minister will preside over the rest. At this moment, Eunuch Gao suddenly stepped forward and said loudly with a wave of his horsetail whisk, "Hum." Wang Chang's body trembled as he raised his head. The hall was in an uproar, but this uproar only lasted for a few moments before everything returned to normal. "Respectful farewells, Your Divine Majesty." All the officials in the hall bowed, but none of them were surprised. Wang Chang's heart instantly sank. "You've seen it all." Once the court session was over, the King of Song and Wang Chong descended the long stairway made of white jade. In truth, this has happened quite a few times already. At the start, everyone panicked, but they slowly got used to it. Moreover, the Great Tang has been powerful for so many years, and it has countless capable officials and generals. With the Prime Minister presiding over it, the Great Tang can still rule over court affairs, and with the supervision of the imperial censors, there shouldn't be too many mistakes. It's just that it needs to be submitted to His Majesty for review. So the last decision on Khorasan was also made by the Prime Minister presiding over everything? Wang Chong asked. The King of Song sighed and nodded. The two of them walked side by side out of the imperial palace. As if this was some sort of signal, the Holy Emperor withdrew from court earlier and earlier in the next few days. The first time, it had only been an hour early. In the end, when the court session had barely lasted half the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the sage emperor had ordered Gao Lisher to leave early. All of this made Wang Chong feel increasingly uneasy. Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight shone through the window into the study. A young figure was seated in front of a desk, constantly flipping through pages. Next to him was an oil lamp that had long ago burned out, and around the young figure was a thick pile of books and all sorts of ancient texts. "Your Highness, according to the fifth prince's orders, we have brought all the relevant texts in the palace that we can. We have asked all the concubines, and princesses in the palace to borrow them. We just need to see if there is any information that Your Highness wants." Chapter 1287. In order to investigate the Holy Emperor's situation, Wang Chong needed all the information related to the divine martial realm. In this aspect, the common people could not compare to the imperial palace, so Wang Chong had invited the imperial palace's fifth prince Li Heng. Li Heng had always treated Wang Chong's requests seriously, so he had mobilized almost all the resources of the palace. Even Li Jingzhong had been dispatched to serve Wang Chong. "I know. I'll call you if there's anything," Wang Chong indifferently said. "Yes, this old servant will take his leave. If Your Highness has anything else, please feel free to ask. In addition, His Highness has ordered that if there are any discoveries or developments, he hopes that he can be informed as soon as possible. His Highness is extremely filial to his father and is extremely concerned about His Divine Majesty." As Li Jingzhong spoke, he bowed to Wang Chong and quickly left the room. Once Li Jingzhong was the only one left in the room, Wang Chong put down the book in his hand and looked out the window. He couldn't help but give a deep sigh. At present, with Wang Chong's status and the assistance of fifth Prince Li Heng, he was able to access far more books than anyone else in the world. But even after a sleepless night and countless books, he had still come up empty-handed. The only information he had found on the divine martial realm only mentioned that breaking into the divine martial realm was fraught with danger. Once it began, it could not be interrupted midway. It did not mention that failing to break into the divine martial realm would result in cultivation defect, causing one's martial arts to regress. Now that he thought about it, in his last life, everything he knew about the divine martial realm and the Holy Emperor had come from legends and conjectures of later generations. In the entire world, there were only a few people who had touched upon the subtle realm and knew of its existence. Even the powerful imperial great generals knew nothing about it, much less the divine martial realm above the subtle realm. If it weren't for the Saint Emperor, many people would never have known that there was such a realm. Wang Chong had emerged victorious in almost every battle and was hailed as the new war god of the Tang dynasty. Even Qutayba had died to him, and countless imperial great generals would flee at the mere sight of him. However, the more he investigated and learned about the god martial arts realm, the more Wang Chong felt that there was a huge gap between him and the Holy Emperor. Even though the Holy Emperor failed to reach the god martial arts realm and his strength was greatly weakened, his cultivation was still unfathomable. Even with Wang Chong's current cultivation, he still couldn't figure out how strong the power of the god martial arts realm was. But when he thought of what Yang Zhao had said about the Holy Emperor's situation in the palace, as well as the chaos that had descended upon the Central Plains after the Holy Emperor's departure, Wang Chong felt that he had to do something to stop all of this, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Just as Wang Chong was actively searching for all kinds of ancient books, trying to find information about the god martial arts realm, something unexpected happened in the morning assembly the next day. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. The first prince, Li Ying, as the eldest son of the first wife, is extremely humble, kind, and courteous. He is a role model for the other princes. Therefore, we have decided that the first prince, Li Ying, will take charge of the affairs of the court on behalf of the prime minister and the king of Song. Thus, we hereby decree. The huge dragon throne in the court was empty, and the holy emperor was nowhere to be seen. Instead, eunuch Gao Lishur, the director of the imperial household, strode forward with a horsetail whisk in one hand and the imperial edict in the other, and read it aloud to the courtiers. Boom! Gao Lishur's voice was like a heavy bomb crashing down on the court, causing a huge shock. In all the years that the Holy Emperor had reigned, there had never been a case where he did not attend the morning assembly and let the first prince take his place as regent. Moreover, according to the rules of the Tang dynasty, only when the emperor was preparing to abdicate the throne and let the future heir apparent attend the court would there be a regent. But His Majesty was in the prime of his life, and his martial arts were matchless. This sudden order made everyone feel uneasy. Eunuch Gao, what's going on? Where's His Majesty? Why don't we see His Majesty? That's right. What's wrong with His Majesty? Why did the first prince take over the court? In an instant, a group of courtiers rushed forward and shouted anxiously. Eunuch Gao, just what has happened to His Majesty? Wang Chong suddenly said. He had been investigating the failure to reach the divine martial realm this entire time, but he had never imagined that the Holy Emperor would so quickly withdraw from the court and hide behind the curtains, leaving the matter to the first prince. This gave Wang Chong an extremely bad feeling. The Holy Emperor's situation was even more serious than he had imagined. Buzz. The moment Wang Chong spoke, the entire court fell silent. Countless courtiers turned to Wang Chong and Gao Lishur. As the king of foreign lands of the Tang dynasty, especially after the recent events, Wang Chong's unyielding image had been deeply branded into the minds of all the courtiers. In the court, Wang Chong already possessed an extraordinary amount of weight, becoming one of the leaders of the court on par with the king of Song. Gao Lishur frowned and waved his horsetail whisk. Just when he was about to speak, a voice came from outside the hall. Let me answer this question. This sudden voice instantly attracted the attention of all the civil and military officials and all the people present. Even Gao Lishur turned in the direction of the voice. Right at the entrance of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, a golden figure, tall and dignified, wearing a four-clawed heavenly dragon robe, crossed the threshold and walked up from behind. The first prince. At the sight of this familiar figure, Wang Chong grimaced, a thought flitting through his mind. The first Prince Li Ying slowly walked in, his eyes filled with disdain. The officials in the hall hurriedly lowered their heads and bowed. Your Highness! Your Highness! Li Ying held his head high and waved his hand, indicating that the officials should rise. Everyone, there is no need to be so polite. Imperial Father has been feeling unwell recently. In addition, everyone knows that Imperial Father is the strongest in the world and must have made a breakthrough recently. Thus, he has decided to enter seclusion and have Li Ying act as regent to manage the court. Imperial Uncle, Lord Prime Minister, I will have to trouble you to assist me in the future. As Li Ying spoke, his gaze swept over the Prime Minister and the King of Song. Your Highness is too polite. Prime Minister Li Linfu stroked his beard and smiled. Next to the coiling dragon pillar, the King of Song's heart chilled as he repeatedly said, I wouldn't dare. Everyone, I will have to rely on Milord's guidance in the future. Li Ying swept his gaze over the hall. We wouldn't dare. The first prince is wise and valiant. His Majesty's decision is not wrong. There is no need for our guidance. The officials hurriedly lowered their heads. Based on the customs of past dynasties, once the first prince became regent, the first prince was highly likely to be the future heir apparent, the next holy emperor of the Tang dynasty. At this moment, all the officials were filled with awe. The first prince held his hands behind his back and held his head high, walking step by step toward the dragon throne at the top of the hall. At this moment, the first prince was in high spirits, brimming with a disdainful aura. But as he passed by Wang Chong, the first prince suddenly stopped. Haha, King of Foreign Lands, we meet again. Bzzz. This small action immediately attracted everyone's attention. Countless gazes were focused on the two of them. One was the son of the Holy Emperor, the future heir apparent. The other was the King of Foreign Lands, the invincible and victorious King of Foreign Lands. The mood instantly turned strange. Moreover, there had been a rumor that the first prince had tried to recruit Wang Chong but had apparently been rejected. Your Highness is too polite, Wang Chong indifferently said. At this time, he was the only one who remained calm and composed. Wang Chong held his hands behind his back, fearless even in front of the first prince. Truly a pity. You really shouldn't have refused me that day in front of the palace gate. A voice as soft as a mosquito suddenly rang out in Wang Chong's ear. Shocked, he raised his head and saw that the first prince was smirking at him. His lips moved, but no sound came out. He had used a secret sound transmission technique. In the distance, King Qi's body twitched as if he had heard something, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. Before Wang Chong could say anything, the first prince grinned and immediately brushed past Wang Chong, heading up the hall. Foul brat, in the end, your Wang clan still lost. At the same time, in the distance, King Qi smiled sinisterly and used a secret sound transmission technique. His voice echoed in Wang Chong's mind as well. Although he had suffered at the hands of Wang Chong and the Wang clan several times in a row, and even this time, the Holy Emperor had arranged for the first prince to act as regent and assist the first prince, the King of Song, but not him. King Qi was infuriated. But in the end, Wang Chong and the Wang clan still lost. He had always been close to the first prince. When the first prince ascended to the throne, the Wang clan would definitely fall out of favor. Wang Chong had expended so much effort, but in the end, he still lost. Ha! Your Highness, don't laugh too early. Wang Chong gathered his qi and faintly smiled as he replied. You! King Qi was furious. But at this time, the first prince had already walked into the hall and sat on the Holy Emperor's dragon throne. This was not a good time to talk about it. Wang Chong chuckled lightly, not bothering to argue with King Qi. The first prince would never be able to ascend to the throne. This was something Wang Chong was certain of. The first prince and King Qi had laughed too early. Wang Chong, the current situation isn't good. His Majesty is in seclusion in the royal palace, and without an audience, it's impossible for us to approach him. Furthermore, the first prince is now the regent, and everything is in the hands of the first prince and Li Linfu. On our side, only the King of Song has the ability to participate in politics, discuss matters, and make decisions. Furthermore, the first prince has never been too close to us. His Majesty's appointment of him as the regent means that there's a 50% chance that he will become the heir apparent. This isn't good for us. After the morning court session ended, Zhangqiu Jianxiong, the King of Song, Wang Chong, and Wang Zhen were all squeezed into a large carriage. Zhangqiu Jianxiong's head was slightly lowered, and a frown was etched on his face. Chapter 1288. Regardless of whether it's the first prince or another prince who inherits the throne, as long as we carry out our duties and remain loyal to our positions, as long as we don't commit any grave mistakes, not even the first prince will be able to do as he pleases. Ever since the empire's development, all of its laws and regulations have been passed down for several hundred years. This isn't something that the first prince can do as he pleases. If the emperor breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the commoners. Even the monarch cannot do as he pleases. The king of Song consoled. Even though he was surprised that the holy emperor would appoint the first prince as regent, the king of Song had always been an upright person. As long as he didn't do anything wrong, there was nothing for him to fear. Lords, there's no need to worry. The one who will inherit the throne of the holy emperor in the future isn't the first prince. At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed in the duo's ears. 1. Upon hearing these words, the king of Song, Zhangqiu Jianxiong, and Wang Zhen were stunned. They abruptly turned their heads to look at Wang Chong. Seated in this massive carriage were two kings, the minister of war, and a lower first-rank official. Each of them had an illustrious reputation, each of them wielding an influential status. If Wang Chong's words were to get out, they would assuredly cause a massive uproar in the imperial court. The first prince would surely view them as a thorn in his side, and he wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Chonger, what nonsense are you spouting? How can such a matter be discussed so casually? By the side, Wang Zhen could no longer sit still. Looking at the upright Wang Chong, he harshly rebuked. Big uncle, don't worry. I know what I'm talking about. Wang Chong waved his hands nonchalantly. His words just now made the three people in the carriage shudder with fear and trepidation. But Wang Chong knew the course of history. No matter what, the first prince would never be able to ascend to the throne. Wang Chong, how can you be so sure? The king of Song and Zhangqiu Jianxiong glanced at each other. Wang Chong never did things without thinking. If he dared to say such a thing, he must have something to rely on. He was definitely not just making things up. However, the two of them could not understand why Wang Chong was so confident. That was no longer a guess. It was as if he was certain that the first prince would not be able to do it. The throne of the holy emperor has always been occupied by the virtuous. Other than the order of seniority, there is also the matter of character and moral character. The first prince's forbearance is quite good, but his character is a little lacking. Moreover, the throne of the emperor was related to the people of the world. The holy emperor had always been wise, and it was impossible for him to decide his successor based on age alone. Furthermore, if the holy emperor wanted the first prince to inherit the throne, I'm afraid that His Majesty would have appointed the first prince as the crown prince a long time ago. He wouldn't have waited until now to decide. Wang Chong said calmly. In the carriage, the trio glanced at one another, speechless. Wang Chong's words were easy to understand, and it was something that everyone understood. In the depths of the royal palace, it seemed peaceful on the surface, but in private, the competition was intense. The reason was simple. The holy emperor had yet to decide on the position of the crown prince. Even though the first prince was the eldest son of the first wife, and logically speaking, he should inherit the throne, as long as the holy emperor hadn't appointed the crown prince, the matter would remain unsettled. Let's not talk about this. Your Highness, there's still an important matter that I would like to discuss with you. Wang Chong quickly changed the topic. Your Highness, the royal court has conferred me a minor position of advisor-in-waiting, but it's precisely because it isn't a high position that I have a choice. Furthermore, as an imperial prince of the Tang dynasty and not a core official in charge of political affairs, I can be exempted from attending the morning court assembly. Now that the holy emperor isn't around, and you can keep the first prince and Prime Minister Li Linfu in check, I won't be attending the morning court assembly for the time being. In terms of decision-making power, I can't compare to the first prince and prime minister, and with the two of them around, it's almost impossible for any of our decisions to pass. But on the other hand, if they wish to further weaken the authority of the Bureau of Military Personnel, I can still think of a way to stop them." The King of Song nodded, not asking any further. The greatest benefit of the Holy Emperor's bestowing upon the King of Song was that he could keep the Confucians in check and prevent the militarists from further weakening. "Wang Chong, do you have a plan in mind?" Zhangqiu Jianxiong asked. Wang Chong had always done things with a goal in mind. Many things that didn't seem like much at the time would later be proven correct. Lion City in the southwest, which had saved the Annam Protectorate and Wang Chong's fief in Wushang, had been unremarkable at the time. But later on, it was proven correct and held an extremely important position. "I truly do have a few ideas, but now is not the time to talk about them," Wang Chong calmly said, but his mind was thinking of Li Junxian and that mysterious Confucian sect. Hua! As the four were talking, a commotion came from outside the carriage, accompanied by cheers and shouts. The four of them suddenly parted the curtain and saw that the carriage had arrived at the illustrious Azure Dragon Street of the capital. A crowd had gathered in the busiest part of Azure Dragon Street, apparently discussing something. In the direction of the crowd, one could faintly make out several announcements on the walls. "Someone, what's going on outside?" The King of Song lightly patted the carriage as he spoke. "Yes, Your Highness." A respectful voice came from outside the carriage. But a moment later, a figure returned and quickly appeared outside the carriage. "Your Highness, the Confucians are putting up these announcements on Azure Dragon Street. The announcements say that the four seas are now at peace and war has turned into friendship. This is the era of the harmonious world, and the Confucians have made great progress in their efforts to educate the world. The Eastern and Western Turks have built 800 schools, and 27,000 who have enrolled in these schools to learn the Confucian culture and the language of the Tang dynasty. Uzan has built 400 schools with 8,000 to 9,000 students, and even some adult shepherds are being educated by the Tang dynasty. Mengshizhao has 200 schools with more than 6,000 students. Goguryeo has 300 schools with more than 7,000 students. Arabia has the most schools with more than 1,000 schools with more than 70,000 students. All the barbarians and enemies in the universe have put down their prejudices and been drawn in by the culture of the Tang dynasty. As long as everyone upholds benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, there will be no more wars in the world, and the people will be able to avoid the chaos of war and calamity for a long time. Buzz. Before the King of Song and Zhangqiu Jianxiong could say anything, Wang Chong's pupils constricted and his face paled. Swoosh! Before anyone could react, Wang Chong flew out of the carriage. "The King of Song, Lord Zhangqiu, Big Uncle, I have some matters to attend to, so I will leave first. Let's get in touch next time." As his voice echoed through the carriage, Wang Chong paused for a few moments in front of the Confucian announcement, and then he blinked away. In the Wang family residence, Wang Chong stood with his hands behind his back, his robes flapping in the wind. A few moments later, the eagle, Zhang Ke, Su Ke, Qing Sanyuan, and the others had all gathered at Wang Chong's side. "My lord, we've already investigated. Blue Dragon Street, Vermilion Bird Street, and White Tiger Street are the busiest and most crowded places in the capital, and the Confucians have posted the announcement." Qing Sanyuan gasped for breath. He had been the first to arrive, and upon receiving Wang Chong's order, he had hurriedly gone to investigate. As soon as he heard the news, he had rushed over to report it. Hidden Dragon Street, Ghost Dragon Alley, Spring Blossom Street, and Autumn Rain Street. These places where the scions of the great clans often go to have the announcement as well. Su Ke added. "As soon as I received the news, I sent out all my men. I've already received news that the southern, eastern, northern, and western parts of the city have all posted the Confucian announcement. "Milord, it seems like that group of people is coming with a ferocious momentum and is madly building up momentum." The third person to speak was the eagle. He stared at Wang Chong, his expression extremely solemn. When Wang Chong had gone to Drunken Moon Pavilion to pay a visit to the leader of the Confucian sect, the eagle had gone with him. It was precisely for this reason that the eagle had immediately sensed the scent of a scheme from the Confucian sect's actions. "Milord, I have a feeling that the Confucian sect has come prepared this time. The announcement posted all over the city is probably just the beginning, and they will soon make other moves. Milord, I've obtained information similar to Master's, but unlike Master, our people have discovered that in many tea houses and taverns in the capital, some old Confucians are lecturing on the concepts of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, harmony is precious, and non-war. Moreover, when they are lecturing, they are using the relationship between the Tang dynasty and the surrounding countries to attract quite a few spectators." Zhang Ke bowed. Posting announcements, lecturing, Wang Chong stood in the back garden of the Wang family residence, his hands held behind his back. His eyes were half closed, countless thoughts flitting through his mind. The eagle was correct. The Confucian sect, or to be more precise, the Confucian sect, was beginning to build momentum. "Milord, what do we do? The Confucian sect is coming with such a ferocious momentum, and their ultimate goal is probably us." Zhang Ke turned his head to look worriedly at Wang Chong. These words caused everyone to focus on Wang Chong. No matter what the Confucian sect did, it would ultimately target the militarists, and as one of the leading figures of the militarists, Wang Chong was bound to become their target. "Don't act rashly," Wang Chong sternly said with his eyes closed, his expression extremely calm. "The Confucian sect is only publicizing their achievements on the desolate border. Even without them, we still have to do this. They still haven't revealed their goal, nor have they done anything out of line, so it's not a good time for us to do anything." Building new schools and teaching the language of the Tang dynasty were things that Wang Chong had begun in Khorasan, but now the Confucian sect was doing it. There was actually no conflict between the two sides on this point, and not even Wang Chong could find fault with the Confucian sect. If something abnormal happens, there must be a monster behind it. The Confucian sect must be plotting something for making such a big fuss. But no matter what they want to do, they can't touch me for the time being. Their goal can only be somewhere else. Sukri, write another letter to Su Hanshan and Li Sai. Tell them that if something unexpected happens, they must endure no matter what. They can't be the first to provoke us and leave behind any evidence. Chapter 1289. "Yes, milord." Sukri swiftly left with the order. In truth, Wang Chong had already sent quite a few letters to the northwest, but as long as it was Wang Chong's order, Sukri would never doubt it. Walala! Sukri had only taken a few steps when he heard the flapping of wings overhead. Everyone looked up and saw an eagle descending from the sky. On its right foot was a striking green piece of copper. "Milord, it's a letter from the northwest," Qing Sanyuan sternly said. Wang Chong's subordinates often sent messages, and different regions had different emblems. Thus, there was no need to look at the letter to know where it had come from. The eagle landed on the eagle's shoulder. The latter tore down the letter, glanced at it, and immediately paled. "Milord, it's bad. Li Sai and Su Hanshan have sent letters. Something has happened in the army." The eagle quickly walked over and whispered into Wang Chong's ear. Rumble! A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. As Wang Chong took the letter from the eagle, his mind was instantly in turmoil. The letter had been sent by Su Hanshan, and Wang Chong's unease and conjecture had been confirmed. With Wang Chong's departure, 3 Confucian experts had assumed command. Wang Chong's apparent demotion and the fact that he had been escorted away by the Bureau of Rights and the Golden Guards had infuriated the Qixi Protectorate and the mercenary army. Moreover, the Confucians' subsequent retreat from Khorasan and betrayal of their promise to the Sassanid dynasty and the rebel army had left the army extremely dissatisfied with the Confucians. Many Confucian experts had been sent to the army to supervise the army and suppress the Confucians, finally pushing the army's discontent to the extreme. Even though Wang Chong had sent several letters to Su Hanshan and Li Sai to restrain themselves, there were some things that even the two of them couldn't control. At the start, there were only one or two people, but as time went on, more and more people began to talk. In the end, the three Confucian commanders were forced to issue an order forbidding any further discussion of Khorasan. Anyone who disobeyed would be dealt with according to military law. 3 soldiers who had been venting their dissatisfaction about Khorasan were discovered by the Confucian army supervisors and imprisoned. More and more people heard the news and began to gather around to participate in the discussion. The 3 Confucian commanders gave the order to arrest everyone. By the time Su Hanshan and Li Sai received the news, it was already too late. This was because among those captured were the highwaymen trained by Su Hanshan and the Wushang cavalry under Li Sai. The former had a fiery temper and was easily agitated, while the latter had lost so many men in 2 major battles, only to have all their efforts go down the drain. They were also feeling indignant about Wang Chong's injustice, so the Confucians had seized this opportunity and imprisoned them. Although the two of them had received Wang Chong's order for the army to restrain itself, at this time, as leaders, they could only participate in the resistance against the 3 Confucian marshals in order to protect their subordinates. The last thing the two of them did was to write this letter before stepping forward, telling Wang Chong the whole story. In other words, both Su Hanshan and Li Sai have been arrested and thrown into prison. After reading the letter, Wang Chong's face warped. Even though he had done all he could to stop them, he had come too late. Su Hanshan and Li Sai were the backbone of Wang Chong's forces. They had gone through fire and water with Wang Chong, fighting through 2 major battles, and Li Sai had been at his side since the southwest. Wang Chong couldn't just stand by and do nothing if something happened to these two. It was precisely for this reason that Wang Chong understood why, when the Wushang cavalry and the ballista troops trained by Su Hanshan's highwaymen were captured by the Confucians and dealt with according to military law, the two of them had still stepped forward despite knowing that they couldn't do anything, standing up against the 3 Confucian commanders. Everything seemed normal, but Wang Chong could smell the thick scent of a scheme. The Eagle, I had Su Hanshan and Li Sai apply to be transferred back, and the Bureau of Military Personnel has already agreed. Why haven't the two of them done anything? Why are they still there? Wang Chong suddenly said. Ever since his meeting with Li Junxian, Wang Chong had mentioned to Su Hanshan and Li Sai that the two of them apply to be transferred back to the interior. Whether it was the capital, the southwest, Longxi, or even Yuzhou in the northwest, Wang Chong would have no problems. Given Wang Chong's current relationship with the various commanders, this was not a problem at all. In addition, the special environment in which the militarists and Confucians were fighting meant that there would not be any problems with the transfer of Su Hanshan and Li Sai. Moreover, Wang Chong had already obtained the approval through Zhangzhou Jianxiong. Not too long ago, the two of them sent a letter saying that they truly had done as Milord said, but all the documents, including the orders from the Bureau of Military Personnel, were stuck in the hands of the 3 Confucian commanders. The 3 of them used the lack of capable officers as an excuse to keep Su Hanshan and Li Sai in the army. The Eagle lowered his head and sternly said, "Bastard!" Wang Chong's expression darkened, his entire being turning frigid. If what he had said before was just a premonition, then Wang Chong was now sure that while everything that had happened in the northwest seemed to have been a coincidence, it had all been planned. Li Junxian. A thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind as he recalled that white-robed young man in Drunken Moon Pavilion. This battle between the two of them had come much faster than he had imagined. "Help me contact Minister of War Zhangzhou Jianxiong." Tell him to have the Bureau of Military Personnel immediately intervene in this matter. In addition, immediately write 2 letters for me, one to the Anxi Protectorate and the other to Longxi. Ask Gao Xianji, Feng Chongqing, and Big Dipper Great General Geshuhan to help me put pressure on them. In addition, if possible, have Biting Protector General and Sishun appear as well. All the great generals of the Bureau of Military Personnel are in the same boat. And Sishun should understand what to do. I'd like to see if they would dare to act recklessly with the combined pressure of 3 great generals from the Bureau of Military Personnel. Wang Chang's expression was as cold as ice. In addition, Zhang Ke, take my token and then go to the King of Song's residence. Take my and the King of Song's tokens and travel day and night to Qixi. The imperial court is one thing, but I'd like to see if they dare to make an enemy of the Bureau of Military Personnel and all the protector generals and great generals of the world in the army. 3 great generals, 2 great princes, and Minister of War Zhangzhou Jianqiong. This was an unimaginably vast force, enough to make anyone feel deep respect. Yes, my lord. The Eagle and Zhang Ke both left to carry out their orders. Qing Sanyuan, immediately contact Minister of War Zhangzhou Jianqiong. I want all the information on those 3 Confucian commanders as soon as possible. Wang Chong sternly said. Your subordinate will go. Qing Sanyuan hurriedly bowed. Sukui, it is impolite not to reciprocate. Prepare a memorial for me. I want to bring all 3 Confucian commanders to the imperial court. Wang Chong turned his head in the direction of the imperial palace, his eyes exuding a dazzling light. Sukui rejoiced at these words and hurriedly lowered his head. Your subordinate will go. Boom. Several hours later, when Wang Chang's memorial was delivered to the court and reached the ears of all the officials, it immediately set off massive waves in the capital. As the empire's illustrious war god, Wang Chong had an extremely high reputation both in and out of society. Whether it was his status as the Son of Heaven's disciple, his accomplishments in the Northwest, or his status as king of foreign lands, Wang Chang's every word and action carried enormous weight. This was the first time since Wang Chong had become king of foreign lands that he had formally brought a memorial to the imperial court to impeach someone, and his targets were the 3 newly appointed Confucian commanders of the Qixi Protectorate. The moment this matter broke out, it immediately caused a massive uproar in society. Flap flap. While Wang Chang's memorial was causing massive waves in the capital, a white pigeon flew into a remote and quiet bamboo garden in the northwest of the capital. In the bamboo garden, a candle was lit. Behind the candlelight, a white-robed Confucian scholar was sitting upright and still, flipping through an ancient book. Young master, what do we do? The other side's counterattack was too fast. The Northwest only just began to deal with his subordinates, and now he's already begun to act, bringing them to the imperial court. In the military, we might not be able to defeat him for now. A voice came from behind Li Junxian, a bowing black-robed elder standing behind him. A black insignia could be faintly seen on his right wrist, indicating that he was an expert of the Confucian sect. Wang Chang's counterattack had been too swift and fierce. In their plan, they had originally planned to use Wang Chang's subordinates in the northwest to threaten Wang Chong so that he would hesitate in taking action. At the very least, he would be unable to divert his attention to other matters. But they had not expected Wang Chang's reaction to be so fierce, so sharp that they had been caught off guard. Young master, in addition, our people in the Bureau of Military Personnel have sent word that Zhangzhou Jianqiong is already drafting a military order to pressure the 3 experts of our sect in the Northwest. Zhangzhou Jianqiong couldn't have learned of this news so quickly. It must have been the king of foreign lands who informed him. Since the Bureau of Military Personnel has intervened, the other forces are probably moving as well, placing us in a disadvantageous position. Young master, should we inform Wen Chongqing, Tang Qingyu, and Li Fanming to release the king of foreign lands' 2 subordinates and all the detained soldiers? Another voice came from the side, and in the faint light of the flames, one could faintly make out the silhouette of a young girl of 16 or 17. The girl wore a plain white robe, and her hair was as black as ink. Strands of it cascaded down from the top of her head like a waterfall. Her hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin without any decorations. She gave off a sense of tranquility and elegance, like an orchid. But what was most striking about her was the boundless energy in her body. If one looked closely, they would discover that the girl was actually barefooted and hovering a few inches above the ground. Her toes were smooth and exquisite, as if they had been carved from white jade. In the candlelight they glimmered. Li Junxian said nothing, only slowly raised his head from the ancient scroll in his hand. The faint candlelight cast a slender figure on the wall behind him, exuding an extremely serene and tranquil aura. He was like an ancient well, a deep pool, incapable of stirring the slightest ripple. Chapter 1290. When Chongqing, Tang Qingyu, and Li Fanming were three of the Confucian school's spies in the army. Given Wang Chong's status, if he really did report them to the imperial court, there was a 60 to 70% chance that Wang Chong would topple them. More importantly, Wang Chong could even use them to strike back at the Confucian school. This was because the information on Wen Chongqing, Tang Qingyu, and Li Fanming was completely available. "There's no need," Li Junxian indifferently said. He put down the ancient scroll and slowly stood up. "This game has only just begun. Let them delay Tang Qingyu, and we will think of a way to deal with the Bureau of Military Personnel. Imprison his subordinates for now. As for the King of Foreign Lands, I will deal with him. He won't be able to do anything to them for the time being." In the northwest, it had not been them who had provoked first, but Wang Chong's subordinates who had disobeyed military orders. Even if Wang Chong reported this to the imperial court, he would only be able to save his subordinates, not deal with Tang Qingyu, Li Fanming, and the others. Li Junxian had thought everything through. Moreover, his goal had never been to deal with Wang Chong's subordinate. "Elder Song, has everything else been prepared?" Li Junxian suddenly asked. "Young master, be at ease. Everything has been prepared. Everything is awaiting young master's order," Elder Song said. "Then let's begin. In the King of Song's residence, Wang Chong, the King of Song, Zhangqiu Jianqiong, Lu Tingji, Elder Yi, Elder Zhao, and the others had all gathered together. Even Wang Chong's little uncle, Wang Mi, had been summoned from Heaven Pillar Mountain. Wang Chong, the King of Song, and Zhangqiu Jianqiong sat side by side, while the others sat in a circle below them. This was the most powerful force in the entire imperial court. The Wang clan was still not secretive enough, and Wang Chong's residence was still under construction. It would take at least 2 or 3 months for it to be completed. Therefore, Wang Chong used the King of Song's mansion to gather everyone. "Wang Chong, since everyone is here, tell us all the information you've collected recently." The King of Song glanced at the people in the room and suddenly spoke. And Wang Chong did not conceal anything, recounting all the investigations he had conducted upon his return to the capital, including how he had locked onto Li Junxian through the Zhang Shogui incident. The only thing he concealed was the matter of the Holy Emperor. The Sage Emperor was the backbone of the empire, the main force that stabilized the Great Tang and stabilized the hearts of the people. If the matter about the Holy Emperor were to be leaked, it would likely lead to chaos and panic in the court. The room was silent. Everyone, including Big Uncle Wang Zhen, was listening attentively to Wang Chong's words. Everyone had seen what Wang Chong had done in the imperial court, but no one had expected that while everyone was still immersed in chaos, Wang Chong had already silently uncovered the mastermind behind the curtain. Truly inconceivable. "So you mean to say that all the things that happened in the court in this period of time were the handiwork of a single young man?" Elder Yi muttered, his voice brimming with shock. These old fellows had already withdrawn from the core of the empire and only had a rough idea of what was going on in the imperial court, not so many twists and turns. And at this moment, Elder Ye's sigh echoed the sentiments of the others. Who could have imagined that the Grand Preceptor, King Qi, and Prime Minister Li Linfu, these extremely important ministers, would all listen to the orders of a young man of 27 or 28. This was simply a fantasy. If these words had not come from Wang Chong's mouth, no one would have believed them. But Wang Chong would never speak without thinking. As long as he spoke seriously, even if he said that the sun rose from the west, everyone would probably believe him. This is also what I want to tell everyone. A young man of 26 or 27 could never have the ability to order around the Grand Preceptor and King Qi. King Qi has always been conceited and will never easily submit to another. Without the support of a massive faction, this is impossible. This is also what I hope that everyone can help me with. Everyone here is my elder and has seen many things. Perhaps you all know the origins and background of this Confucian sect. Wang Chong slowly said to the crowd. The other party was not alone, and Wang Chong could not rely on his own strength to fight against a massive faction. This was also why he had gathered everyone here. Wang Chong, are you sure that this is the symbol? The King of Song did not answer, instead taking up the unfamiliar symbol that Wang Chong had drawn. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the black symbol in King Song's hand. Wang Chong nodded. The room fell silent as everyone carefully examined the thin piece of paper in the King of Song's hand. The black symbol on this paper was extremely strange. At first glance, it looked like a bird flapping its wings, but upon closer inspection, it was different. It seemed like a drawing yet not a drawing, like a character yet not a character. This old man can be said to have galloped across the world, weathering storms and waves for more than 40 years, but I've never seen such a symbol before. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have even known that the Great Tang had such a powerful faction. Zhangqiu Jianxiong looked at the unfamiliar symbol and sighed. After a pause, he continued. But the more it's like this, the deeper the faction has hidden themselves, and the greater their intentions are. I'm afraid that I won't be able to help you in this aspect. Wang Chong's uncle Wang Mi said. Of everyone here, he was the youngest and the least experienced. As such, he knew very little about this matter. But no matter what, I believe that such a powerful faction would have left behind some clues. Wang Mi added. Wang Chong did not say a word as he looked at the others. The room was silent, and everyone had contemplative looks in their eyes. Actually, I seem to have some impression of this thing you mentioned. A voice suddenly sounded in the hall, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Elder Zhao. Wang Chong raised his head and looked at Elder Yi and Elder Zhao, who were sitting side by side in astonishment. The two of them were former subordinates of Duke Jiu, and they were the oldest here, as well as the most experienced. Elder Yi, do you still remember that 40 years ago, when the Holy Emperor first ascended to the throne, a member of the Confucian school presented a congratulatory gift to the Holy Emperor? As Elder Zhao spoke, he turned to look at Elder Yi. Elder Yi was taken aback. He didn't expect Elder Zhao to suddenly bring up a matter from several decades ago. Both of them were old, and there were many things that they couldn't remember clearly. Have you forgotten? Back then, that person bumped into you and left before the Holy Emperor's coronation ceremony was over. Elder Zhao reminded. Hearing those words, Elder Ye's eyebrows shot up, and a glint flashed across his eyes. He seemed to have recalled something. I remember now. Back then, there was indeed a member of the Confucian school who went to pay an audience with the Holy Emperor, and the Holy Emperor even received him in the Taiha Hall. As a result, the coronation ceremony ended half an incense's time later than the Bureau of Rites had predicted. Elder Yi said. It was hard to remember so many things that had happened decades ago, but even something as important as the sacred emperor's coronation had been delayed. Furthermore, when everyone was passionately participating in this grand ceremony, and someone else had left early, you would remember that person. At the time, I noticed that the gift that the Confucian school presented to the Holy Emperor had this symbol. Elder Zhao said. Buzz! Wang Chong's body trembled at Elder Zhao's words, and he immediately turned his head. He only knew that this Confucian sect had suddenly appeared after he had defeated Arabia, but he had no idea that it had also appeared 40-some years ago and that it was connected to the Holy Emperor. Elder Yi, are you sure? Is it really the same as this one? The King of Song suddenly said. Elder Zhao's words surprised not only Wang Chong, but the others as well. There's no mistake. There aren't many people who can make the Holy Emperor delay his coronation ceremony, Elder Zhao solemnly said. Elder Zhao solemnly said. But I only saw them once, and I didn't have any more information about them after that. If Wang Chong hadn't mentioned it, I probably would have forgotten about it as well. The trail ended here, and the room fell silent once more. However, being able to obtain information from Elder Zhao was already an unexpected harvest. In truth, I feel like there's a character in the center of this ink-colored symbol. Grand Scholar Lu Tingji, who had been silent this entire time, finally spoke. Even Wang Chong was stunned by these words. He had been the first to notice this symbol, and not even he had realized that there was a character in the center of the symbol. In a flash, Wang Chong and everyone else turned to look once more. Disregarding the outermost patterns and inscriptions and carefully examining the center of the symbol, they hadn't thought much of it before, but now that they heard Lu Tingji's words, they realized that it really did seem like a character. But to say that it was a character was far from it. However, Lu Tingji was a well-read scholar who had dabbled in a wide range of subjects. Since he had said this, there had to be a reason for it. This shape is somewhat similar to bird seal script. It's different from today's characters. It's an extremely ancient character, one of the earliest characters. Very few people know of it now, let alone understand it. I only happened to see a fragment of bird seal script in an ancient text. With this, Lu Tingji suddenly stood up, grabbed a brush from the brush rack, and walked straight to the desk in the room. He began to spread the ink with his brush, but after a few strokes, he stopped and reached out to pick up the paper on the table. At that moment, everyone could clearly see a strange pattern on the snow-white paper. It seemed like a painting yet not a painting, like a character yet not a character. Although it was completely different from the ink-colored symbol of the Confucian sect that Wang Chong had drawn, it was at least 70 to 80% similar. I saw these characters in an ancient text, but I only know the shape, not the meaning. Lu Tingji said. If we know that this is bird seal script, then it'll be easy. If we can find out the meaning of this character, we might be able to find out the origins of the Confucian sect. At this moment, Elder Yi finally spoke. Chapter 1291. I do know an old pedant who likes to collect bird seal script and all kinds of ancient books. He had all kinds of incomplete books, some of which even had a history of more than 1,000 years. When I was young, I always wanted to visit him. I sent him many invitations, but I never had the chance to see him. The ancient book I was reading was left to me by one of his servants before he left. If the old man was still alive, he would be close to 90 years old. Wang Chong, if you can find him, you might be able to find some information. Lu Ting said solemnly. That old man wasn't a member of the Confucian sect. He simply liked to read books. More importantly, he had an eccentric personality and didn't like to interact with others. Otherwise, he would have met him when he was young. Moreover, after more than 20 years, no one knew if the old man was still alive. Even Lu Ting felt that the chances were slim. Scholar Lu, what's the name of that old man? I'll send someone to look for him. Wang Chong said. Although the chances were slim, Wang Chong still decided to give it a try. The Central Divine Prefecture was extremely vast. Finding a single person, especially one that didn't like to live in groups, was like finding a needle in a haystack. It was extremely difficult, and this was the reason why Lu Tingji felt that his chances were slim. However, Wang Chong had gathered more than 80% of the great clans in the empire. Their influence was spread all over the 9 states. If he were to borrow their power, he might be able to find the old scholar who liked to collect ancient books. One Choshu, Lu Ting said. In an instant, the hall fell silent again. Actually, if you want to know more about him, there's another way. Suddenly, the King of Song broke the silence. Your Highness! The King of Song's words surprised everyone. Wang Chang's heart was also moved, and he turned his head to look. Although information on the Confucian sect was difficult to find, there was one person who did. The King of Song's gaze was like lightning as he slowly swept his gaze over the crowd. Without waiting for them to guess, he directly announced the answer. King Qi Li Chengqi. After all, the King of Song had been in the court for many years. He was knowledgeable and had weathered many storms. Even Wang Chong was impressed by the King of Song's wisdom in the court. The Confucian sect can't possibly hide its tracks forever. At the very least, King Qi knows. With his personality, if he didn't know the other party's background and felt that the other party was qualified to cooperate with him, he would never listen to the other party's orders. Moreover, King Qi was proud and conceited. Of the 4 people, Grand Preceptor, King Qi, the Prime Minister, and the First Prince, King Qi happened to be the most impatient and the most difficult to keep secret. Old butler, I'll leave this matter to you. The King of Song replied without turning his head. I understand. The old butler, dressed in a black robe, stood behind the King of Song and bowed respectfully. There was no expression on his face. Wang Chong mentally breathed a long sigh of relief at this sight. The King of Song, his big uncle, Lu Tingji, Elder Zhao, each of these people had their own experience and wisdom, which was why Wang Chong had gathered them together. A single thread does not make a thread, and a single tree does not make a forest. If they wanted to resist this unknown faction, they could only work together. And reality had proven that the King of Song and the others truly could provide Wang Chong with even more important assistance. Thump thump thump. Just as everyone was talking, a series of hurried knocks came from outside the door. Who is it? King Song grimaced and turned his head to look at the source of the noise. The mood in the hall instantly froze. Your Highness, there is a subordinate of the King of Foreign Lands outside. He says that he has an urgent matter and requests an audience. A voice came from outside the door. It was the captain of the King of Foreign Lands' guard. A few moments later, rumble. The door opened and the travel-worn eagle strode in. "Milord, there's a problem. It's news from the Kunwu training camp." The eagle's face was solemn, and he did not dare to say anything else. He got down on one knee in front of Wang Chong and respectfully handed over the letter in his hand. Wang Chong opened the letter. There were only a few lines on it. The first matter was that Wang Chong's instructor at the Kunwu training camp, Zhao Qianqiu, had been captured. The second matter was that the Confucian school had formally advanced into the 3 great training camp. Bzzz. Towards the end, Wang Chong grimaced and stood up. The King of Song, Big Uncle, Lord Zhangqiu, and seniors, I have some matters to attend to and will take my leave. Wang Chong swiftly left, passing through the gate of the King of Song residence and boarding a carriage. Behind him, the travel-worn old eagle also entered the carriage. When did this happen? Wang Chong asked. It happened not long ago. I've already sent people to investigate. The Kunwu training camp isn't far from here. We should have news soon. The eagle said respectfully. Flap, flap, flap. Just as he was speaking, a messenger pigeon flapped its wings and flew into the carriage. More news came, but the situation was not optimistic. The Confucian school's display of proclamations throughout the capital, vigorously promoting its achievements, was only the beginning. While Wang Chong and the King of Song were exploring the secrets of the Confucian school, Li Junxian was leading the Confucian sect in setting their sights on the illustrious 3 great training camps of the Tang dynasty. Not long ago, an important piece of news was announced. The Tang dynasty's 3 great training camps had added a Confucian hall of benevolence and righteousness. Henceforth, the three great training camps not only taught infantry, cavalry, and archers, as well as various strategies, but also added a Confucian education that emphasized benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom. If one did not pass the examination of the Hall of Benevolence and Righteousness, they would not be able to graduate from the three great training camps, nor would they be able to join any of the armies of the Tang dynasty. And if one failed the examination 3 times, they would be expelled from the three great training camps, unable to receive any further training or study. Absurd! Seated in his carriage, Wang Chong clenched the letter in his hand into a ball, his entire person seething with rage. The three great training camps had been established as a place to train generals, with the primary goal of learning martial arts and the art of war. The essence of war was to kill. The Confucian sect was now promoting benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom in the three great training camps, and they were even using this as the standard for the examination. This was the exact opposite of the original purpose of the three great training camp. As the instructor of the training camps, it was precisely because Zhao Qianqiu couldn't stand the sight of this that he argued forcefully, resulting in him being captured by the royal court. Lord, the three great training camps are established by the Holy Emperor, and their standing is transcendent. Not even the military is allowed to approach them. How could they possibly have the capability to extend their hands in there and issue such a ridiculous order? The eagle said grimly. The more he understood, the more fearful the eagle became of the Confucian sect. Their capabilities seemed to be limitless, and they were able to interfere in any matter. It must be because of the first prince. Wang Chong leaned against the carriage with a grim expression. The three great training camps are under the direct control of the Holy Emperor, and ordinary people are unable to interfere in their affairs. However, with the first prince presiding over the royal court, as long as they have a decree from him, the Confucian sect will be able to enter. Furthermore, as long as the Confucian sect uses the excuse of cultivating both civil and martial arts, they will be able to pass this order. Even though this matter had happened too abruptly and there was no further news, Wang Chong only needed a moment of thought to deduce the crux of the matter. Swoosh! While they were talking, another carrier pigeon flew into the carriage through the window. At almost the same time, a soft creak came from outside, as if someone had boarded the carriage. "My lord, there's a problem. I've just received news that the imperial court has just passed a decree forbidding the construction of any private facilities within 100 li of the three great training camp. All manors and buildings are to be demolished. My lord, Deflecting Blade Manor is in trouble." Zhang Kei's voice came from outside, his voice growing softer and softer. There were far too many. The matter of Su Hanshan and Li Sai in the northwest had not yet been resolved, and the three great training camps were already in turmoil. Although there was no evidence, even a blind man could tell that the Confucian sect had come with a menacing aura aimed at Wang Chong. The three great training camps were the foundation of the empire, and countless future generals of the empire had come from them. Wang Chong's subordinates, Chen Burang, Sun Jiming, and Su Hanshan, had all come from Kunwu training camp, and Deflecting Blade Manor was Wang Chong's private territory and gathering place, where countless elite disciples of the three great training camps had gathered. Wang Chong had also used this opportunity to impart his own military strategies, using his own methods to train the empire's future generals. Deflecting Blade Manor was extremely close to Kunwu training camp, and with the imperial court's decree, Wang Chong's Deflecting Blade Manor was immediately demolished. There was no doubt that this order was aimed at Wang Chong. A storm was brewing. The Confucian school's attack this time was far more ferocious than anyone had imagined. In addition, my lord, we just received news that the Confucian sect has dispatched many Confucian scholars to the various tea-houses and restaurants to promote the concept of the harmonious world. In addition, the number of storytellers has also increased. Zhang Ke added from outside. Qixi Protectorate, Deflecting Blade Manor, Kunwu Training Camp, Confucian Lectures. The Confucian offensive was like a storm, and even the Eagle and Zhang Ke felt an enormous pressure. Wang Chong said nothing, slowly closing his eyes. However, tapping sounds could be heard from within the carriage. Wang Chong's fingers were tapping rhythmically. "Stop!" Wang Chong suddenly said. With this order, the horses neighed and the carriage came to a halt. This order was so abrupt that the Eagle and Zhang Ke immediately turned to look at Wang Chong. All was quiet, save for the noise of the crowd and the rumbling of the carriage. "Pass on my order. Use my name to gift Deflecting Blade Manor to Kunwu Training Camp. In the future it will be the Kunwu Training Camp's training ground." A few moments later Wang Chong suddenly spoke. He slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, his gaze was resolute and incomparably deep. Chapter 1292. Deflecting Blade Manor was Wang Chong's blood, sweat, and tears, and Wang Chong had spent a great deal of time and energy on it. Many of Wang Chong's subordinates had come from Deflecting Blade Manor. Moreover, in the Battle of Talas, they had swiftly revealed their astonishing talent. It could be said that the students of the three great training camps gathered in Deflecting Blade Manor were the foundation upon which Wang Chong had transformed the Tang dynasty, the army, and all the other factions. The pair had originally believed that Wang Chong would immediately rush to Deflecting Blade Manor to resist, but Wang Chong had chosen to give Deflecting Blade Manor to Kunwu Training Camp. But their understanding of Wang Chong convinced them that Wang Chong would not make this decision for no reason. "Ah!" Eagle let out a soft gasp, as if he had understood something. Outside the carriage, Zhang Ke seemed to think of something, but for a moment, he couldn't quite make sense of it. "Do you understand? The Confucian sect is borrowing the first prince's power, and the first prince is borrowing the Holy Emperor's power. If we fight the Confucian sect, we will be fighting the Holy Emperor. This is absolutely impossible. Moreover, the three great training camps were established on the orders of the Holy Emperor. The Confucian sect had long since anticipated this, and had made ample preparations," Wang Chong calmly said. In his mind, he thought of that scholarly and handsome white-robed Confucian scholar. That Confucian sect leader called Li Junxian seemed to be only 27 or 28 years old, but his attacks were fierce and swift, like a tide that left no room to breathe. More importantly, he had thought it through thoroughly and had almost completely predicted the enemy's possible actions. Moreover, he had left his opponent very little room to maneuver. Although he had not faced his opponent directly, much less seen the glint of his sword, his opponent was far more vicious than he had imagined. Wang Chong had faced many opponents, but very few of them could compare to this Li Junxian. "Rather than wait for them to tear down Deflecting Blade Manor, why don't we give it to Kunwu Training Camp? Although nothing can return to the past, at the very least, the Confucian school will no longer be able to interfere. We can also do our best to preserve Deflecting Blade Manor," Wang Chong sternly said. "Your subordinate understands," Old Eagle sternly said, his heart filled with admiration as he gazed at Wang Chong's young and determined face. The Confucian sect had come with such ferocious momentum that not even the Confucian sect could deal with it. Of Blade Manor, the Confucian sect had been so fierce that even the Confucian sect had been defeated. "Zhang Ke, help me immediately contact the Bureau of Military Personnel and the Protector Generals and Great Generals of the Border Protectorates. Immediately propose that we use the Bureau of Military Personnel's name to establish a new Commander Star base that will help the Border Protectorates groom Commander Stars. Recruit all the candidates who have been expelled by the Runny Hall and the three great training camps to the general base. Also, ensure that all the qualified students are sent to the various protectorates through the channels of the Ministry of Military Affairs." Wang Chong looked ahead. His eyes were deep and filled with wisdom. His vision seemed to be able to see into the endless distance. "In addition, send a letter for me to Geshu Han, and Sishun Xianyu Zhongtong, Gao Xianji Zhang Shogue, and all the other protector generals and great generals. Tell them that I will be teaching them the art of war at the commander base. As long as they strongly supported and signed on, at least 10% of the people in the base would be transferred to their army. After seeing my performance at Talas and Khorasan, I am confident that they will not refuse. Once the 5 protector generals, Bureau of Military Personnel, and Minister of Military Personnel Zhangqiu Jianqiong were able to bypass the royal family and officially establish the decree. As long as they didn't establish Wang Chang's private army in the end, all of the troops could be sent to the various desolate borders. Not even the Confucian sect would be able to do anything. A string of orders was issued. The Eagle and Zhang Ke had been worried when they first received the news, but when they heard Wang Chang's orders, they immediately calmed down. No matter who this Li Junxian was or what the background of the Confucian sect was, they had truly chosen the wrong opponent this time. Yes, your subordinate will see to it. The two of them replied in unison. In addition, do you know where Zhao Qianqiu is being imprisoned? Wang Chong suddenly asked. No matter what sort of strategy Li Junxian had, he would not be able to pose an effective threat to Wang Chong. All Wang Chong truly cared about was Zhao Qianqiu's safety. Zhao Qianqiu was Wang Chong's first and only instructor, and Wang Chong had always been filled with admiration for him. My lord, we have already investigated. After Lord Zhao was captured in Kunwu training camp, he was sent back to the capital and imprisoned in the penal court. Zhang Ke bowed. Wang Chong blinked at these words. Based on the rules of the imperial court, generals who committed crimes in the army would be sent to the Bureau of Military Personnel, crimes committed by the people would be sent to the Bureau of Punishments, crimes involving the imperial court or members of the imperial clan would be sent to the Court of Judicial Review, and those outside of these 3 would be sent to the penal court. This was a place specifically used to deal with special crimes, and the supervisor of the penal court just so happened to be King Qi. The words penal court made it clear that there was no need to say anything more. Let's go to the penal court, Wang Chong sternly said. The penal court was located in the northwest corner of the imperial palace. This place was remote and had the least number of people in the capital. Moreover, because of its special location, this place belonged to the imperial clan, and ordinary people were not allowed to approach. Boom! There was a world-shaking explosion, and waves of qi surged out. Miserable screams rang out as the fully armored guards of the penal court were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. While he was still in the air, his armor and the weapon in his hand were already shattered by the ferocious stellar energy. Wang Chong led the Eagle and Zhang Ke forward like a hot knife through butter. This is the penal court. Stop! Cries of alarm and fury resounded through the air as the experts of the penal court rushed in from all directions, flustered and exasperated. But as these experts charged forward, none of them could get within 3 zhang of Wang Chong. They were either torn apart, sent flying, or sent spinning like a compass. Almost no one was able to get close. Where is Zhao Qianqiu being imprisoned? Wang Chong extended a palm, and an expert of the penal court flew through the air like a rag doll and landed in Wang Chong's hand. Wang Chong's fingers tightened around the penal court expert's neck like a pair of iron pincers, lifting him up into the air like a little chicken. I won't tell you. Lord King Qi has already received the news and will immediately rush over. You can't escape. This penal temple expert's face was completely red. He was shocked and scared, but he refused to say anything no matter what. Humph, in front of me, it doesn't matter how stubborn you are. With a thought, Wang Chong sent an enormous stream of psychic energy into the penal court expert's mind. After encountering a weak resistance, Wang Chong's psychic energy sank into the expert's mind. Penal court, prison 22. Wang Chong muttered to himself. With a bang, he smashed the penal court expert into the tensome experts behind him, sending them tumbling to the ground. Rumble! Another wave of stellar energy swept through the area, and Wang Chong's momentum allowed him to pass through the hundreds of experts of the penal court and force his way into the depths of the prison. The penal court's underground prison was eerie and frightening. Prisoners with disheveled hair were imprisoned here, and their bodies were covered in wounds. It was clear that they had been tortured. Wang Chong grew even more furious at this sight. If King Qi and the others had tortured Zhao Qianqiu, Wang Chong would never let them off the hook. Lord Zhao Zhangke and the Eagle followed Wang Chong, striding toward Prison 22. But when the two of them arrived at Prison 22, they were struck dumb. Looking at the situation in the prison, the two of them were stunned. Neither of them could say a word. The Eagle, Zhang Ke, when Wang Chong saw the state of Prison 22, his eyes narrowed, and his voice came to an abrupt halt. The prison was completely empty. There was not a single person in sight. Impossible. This was Wang Chong's first reaction. He had rushed over not long after Zhao Qianqiu had been captured, and Wang Chong had interrogated Zhao Qianqiu's location from the penal court expert's mind. This sort of testimony could not be fake. Check the other prisons and see if they've been moved, Wang Chong immediately said. Yes, my lord. The Eagle and Zhang Ke immediately moved toward the other prisons. Meanwhile, Wang Chong's gaze quickly fell on a prison guard that he had just sent flying. A surge of psychic energy shot into the prison guard's mind, but a moment later, when he read the message, Wang Chong's body trembled and his brows furrowed. However, the tension on his face immediately dissipated. Zhao Qianqiu had been rescued. This was the information Wang Chong had obtained from the prison guard's mind. Not long before he had arrived, a black-robed man of high status had appeared in the penal court and forcibly taken Zhao Qianqiu away from Prison 22. Judging from the situation at the time, this black-robed man seemed to be an enemy rather than a friend, as the men of the penal court had even tried to stop him. What's going on here? Wang Chong was silent, his mind filled with questions. He hadn't expected such a situation before he came. King Qi was known for his domineering and arrogant personality. No ordinary person was capable of rescuing someone from his penal court. More importantly, Wang Chong had known Zhao Qianqiu for a long time, but he had never heard the latter say that he was acquainted with such a powerful existence. Could that legend be true? Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. In truth, there were many rumors circulating in the capital regarding Zhao Qianqiu, of which the most widespread rumor was that Zhao Qianqiu had a powerful backer behind him, and related to this rumor was that Zhao Qianqiu was able to become the head instructor of Kunwu training camp despite having no significant background, and his standing in the camp far surpassed the other instructors. Chapter 1293. Lord Zhao, I truly underestimated you. It seems you have quite a few secrets on your body. Looking at the empty cell 22, a smile slowly crept onto Wang Chong's lip. Zhang Ke the Eagle, there's no need to look. Let's go. Wang Chong suddenly said. After saying this, he turned and left the penal court. Ah! This order was so sudden that the Eagle and Zhang Ke glanced at each other in dismay. However, there was no time to think, and the two of them rushed out in pursuit. When he walked out of the dark and gloomy prison of the penal court, he immediately heard a furious voice coming from afar. Wang Chong, you're simply out of control. You actually dare to come to the penal court to fish people out? Do you really think this king can't deal with you? Wang Chong raised his head and saw a sea of people outside the penal court. Countless experts had gathered at the gates, tightly surrounding the penal court. At the center of this crowd was King Qi, dressed in imperial robes, his face dark and gloomy. He was being escorted by a group of people, seething with killing intent. King Qi's complexion was extremely unsightly. If looks could kill, Wang Chong would already be dead countless times over. Wang Chong's gaze swept the area. Other than the penal court's experts, there was also a tight barrier outside. Countless fully armored experts were surging in. These were all experts that King Qi had brought with him upon hearing the news. Humph! Wang Chong only sneered at this sight. Raising his robes, he walked forward as if there was no one around. He had already charged through the battlefield with thousands of soldiers, so he truly didn't care about these experts that King Qi had brought. So what if I'm fishing people out? Since when did you have the right to capture the instructors of the Kunwu training camp? Wang Chong's eyes were cold as he walked toward King Qi without the slightest hint of fear. Bastard! King Qi's face was ashen from rage. The penal court was his private territory, and Wang Chong's actions were a naked provocation. Bastard! You're just a king with a different surname, and you don't have the slightest bit of imperial blood. Do you really think you can stand on equal footing with me? Since you've come to the penal court, don't even think about leaving. King Qi's face was gloomy as he waved his arm. In a flash, powerful energy erupted from the bodies of the experts he had brought with him, all of them locking onto Wang Chong. If you want to make a move against me, you'll have to look at your own capabilities first. Wang Chong's body exploded, a majestic wave of energy erupting from his body. Cold snorts could be heard as the top-class experts behind King Qi staggered backward. You're courting death. Seeing this, King Qi gnashed his teeth, unable to restrain his anger. Hong Long, he stamped his foot, and a green stream of essence Qi surged out from his body, soaring into the sky. In a flash, King Qi's energy swelled, and in the blink of an eye, he had broken into the Saint Martial Realm and was now at the peak of the Saint Martial Realm. Moreover, after breaking into the Great General Realm, his energy continued to surge, instantly reaching the peak of the Great General Realm and continuing to grow. At this moment, the strength King Qi had displayed was probably on par with Abu Muslim. Old Eagle and Zhang Ke were both stunned by this sight. Everyone knew that King Qi was arrogant and despotic, but the two of them had never known that King Qi's martial arts were so powerful. Just the cultivation he had displayed was enough to place him among the world's top-class experts. Bzzz. The earth trembled, and the area several li around the penal court began to shake. Bang! King Qi stomped forward, leaving behind countless afterimages as he charged at Wang Chong like a furious dragon. Reckless thing, this king will tear you to pieces. King Qi's clenched teeth resounded through the penal court. Roar! An ancient roar, brimming with a thirst for blood and destruction, resounded in everyone's ears. A moment later, the image behind King Qi shifted, and a massive beast the size of a mountain began to emerge. It had green-black fur, savage fangs, and eyes brimming with a desire to destroy. All of these things were enough to make anyone feel intimidated. A primordial beast. According to legend, this was a powerful creature that had once lived in the Central Plains in the distant past. The imperial palace possessed countless secret martial arts manuals, and as a member of the royal family, King Qi had access to at least 80% of these manuals. This supreme technique was modeled after the essence of a primordial beast, and it was clearly an ancient and powerful technique that King Qi had cultivated. You overestimate yourself. Wang Chong only sneered as he watched King Qi charge at him with astonishing power. King Qi truly was one of the most powerful experts in the world. Not only did he have high status and great ambitions, but his strength and cultivation were also astonishing. Alas, although King Qi was powerful, he was still stuck at the level of pure strength. He had yet to touch upon the subtle realm. Rumble! A moment later, Wang Chong stomped down, and the earth rumbled as he shot into the sky like a cannonball. With the momentum of a thunderbolt, he slammed into the weakest point of King Qi's attack. Great Yin-Yang art! A resounding voice echoed through the penal court, rumbling like thunder. Countless people looked up, and in that moment they all felt like they were hallucinating. It was like a sun and a moon had appeared in the sky. Rumble! After what seemed like an instant, but also like countless eons, there was an earth-shattering boom. Aya! A miserable shriek rang out as a figure shot down like a meteor, smashing into the ground in front of the penal court. The ground rapidly caved in, creating a giant crater. Countless pieces of rubble flew in every direction, and a cloud of dust soared into the sky. King Qi! Your Highness! Your Highness! The moment King Qi crashed into the ground, the entire penal court fell into chaos. Everyone paled in fright, and countless people swarmed toward the spot where King Qi had landed, their faces filled with panic. This round of competition had started quickly and ended even more quickly. In just one round, King Qi had been utterly defeated. In the air, Wang Chong flung his sleeves and floated down like a leaf. King Qi's strength had yet to reach the subtle realm. He probably didn't even know what the subtle realm was. Relying on brute force alone was impossible. Thud! Wang Chong landed on his feet, his entire body relaxed and carefree. Even his breathing was unruffled. It was clear that he had not used his full strength in this battle. Let's go. Wang Chong's eyes chilled. Not even glancing at the spot where King Qi had landed, he led the eagle and Zhang Ke away. My lord. The eagle and Zhang Ke followed behind Wang Chong, delighted to see this. King Qi had always opposed Wang Chong, and now that he had been defeated by Wang Chong, he had truly lost all face. They had finally been able to vent their resentment. Wang Chong, this king will kill you. Wang Chong had barely taken 2 steps when he heard a furious roar accompanied by boundless killing intent. Rumble! Dust exploded as a figure shot out, blocking Wang Chong's path, his entire body exploding with killing intent. King Qi's body was covered in wounds, and his expression was wretched. However, his eyes were fixed on Wang Chong, the killing intent in his eyes so dense that it seemed tangible. Everyone, attack! Kill this brat for me! King Qi's expression was ruthless. As a member of the imperial clan, King Qi had an extraordinary status, and was born with incomparable respect. In his memories, everyone had been subservient and respectful to him. No one had ever dared to act like Wang Chong and the Wang clan, repeatedly ruining his plans and opposing him. No one had ever been like Wang Chong, provoking him on his doorstep, barging into his penal court, and even attacking him in front of everyone. This was an unprecedented humiliation. King Qi felt like his lungs were about to explode. Wang Chong, I want you dead today. King Qi's eyes blazed with hatred. Following his order, all the experts of the penal court, as well as the top experts King Qi had brought, charged at Wang Chong like a storm. Stop! At this moment, a heaven-shaking roar rang out, followed by a cloud of dust. It was unknown just how many soldiers were charging in from outside the penal court. King Qi was stunned by this sudden development. He subconsciously turned his head, and across from him, Wang Chong narrowed his eyes in surprise. With a single glance, Wang Chong saw a familiar figure. It's him? Even Wang Chong couldn't help but be taken aback by the sudden appearance of this figure. He had never imagined that Prime Minister Li Linfu, the head of all the civil and military officials, would actually lead the civil and military officials, as well as soldiers from the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of War, and the City Guard, to this place at this time. King Qi, King of Foreign Lands, the two of you are noble imperial princes of the Tang dynasty, and yet you're fighting in the penal court in broad daylight? What propriety! Li Linfu, dressed in the crimson robe of a first-rank official and riding a black horse, couldn't help but angrily rebuke them, a look of exasperation on his face. Behind him, the 20-some officials were also constantly looking at Wang Chong and King Qi, strange expressions on their faces. This was the first time that 2 imperial princes of the Tang dynasty had shed all pretense of cordiality and fought in the capital. If I hadn't rushed over with my officials, who knows what kind of ruckus you would have made. Bastard things, get out of my way! These last words were directed at the experts of the penal court and the top-class experts King Qi had brought with him. Chapter 1294. Rumble. Following King Qi's order, the crowd scattered. Only Wang Chong narrowed his eyes, glancing pensively at Li Linfu and King Qi. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the heavens shook and the earth quaked. Another group of people came from afar. The first prince has arrived. Bzzz. Wang Chong's heart trembled as he looked in the direction of the voice. In the distance, 2 massive dragon banners had been raised. Behind the dragon banners were countless soldiers of the Imperial Guard, and the Golden Guard, who served as the Emperor's bodyguards. They were lined up in a grand procession as they made their way toward the penal court. Escorted by the Imperial Guard, a dignified and noble figure was making his way over. The first prince. Passing through the air, Wang Chong immediately spotted this familiar figure. The Holy Emperor lived in seclusion in the palace, with the first prince acting as regent. As long as the Holy Emperor did not appear, the first prince represented the Emperor. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen the first prince outside of the imperial palace. In a single day, the tiny penal court had gathered the great prime minister, the first prince, and King Qi, 3 nobles of the court. In a flash, Wang Chong's heart sank as a strange feeling welled up in his heart. Putting aside King Qi, Prime Minister Li Linfu and the first prince had clearly come prepared. As expected, a moment later, Wang Chong heard the first prince's voice. Wang Chong, you're quite bold to even dare injure Imperial Uncle. Accustomed to killing on the battlefield, do you think this place is also a battlefield? With these words, the first prince ignored King Qi and fixed his gaze on Wang Chong. The hooves of a warhorse clattered as the great prince leapt out of the crowd and headed in the direction of the penal court. Paying respects to the first prince, everyone dismounted from their horses and bowed. Even Prime Minister Li Linfu bowed deeply on his horse. Your Highness, you've come at just the right time. The King of Foreign Lands has forced his way into my penal court, taken a person from my penal court, and even injured a guard of my penal court. He has no regard for the laws of the country and is simply lawless. Your Highness, you must uphold justice for this king. Seeing the first prince, the Prince of Qi's expression immediately changed. With a flash, he rushed forward. At the same time, he pointed at Wang Chong, looking like a victim. In the blink of an eye, all of the officials, Prime Minister Li Linfu, and even the first prince looked at Wang Chong. The entire penal court was silent, and an invisible pressure weighed down on them. Bastard! These people deliberately banded together to deal with Wang Ye. When the Eagle and Zhang Ke saw this, they immediately realized that everything that was happening had been planned in advance to deal with Wang Chong. The first prince was the prince regent, Li Linfu was the prime minister, and Prince Qi was the prince of Qi. With the 3 of them working together, the situation before them was likely to be difficult to resolve. Heh! A light breeze ruffled Wang Chong's robes. Now that things had come to this, Wang Chong actually calmed down and showed no fear. The first prince and the prime minister have come at just the right time. This king has only just arrived, and the 2 of you have already arrived. Your Highness, in particular, is truly perceptive. When this king and King Qi stood together, Your Highness was able to immediately determine that this was my fault and that it had nothing to do with King Qi. Wang Chong said with a smile. His words caused all 3 of them to pale. The first prince was particularly stunned. He had originally believed that at this point, Wang Chong would at least admit defeat. He hadn't expected him to remain so unyielding, and it was clear that Wang Chong had seen through them. Impudent! In just a short moment, the first prince suddenly felt a wave of anger rise in his heart. It would have been fine if Wang Chong was just proud and aloof, unwilling to submit to him, but he had actually chosen to submit to the 5th prince. He simply didn't know how to appreciate favors, and the first prince could not tolerate him. Wang Chong, do you mean that this prince has wrongly accused you? Wang Chong, it seems to me that after your victory at Karasan, you've become so arrogant that you don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. The first prince is His Highness's son and also the Prince Regent. When the Holy Emperor isn't present, he represents His Majesty. Is this how you speak to the first prince? King Qi seized the opportunity to jeer. It was a fact that Wang Chong was currently in the penal court. No matter how Wang Chong denied it, he could not escape. Haha, I'm just speaking the facts. The penal court is not a forbidden ground of the imperial palace. As an imperial prince of the Tang dynasty, can this king not even approach a trifling place like the penal court? Wang Chong held his hands behind his back, not backing down in the face of the combined might of these three. Moreover, King Qi, since you said to His Highness that I forced my way into the penal court and kidnapped someone, this king asks you, where is the person I kidnapped? After saying those words, Wang Chong swept a sharp gaze across the trio. Meanwhile, the expressions of Li Linfu, the first prince, and King Qi suddenly changed. Based on their predictions, Wang Chong should have appeared outside the penal court with Zhao Qianqiu, but for some reason, Wang Chong was only accompanied by his two subordinates, not Zhao Qianqiu. This was completely different from what they had expected. In an instant, the first prince and Li Linfu simultaneously turned to look at the king of Qi. Damn it! King Qi's heart lurched and he was momentarily speechless. The first prince and Li Linfu were waiting for his reply, but he had only just arrived at the penal court, so he had no idea what was going on. And if he couldn't find any evidence against Wang Chong, he couldn't punish him. Wang Chong clearly knew this, which was why he was so fearless. Foul brat, this king won't forgive you. King Qi gnashed his teeth, but he couldn't do anything. Bastard! Do you think you're being wronged by injuring my men? King Qi flew into a rage out of humiliation. This king only wanted to take a look at the penal court, but they obstructed me in every way possible, treating this king like a prisoner. Naturally, they can't blame this king. However, this king was in the wrong in this matter. Old Eagle, Zhang Ke, in a little while, the two of you bring some silver to the penal court. Treat it as a medical expense. Bastard! King Qi's nose went crooked from anger at Wang Chong's words. Wang Chong's words were unassailable, but there was nothing King Qi could do. Behind him, Li Linfu was extremely shrewd and unreadable, but the first prince found it hard to conceal the color in his eyes. Just forcing his way into the penal court was not enough to punish Wang Chong. Moreover, in order to support King Qi, the two of them had brought many ministers with them. If they couldn't punish Wang Chong, they would become the laughingstock of all the officials. This would greatly affect their image and reputation in the eyes of the officials. And King Qi, your face is swollen and your body is covered in wounds. Are you going to blame me and say that I was the one who beat you? Wang Chong turned his head to look at King Qi, a smirk on his face. Swish! King Qi's face immediately swelled to the size of a pig's liver. Wang Chong's words were clearly meant to publicly ridicule him. Even though King Qi was brimming with killing intent and wanted nothing more than to kill Wang Chong, he could not admit to this in front of all the officials, even though this could be used to deal with Wang Chong. Wang Chong, don't flatter yourself. With your cultivation, do you think you can deal with this king? King Qi hatefully said, his face ashen. The eagle and Zhang Ke laughed so hard their stomachs were about to roll over. Their lord's move was truly brilliant. Given King Qi's arrogance and conceit, he would never admit to it. Even if his teeth were knocked out, he would have to swallow it. As for Wang Chong, he was inwardly chuckling. That's good. I even thought that I had accidentally injured your highness. King Qi's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, but there was nothing he could do. In the blink of an eye, rumbling sounds of hooves could be heard. From a different direction from the first prince, Li Linfu, another group of people was majestically making their way toward the penal court. The first prince, Li Linfu, and King Qi were stunned and turned their heads to look. All of their forces were gathered here, so this faction clearly did not belong to them. His Highness the King of Song has arrived. A loud shout came from the crowd. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a group of people crowding around a magnificent carriage, heading towards them. The carriage was richly decorated, and from the insignia on it, it was clearly the King of Song's carriage. Lord Zhangzhou Jianxiong has arrived. A moment later, another shout came from the crowd. The three paled. None of them had expected for the King of Song and Minister of War Zhangzhou Jianxiong to arrive at a time like this. On the other side, the eagle, Zhang Ke, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The three of them had not come to the penal court unprepared. The penal court was King Qi's territory, so they had immediately notified the King of Song of their arrival. This had been a precaution, but looking back now, this decision had been the right one. With the King of Song and Zhangzhou Jianxiong present, the first prince and Li Linfu would at least have some reservations and wouldn't be able to act so recklessly against Wang Chong. Paying respects to your highness. A few moments later, the King of Song and Zhangzhou Jianxiong arrived. The two of them dismounted and rushed to the first prince's side. Imperial uncle, dispense with the formalities. The first prince waved his hand. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was inwardly seething with hatred. With the appearance of these two, no matter how much the first prince wanted to deal with Wang Chong, he would have no choice but to give up. With all three regents gathered here, if a conflict were to break out, he would become a laughingstock. This king heard from my residence that your highness has brought all the civil and military officials to the penal court. Even the prime minister has come. Has something happened? The King of Song straightened his robes and walked over at a leisurely pace, bowing respectfully to the first prince. The first prince sat astride his divine steed, his expression relaxed, but his heart couldn't help but stiffen. "Ha, your highness, the King of Song, has misunderstood. Your highness originally had an appointment with King Qi on matters of state, but because you heard that he was at the penal court, you just happened to come here." A mellow voice came from the side. Prime Minister Li Linfu's sleeves fluttered in the wind as he interjected. These words were flawless, and the first imperial prince was instantly cleared of any wrongdoing. "Right, your highness. Didn't you want to convene the officials to discuss the matter of Fuzhou? Why don't we leave now, and King Qi can come back when he's free?" Chapter 1295. Li Linfu's reminder made the first prince come to a realization. Lord Prime Minister is right. Imperial uncle, we'll take our leave first. You can come back later. The first prince tugged on the reins of his horse and immediately headed out. Your Highness the King of Song, I'll be taking my leave with the first prince, Li Linfu said with a warm smile. With a flick of his sleeves, he brushed past the King of Song and continued on his way. King Song shivered as he stared at the backs of the two. He immediately turned his head in Wang Chong's direction and breathed a small sigh of relief. By the time he and Zhangzhou Jianxiong received the news, it was already too late. The first prince and Li Linfu had already arrived. Fortunately, nothing had happened to Wang Chong. King Qi, your injuries seem to be quite severe. You should return to recuperate. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first. Wang Chong shot a glance at King Qi before flinging his sleeves and walking toward the King of Song. Behind him, King Qi's body was trembling with rage, and his face was terrifyingly dark. The group boarded the King of Song's carriage and left the penal court. How are you? Are you all right? In the carriage, the King of Song, Wang Chong, and Zhangzhou Jianxiong were gathered together. In the end, it was still the King of Song who spoke first. I'm fine. Wang Chong shook his head. It won't be that easy for King Qi to deal with me. There's something fishy about this matter. It's one thing for King Qi to come after you barged into the penal court. After all, this is his territory, but even the first prince and the prime minister are here. This is no small matter. It's fortunate that you were quick-witted and didn't give them anything to use against you. The King of Song said. Indeed. The first prince and Li Linfu were clearly prepared for this trip. When the King of Song and I arrived, we were worried for you. Zhangzhou Jianxiong also spoke up. Even Zhangzhou Jianxiong was taken aback by the appearance of the first prince and the prime minister in the penal court. Only then did he rush over with the King of Song. This matter isn't that simple. Wang Chong calmed down and said calmly, King Qi, the first prince, and the prime minister's affairs are one after another, and Zhao Qianqiu and the three great training camps' affairs are completely linked together. It can't be a coincidence that they arrived not long after I arrived at the penal court. From the looks of it, it was more like the result of someone meticulously plotting behind the scenes. King Qi's side did not have that much ability, and the Prime Minister's side was smooth and slick. He would not easily reveal his abilities. Although he had the ability, it was definitely not him. As for the first prince, it's even more impossible. With his back against the carriage, Wang Chong's eyes were filled with wisdom, as if he could see into the endless depths of time and space. So, Wang Chong, you mean to say that it was the Confucian sect, and that young man called Li Junxian? The king of Song immediately understood Wang Chong's meaning and asked. It can only be him. Wang Chong solemnly nodded. This was the only explanation. Although the other party was young, he was the strongest opponent Wang Chong had ever faced. Wave after wave of attacks, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. Buzz. The king of Song and Zhangqiu Jianqiong glanced at each other, their hearts sinking. After bidding farewell to the king of Song and Zhangqiu Jianqiong, Wang Chong quickly got off the carriage and returned to his residence. Flap flap. Just as Wang Chong was returning to his residence, a messenger pigeon flew over the sky and landed in a restaurant in the western part of the city. The third floor of the restaurant was quiet and secluded. The third floor of West Wind Tower had the most elegant and fresh scenery, allowing one to admire the plum blossom forest planted by the river. Every day, many scholars would gather here to drink wine and admire the plum blossoms. But at this moment, West Wind Tower was quiet, with not a single customer in sight. There was only a sign hanging on the door that read closed. At this moment, a white-clothed young man was sitting on the third floor, pouring wine and admiring the plum blossoms. The entire West Wind Tower was closed for the sake of entertaining this esteemed guest. Flap flap. The messenger pigeon landed on the table. A hand reached out from the side, took the letter, and sent the pigeon away. Young master, the penal court has failed again. Wang Chong has returned safely. A voice rang out. A figure bowed and said to the side. He held the letter with both hands and respectfully handed it over. Is that so? Li Junxian grinned and took a sip of the fragrant tea in his cup, his expression indescribably carefree and natural. As expected, I still can't stop him. That's not the only problem. We just received news that the King of Foreign Lands has already sent a memorial to the Imperial Court, formally giving Deflecting Blade Manor to the Kunwu training camp. But in the letter, he also appointed the manager of Deflecting Blade Manor. If my guess is correct, it should be someone from Deflecting Blade Manor. In addition, we just received news that the King of Foreign Lands has apparently written a letter to the great generals and the Bureau of Military Personnel, intending to use the name of the Protectorates and the Bureau of Military Personnel to establish a commander base outside of the three great training camps, an existence independent of the three great training camps. This time, we were only able to enter the three great training camps through our relationship with the first prince and the imperial household. If this commander base is established, it will belong completely to the militarists, and we won't be able to interfere at all. Moreover, the combined might of the Protector Generals of the border is no small matter. In the future, this commander base will not be one bit inferior to the three great training camp. If this happens, all our efforts will have been for nothing. The Confucian sect expert next to him sternly said, his voice brimming with worry. In the history of the Confucian sect, they had never encountered such a troublesome foe. He was clearly only a teenager, but his methods were unfathomable and extremely experienced, able to counter every move and completely nullify the Confucian sect's methods. The restaurant was quiet, and Li Junxian's right hand, gripping the white porcelain teacup, paused for a moment before finally creasing his brow. The matter of the penal court was of no importance. It would be best if they could capture and imprison Wang Chong, but if they couldn't, it wouldn't have much of an effect. But if this commander base was established, everything would be completely different. The militarists and the Confucians were like fire and water. One advocated war, while the other advocated peace. At least for now, the militarists could no longer expand. There's no need to worry. I have my own plans for this matter. But Li Juanxian's brow quickly relaxed and he calmed down. His limpid eyes seemed to contain boundless wisdom as he looked forward. Since the king of foreign lands is already on guard, there's no need to worry about him for now. In a little while, I will personally deal with him. Let me ask you, have you finished preparing for that matter? Young master, everything is going according to plan, without the slightest error. Everything is waiting for young master. As long as we can complete this step, our goal will assuredly advance, and young master's name will shake the world, becoming a meritorious subject of our Confucian sect. The man said, his voice brimming with admiration for Li Juanxian. Countless people in the Confucian sect had wanted to realize the true harmonious world, but they had never been able to grasp the essentials, only to die of regret. Only in Li Juanxian's hands had they truly taken a large step forward, bringing them much closer to their goal. Get ready. In the next few days, I will be heading to the Western Turks to complete the last step. Li Juanxian said. Yes, young master. The Confucian sect expert said. With a clang, the white porcelain teacup in Li Juanxian's hand landed on the table. Li Juanxian's eyes became a little dazed as he stared at the white porcelain teacup. He seemed to be recalling something, and a hint of sorrow appeared in his eyes, but it quickly vanished. Oh! A gust of wind blew past, and the two people in the west wind tower vanished. Flap flap! A carrier pigeon descended from the sky and landed in the Wang family residence. The capital appeared calm on the surface, but a silent contest was taking place in the shadows. Wang Chong stretched out his right hand and caught the messenger pigeon. Then, he slowly removed the letter from its leg. Wang Chong glanced at it and gave a long sigh of relief. This letter had come from the northwest and bore the personal seal of Anxi Protector General Gao Xianji. Wang Chong's private message had proved effective. Upon learning that Su Hanshan and Li Sai had been captured, Gao Xianji had brought Qing Qianli and all the top-class generals of the Anxi Protectorate Army to Qixi to demand their release. Li Sai and Su Hanshan had fought alongside the Anxi Protectorate Army at the Battle of Talas and were allies who had gone through life and death together. It could be said that if they hadn't risked their lives, the Anxi Protectorate Army would have already been wiped out. Moreover, the two of them had rendered great service in the war against Arabia. For them to be imprisoned over such a trifling matter was absurd to the extreme. This was the first time Gao Xianji had gotten so angry. Even without Wang Chong's order, he would not have stood by and watched. Not only that, when Gao Xianji had personally gone to Qixi to question them, Geshu Han had also sent a letter saying that he would be arriving in Qixi in a few days. The two great generals of the Tang dynasty had come with a fierce momentum, and their immense prestige and influence in the army had played a role. Under the pressure of the two great generals, the three Confucian commanders had been forced to promise that they would not harm the lives of Li Sai and Su Hanshan. In order to show fairness, they had agreed to allow Gao Xianji and Geshu Han to send their subordinates to participate and await the imperial court's decision. There's no need to detain Su Hanshan and Li Sai. This is clearly a delaying tactic. Just what are these people up to? After reading it, Wang Chong put away the letter and muttered to himself. Wang Chong was almost certain that while Li Juanxian and the Confucian sect appeared to be dealing with Su Hanshan and Li Sai, they were actually dealing with him. No matter what Li Juanxian was planning, Wang Chong had no fear. "Milord!" At this moment, hurried footsteps could be heard. Old Eagle, travel-worn, walked in from outside. Chapter 1296. What? Wang Chong's body shook in surprise. Lu Ting had once said that even if when Choshu was still alive, He was in his 90s and had an eccentric personality. In other words, even Lu Ting believed that there was a high chance that he was no longer alive. Being able to find Wen Choshu so quickly was definitely unexpected. What did the Li clan of Jing Prefecture say? Wang Chong quickly calmed down and asked. Being able to receive news of Wen Choshu was truly exciting, but before confirming his identity, he could not celebrate too early. The Li clan of Jing Prefecture replied that the person they found was very similar to the person scholar Lu Ting spoke of. They were both in their 90s, had an eccentric personality, liked to collect ancient books, and had a bean-sized mole on his left brow. The Li clan of Jing Prefecture also investigated. That person claimed to be surnamed Wen and also moved there more than 20 years ago. Although he called himself Wen Guxin, the villagers saw a seal on his body. It was Wen Choshu. In addition, his collection of books was astonishing. After he arrived, he bought several large courtyards and even hired people to build 3 more, all of which were filled with books. When the Li clan went to buy medicinal ingredients, they went to this old gentleman's house to ask for water and saw his astonishing collection of books. Only then did they notice this person. The eagle bowed. When Choshu Wang Chong had a pensive look. People who collected ancient books all had a habit. They cherished the ancient books they collected and would not randomly scribble on them. Instead, they would place a bookmark inside the book and stamp the collector's name on it. If these collectors died and the book fell into the hands of the next collector, they would continue to stamp their name on it. In this way, the previous collectors of the ancient book could be seen through the label and stamp, and there would be traces to follow. This was a custom and habit of ancient book collectors. To have Wen Choshu's seal on his waist meant that there was a 60% chance that this person was the person he was looking for. The eagle, take scholar Lu Ting over and personally verify Wen Choshu's identity. In addition, send 4 experts to guard him. At the same time, select a few scholars from the great clans to assist Lu Ting. I want to know as soon as possible what that bird seal script means, and the meaning of that black seal, Wang Chong said in a deep voice. At that moment, his eyes were incomparably bright. The surprise had come too suddenly. The Confucian sect was finally making a move. The eagle quickly led Lu Dingji and a dozen other experts on their way. For the sake of safety, the king of Song had sent over another 20 experts, all of whom were top-notch experts that had been carefully selected. The conflict between the militarists and the Confucians no longer only affected the imperial court, but also the entire world. The king of Song knew this better than anyone else. Once something happened to the militarists, more than 10 million people of the Tang dynasty would be trapped. This was also the reason why the king of Song gave his full support. The capital gradually entered a period of peace. After Wang Chong had neutralized the attacks of Qixi and the 3 great training camps, Li Junxian and the Confucian sect seemed to have slowed down their attacks and made no further move. Wang Chong was also waiting for further news from Lu Dingji and the king of Song. The 2 sides had entered a temporary period of peace. But both Wang Chong and Li Junxian understood that the other side was preparing to launch a new wave of attacks at any moment. At the same time, something else was taking place in the capital that did not alarm too many people. With the Bureau of Military Personnel taking the lead and Zhangzhou Jianxiong presiding over the joint support of King of Foreign Lands Wang Chong, Gao Xianji Geshu Han Zhang Shogui Xianyu Zhongtong, and the other protector generals and great generals, a new commander base was formally established in the northwestern suburbs of the capital. The general base was massive, several dozen mu in size. The Bureau of Military Personnel would pay a portion of the construction costs, Wang Chong would pay half, and the great clans of the capital would pay the rest. To put it nicely, it was a sponsorship. This was yet another new method. In this way, the problem of the Bureau of Revenue allocating funds could be avoided, allowing the commander base to be built as quickly as possible. In addition, The main architect of this commander base was none other than the master architect of Wushang's City of Steel and the steel buildings of the Northwest Battlefield, Zhang Shouji, whose name had spread throughout the world. It would take at least several more months for the commander base to be completed. When the time came, many students of the 3 great training camps and some officers of the military would be able to enter and study. Unlike the 3 great training camps, the commander base would teach a great deal of military strategy and command technique. All the instructors were top-class officers from the 5 protectorates, each of them possessing rich experience in battle. This was one of the characteristics that distinguished the commander base from the 3 great training camp. On the other hand, Wang Chong imparted a higher level of combat ability to them. Wang Chong's reputation as the new war god and his world-renowned ability to command soldiers made this commander base even more attractive. At the same time, Wang Chong was working hard to find Li Junxian, but Li Junxian seemed to have evaporated into thin air. But even so, the Confucian school's offensive did not stop. More and more Confucian lectures were appearing in the capital, preaching benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom, promoting the great harmony of the world, and the influence of the Confucian school continued to grow. Wang Chong could sense that the hearts of the people were slowly changing, but the Confucian school's choice was impeccable. Not even Wang Chong, as the king of foreign lands, could stop the Confucian school from carrying out these lectures. But just because he could not stop them did not mean that Wang Chong had no way of dealing with them. Sukui Qing Sanyuan, I have something for you to do. Several days later, Wang Chong summoned Sukui and the others to his study. I want you to immediately contact the great clans of the capital and have them complete this task as quickly as possible. In addition, I will initially provide 30 million taels of gold, and I will provide even more to help you complete this task. Milord. Everyone in the room looked in shock at Wang Chong with their mouths agape. 30 million. And it was in gold, and it would continue to increase. This was a figure that completely surpassed their imaginations. After all, the imperial court had only given Wang Chong 10 million taels of gold for the Battle of Talas. This 10 million taels of gold had been enough to support the Tang dynasty in its war against Arabia, laying the foundation for its final victory. But now, Wang Chong had given them 30 million taels of gold, and this was only a portion of it. This was a fortune that many people would never be able to use in their entire lives. They found it very difficult to imagine just what sort of task would require so much gold. Everything is written in the letter. Go. Yes, milord. Suki took the letter from the table and quickly left. A few days later, a piece of news from the Jing prefecture reached the capital. A body-strengthening school led by the Jing prefecture's Li clan had been established in the Jing prefecture. All kinds of martial arts were taught there, and not only was it free of charge, it even provided free breakfast and dinner. At the start, there was only 1 person, but it quickly grew to 7 or 8, and then more than 10. At the start, it was only in the Jing prefecture, but these martial arts schools began to sprout like bamboo shoots after the rain, opening from the Jing prefecture to the neighboring prefectures and then spreading out to other places. In a single week, the number of these martial arts schools had increased to several hundred, and they were opening all over the world. Several weeks later, there were several thousand of these body-strengthening schools, and they were still increasing at an astonishing rate. These body-strengthening schools had the same style, all of them ancient and elegant, and they had experienced instructors instructing them. At the start, the surrounding people had been skeptical, but when they realized that the body-strengthening schools were providing free porridge, they began to pour in. Not only that, some people quickly realized that the body-strengthening schools had a rule. Anyone who practiced martial arts in the schools for a week would receive 10 copper coins. If one practiced martial arts in the schools for a month, one would receive a piece of silver. The longer one practiced, the more silver one would receive, and after half a year, one would receive a silver ingot. Such a thing had never happened in the Central Plains before. Moreover, the martial arts schools were surrounded by many people, and even though the requirements for admission were strict, an astonishing number of students were eventually accepted. Based on the expenses of the people, horses, and instructors, the daily expenses were enormous. No ordinary clan could afford this. But people quickly realized that the martial arts schools seemed to have an endless supply of silver. No matter how much money was spent, it never stopped. It was like the owner of these body-strengthening schools possessed an inexhaustible amount of wealth. And when the owner of these body-strengthening schools was revealed, the entire world was thrown into an uproar. The king of foreign lands, the owner of these thousands of body-strengthening schools, was none other than the illustrious and influential war god of the Tang dynasty, Wang Chong. In a flash, the world was thrown into an uproar. Because of Wang Chong's reputation, countless people surged into these body-strengthening schools to learn martial arts and strengthen their bodies. Countless local tycoons contacted Wang Chong, hoping that his body-strengthening schools would be opened in their areas. Some local tycoons and clans even offered to pay for a portion of the daily expenses of these body-strengthening schools. In a short time, Wang Chong's reputation caused these body-strengthening schools to sweep through the world. For a time, it was a trend to strengthen one's body and practice martial arts. The number of body-strengthening schools rapidly swelled to tens of thousands, covering almost the entire world. Flap flap. One carrier pigeon after another flew toward the capital. In the northwest corner of the capital, in a tea-house, a black-robed elder who appeared to be an erudite Confucian scholar extended a hand and caught the carrier pigeon. With just a glance, his complexion instantly turned ashen. Bastard! The Confucians had opened schools in the capital to promote benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom, while Wang Chong had opened martial arts schools throughout the 9 provinces to teach martial arts. He was clearly opposing the Confucians. "I'd like to see how long you can remain so smug." With a wave of his sleeve, the black-robed elder vanished from the tea-house. Chapter 1297. Also, I welcome everyone to follow my official WeChat account after reading this article. Just search for Huang Fuqi. The new extra, the biography of the evil Emperor Zhang Wenfu, Chapter 13 has been uploaded. Everyone, go and take a look. Chapter 1298. The people of the Confucian sect were far from the only ones to receive the news. At the same time, in the Wang family residence, Wang Chong was dressed in plain clothes, his long black hair held in place by a hairpin. As he stood in front of his desk, he exuded both the elegance of the scholarly path and the dignity and bearing of the martial path. On the table in front of him were reports from the various provinces and commanderies. Not bad. In just a few short moments we've already broken through 50,000. A smile crept onto Wang Chong's lips as he read the message. This number was far greater than he had imagined. The daily expenditure was so astonishing that even the ancient clans of the capital, with 200 or 300 years of history and astonishing wealth, could not afford it. In normal circumstances, no single person or faction could accomplish this. But in the Battle of Khorasan, Wang Chong had obtained 9 billion taels of gold from Mutasim III. 1 billion had been given to the imperial court, 100 million had been used to buy the Hyderabad mountain range, and 200 million had been used to compensate the deceased soldiers and to repay the tribes of the western regions and Greater and Lesser Balar that had participated in the battle. At the same time, Wang Chong, Go Xianji, and the others still had around 600 million gold taels in their hands. It was with this immense wealth that Wang Chong was able to support the construction of the massive number of body-tempering halls across the country. This step was not just to deal with Li Junxian and the Confucian sect. In truth, long ago, when they had first obtained this sum of gold, Wang Chong and Gao Xianji had discussed in Khorasan how they would use this sum of money to enrich the country and strengthen the people. This included building body-strengthening schools throughout the empire, teaching martial arts, and raising the martial strength of the people of the Tang dynasty. At the time, they had even received the fervent praise of Gao Xianji. But now was the right time, and they could use this opportunity to fully carry out the body-strengthening school plan. In his last life, in the battle against the otherworldly invaders, Wang Chong had always been faced with a lack of soldiers. Although the Central Plains had tens of millions of people, very few people were suited for the battlefield and could join the army. This was also the reason why Wang Chong came up with the body-strengthening club plan. 600 million taels of gold. Although it's impossible to sustain this for a long time, it should be able to last for at least 10 years. It should be enough to last until the calamity arrives. As long as the body-strengthening club plan continues, we will be able to cultivate a large number of qualified warriors for the Tang dynasty. Wang Chong put down the letter and thought to himself. This was the real plan to make every citizen a soldier. However, apart from Wang Chong, not many people knew about it. Walala! Just as he was thinking about this, the sound of wings breaking through the air could be heard. In the blink of an eye, an extremely sharp golden eagle flew over the window and landed in front of Wang Chong's table. Seeing this special eagle, Wang Chong's eyes twitched. This was the signal that Wang Chong and the eagle had agreed upon. There was finally news from Lutingji. 2 days later, a letter accompanied by a thick carriage of documents was transported from the distant Jing prefecture to the capital and into the Wang family residence. When Choshu's identity had been confirmed, and Lutingji had gained far more than he had imagined. Not only had Lutingji fulfilled his long-cherished wish of many years and met Wen Choshu in person, he had also unexpectedly obtained a large amount of information on bird seal script from this number 1 bibliophile of the Central Plains. Lutingji had discarded the purely academic materials and sent the information that he found useful from the Jing prefecture to the capital. He had also marked all of them so that Wang Chong could read them. "My lord, Scholar Lu has said that he has placed the most important book on top. You only need to read the first book to understand the meaning of that black mark," Su Shixian sternly said. Wang Chong said nothing more. He picked up the black ancient book at the very top of the box and opened it. At first glance, Wang Chong saw a bookmark stamped with a red square seal. Wen Choshu. Wang Chong recognized the contents at a glance. As he flipped to the first page, bird seal script characters leapt into view. With a glance, Wang Chong knew that Lutingji was correct. There truly was a character in the center of that black mark, and it was the bird seal script that Lutingji had spoken of. The style of the two was exactly the same. Wang Chong said nothing and continued to flip to the next page. This was an ancient book that systematically discussed bird seal script. It had come from a great Confucian of the Wei and Jin era around 500 or 600 years ago. He seemed to be particularly interested in bird seal script and had gathered a great deal of information to produce this book. Besides the various bird seal script characters, it also discussed the origins of the various characters and the related legends. After reading around 20 to 30 pages, Wang Chong flipped to the label that Lutingji had left in the book. A unique bird seal script immediately leapt into view. The moment he saw this character, Wang Chong's pupils constricted as if they had been pricked by a needle. The characters in this ancient book that Lutingji had sent were almost identical to the characters in the center of the black mark of the Confucian sect. Tong. As Wang Chong looked at the explanation left behind by the great Confucian of the Wei and Jin era, his eyebrows jumped. In that instant, he faintly thought of something. In his last life, he had seen this black mark twice, but Wang Chong had never imagined that it would contain a character. As he continued to read, he found that the book also recorded the origin of this character. During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, the various countries were at war and the people of the divine continent were plunged into misery and suffering. Among them, there was a sage who traveled everywhere, seeking audience with the monarchs of the various countries in hopes of persuading them to abandon their selfish desires. However, from the age of 30 to the age of 70, that sage spent 40 years to no avail. In his later years, not only did the wars of the divine continent not stop, they only grew more and more intense. When his last disciple, who had once accompanied him in persuading the various monarchs, died in the chaos of war, the last sage of the spring and autumn era could no longer hold back his grief and indignation. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood and dipped his finger in it. Before the eyes of his young followers, he created a new bird seal script, the character for Tong. This word contained all of the spring and autumn saints' ambitions and unwillingness. After writing this character, the last sage of the spring and autumn era expressed his unwillingness and regret to his young followers before passing away. It was rumored that after the sage's death, one of his young followers took the character he had written and fled deep into the mountains. Using this character as a blueprint, he founded a sect called the Confucian sect. The majority of people believed this legend to be a baseless rumor. Even in the Wei and Jin era, many people treated it as unofficial history. But the great Confucian of the Wei and Jin era believed that while the first half of the legend could not be investigated, the second half of the Confucian sect was not necessarily groundless fabrication. This was because the great Confucian of the Wei and Jin era had mentioned that in the Qin and Han eras, there had been bits and pieces of the Confucian sect. Buzz. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was attentive. Even the author of this ancient text had only collected information on bird seal script and had not taken it too seriously. But when Wang Chong finished reading this description, his heart began to tremble. How could this be? In Drunken Moon Pavilion, Wang Chong had heard Li Junxian talk about the destruction of the 100 sages, but he had never imagined that the Confucian sect really was connected to the spring and autumn and warring states periods. If this ancient text was correct, the Confucian sect behind Li Junxian had a history of more than 1,000 years. This had completely surpassed Wang Chong's imagination. A sect that could last for more than 1,000 years, survive through war, famine, and the change of dynasties, and survive until the Tang dynasty. If he had not seen Li Junxian and the members of the Confucian sect with his own eyes and seen the black insignia on their hands, Wang Chong would have never dared to believe that all this was true. Wang Chong continued to flip through the pages, but this ancient text did not have many records on the Confucian sect. After switching to another book, Wang Chong continued to flip through the pages. The majority of the contents were repetitive, all of them explanations of bird seal script. But when he flipped to the third book, Wang Chong once more saw that familiar insignia and the legend of the Confucian sect. This was the work of a great Confucian of the early northern Zhou. According to his records, a Confucian sect had once appeared in the early northern Zhou, and this great Confucian of the Confucian sect had loudly advocated for the northern Zhou and the other countries of that time to put aside the grudges and hatred between them, put an end to war, abandon selfishness, and return peace to the people of the world. This person had only appeared for a very short time before vanishing. As for the matters regarding the Confucian sect, they had only appeared for a brief moment. The people's understanding of them was limited to that great Confucian and his proposals. There was nothing else. In that era, the marks they had left behind were not very deep. Even the great Confucian of the northern Zhou, who had written these records, had only skimmed over them, not delving too deeply into them. Wang Chong put down the 3 books and continued to read. This time, the insignia had appeared in the era after the northern Zhou, during the reign of Emperor Wen of the Great Sui. The more Wang Chong read, the more shocked he became. The spring and autumn period, the warring states period, the Weijin period, the northern Zhou period, the early Sui, the era of the Holy Emperor. If the records were true, this faction called the Confucian sect had appeared in every period of history. How could such a faction exist in the Central Plains? Wang Chong muttered to himself as he put down the books. If it weren't for a great scholar like Lu Tingji, very few people would have been able to glean any clues from these books. At this moment, Wang Chong suddenly understood why Lu Tingji had sent these books to him instead of personally explaining it to him. There were some things that could not be explained clearly with words. Seeing was believing. Only by seeing with one's own eyes could one understand the veracity of these legends. Moreover, this truth was simply too shocking. Wang Chong had never imagined that the experts he had encountered in his last life during the end of days would have such a background. Su Shixian, have the King of Song's men arrived? Wang Chong asked.